Chapter 8:12. To celebrate the release of Blackie's Calamity Descends update support, there should be a surprise today. I hope everyone supports Blackie as much as they support me. Thank you. The Shire. Brando finally lured the two giant revitalizing spells. Countless brilliance floated from the giant revitalizing spells, making them look a bit like stars in the dwarf stage. Gravity could no longer restrain the burning gas around the star. The inner layer began to collapse, and the hot atmosphere began to expand violently outward. These two light balls almost occupied the size of the end of the square when they expanded violently, and the inside of their bodies flashed with dazzling blue light. The gap between the two giant revitalizing spells was only the size of a carriage, and the gap was shrinking rapidly. Brando accelerated wildly, trying to pass through the middle before it was completely sealed. He activated the charge skill and jumped up from the ground. The narrow passage was almost in front of him, but at this moment, the revitalizing spell's body floated with a layer of flowing light, and they spun like a star ring and crashed into Brando. At this time, countless twisting lines of the law extended from Brando's body, forming two solid walls of light in front of him. The flowing light hit the walls of light heavily, and the lines of the law shook violently, flashing with dazzling light. At that moment, Brando's figure suddenly split into a phantom, and the wall of light behind him was quickly shattered. The sky was swallowed by the brilliance, but he had landed firmly on the ground. Looking back, the giant revitalizing spells were behind him, and countless icy breaths chased him into the star-like light body. Like moths to a flame, they left a bright spot in the expanding light ball and then disappeared. Brando paused for a moment, then put away his sword and ran to the east exit. On the south side of the square, the changes in the entire Eternal Square were visible. The Kurlutzian nobles were shocked and fearful, shocked by Brendel's strength and fearful of their previous arrogant attitude, while Lenoret frowned and did not say a word. Even Veronica raised her eyebrows. She did not expect Brendel to really lead so many monsters away. Putting herself in his shoes, even if she were to replace Brendel, she would still have to think about what to do. The Count is so powerful. Shido muttered to herself in disbelief. That's just a trick, Veronica said and shook her head. It was indeed a skill, but the problem was that not many people could see through the gaps between thousands of monsters at a glance. Even she could not. It was not until she saw Brando shuttling through the sea of monsters with ease that she followed the little guy's path and found the safe path. But until now, she still did not know whether this path was the only one, or one of many paths. No matter which it was enough to frighten her. If it was the former, then she couldn't imagine how Brando could find the only way out in an instant. If it wasn't, then it meant that the encirclement of these monsters was full of holes in Brando's eyes, and she needed a lot of time and consideration to find even one of them. Veronica looked at the north side of the square with some complicated feelings. Although she was very reluctant to admit it, the young man's intelligence and courage still amazed even herself, and could even be said to be a little uneasy. That young man was an heroine, and the most determined heroine she had ever seen. The female Legion commander lowered her eyelids, and for a moment she could only think that there were many outstanding young people in this generation of Cruz's people, but compared to Brando, it was like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. If only there were such young people in Cruz's people, how good would that be? She shook her head gently. Brando certainly did not think that Veronica would misunderstand his actions and overestimate his ability. In fact, the icy breath wrapped together like a tide made him not have the heart to think too much. He was beginning to feel that the problem was beginning to become a little tricky. The square gradually turned into a towering promenade in his vision that led to an unknown area. This direction should be the promenade of meditation, the exit of the central labyrinth, a very famous area in the Holy Cathedral of the Hibernator. If he remembered correctly, there was an unknown hall not far ahead. The area of the hall was not much smaller than the Eternal Square, and the valuable thing was that there were no wandering monsters. It was almost a natural place to move, and Brando planned to turn there. But the problem was that this time he had pulled too many monsters. Before this, it could be said that no one had tried to pull all the icy breath and two giant revitalizing spells in the Eternal Hall together. The more monsters there were, the slower it would be to turn, and he didn't want to be surrounded by monsters when he turned back. But after thinking about it, he couldn't find a reasonable way to avoid it. He didn't want to use the elapsed pointer. Although the bet was over and it wasn't considered cheating, it was still painful to burn experience. Especially since he had just activated his elemental activation, it wouldn't be fun if he fell below the realm. But Martha seemed to be on his side this time. Just when he couldn't figure it out, a little light suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. Brando's heart skipped a beat. It was naturally impossible for there to be players in this dungeon, and the disciples of the Black Flames had not yet entered the holy cathedral of the Hibernator at this time. Apart from them, the only ones moving in this holy cathedral could be Enrich and the members of All for One. But he didn't know who it was, or if it was Enrich himself. But no matter who it was enough for Brando. He immediately had an idea. After receiving Enrich's order, Devard led the black-robed knight to patrol along the long hall. The hall in this direction was different from the promenade of meditation. The black hall was empty, and there were long arched windows embedded in the walls. When the team passed by these giant arched windows, they looked as small as ants. Inside the arched windows were windows made of thousands of years-old glaciers. Faint blue light penetrated from behind the ice walls and crisscrossed in the hall. Just a few minutes ago, they had turned a corner and seen such a spectacular view. But as to where this place was, and what this hall was called, no one knew. The team moved forward slowly, passing through the light and shadow. The sound of footsteps intertwined into a hollow echo at the other end of the hall. The sound reverberated in the open, enclosed space. After a moment, a black-robed knight suddenly stopped and shouted, "What is that?" Everyone followed his gaze and looked forward. They saw a stream of light suddenly gushing out from the darkness. The stream of light was gradually brightening, like a glowing behemoth waving its tentacles. It appeared from behind the corner in front of them. The tentacles slowly extended forward, and then its body appeared in the vision of Devard and the other knight behind him. Everyone's eyes widened. They saw two huge light balls, one in front and one behind, occupying the space of the promenade, and were pressing in this direction. "It's an revitalizing spell." Devard was knowledgeable and recognized the origin of the other party at a glance. But he had never heard of such a big revitalizing spell. He turned his head and saw that the knight beside him was panicking and pulling out his sword. He hurriedly slapped the other party's sword away and shouted at the other party, "What are you doing? Run!" Most revitalizing spells were formed by spells between the 3rd and 9th circle, and revitalizing spells formed by spells above the 9th level were generally called wandering magic. Because they were formed by pure and powerful magic power, any magic would only have a healing effect on wandering magic, except for spells such as Dispel Magic and Spell Disassembly. Revitalizing spells were incorporeal creatures with no physical existence and only energy form. Mortal physical attacks could only cause very limited damage to them. Therefore, although the strength of wandering magic itself was not yet at the level of elemental activation, it was one of the most terrifying existences among the monsters at the peak of gold level. And the two in front of them could no longer be called wandering magic. Even though Devard had only seen revitalizing spells twice in his life, he still recognized them at first glance. These were wandering magic lords formed by spells above the 10th circle, and did not have the slightest bit of fake elemental level strength. Only wizards and mages and hunters of the same level could fight against them. No matter how many swordsmen or black-robed knight of All for One there were, they would only be fodder. "Run, let's run separately. There are only two of them, one of us will be able to return to the Grand Duke's side." Devard immediately shouted at the others. The black-robed knights seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly scattered and retreated. But just as Devard's voice fell, countless specks of light appeared in the darkness. "Sir, look over there," someone exclaimed. In fact, there was no need for the other black-robed knight to remind him. Devard had already seen this scene. Countless icy breaths appeared in the darkness, like a sudden wave of monsters. How is this possible? Devard's first reaction was that they had unintentionally activated some kind of trap. Otherwise, these revitalizing spells in the temple would not have rioted for no reason and come straight for them. Until someone next to him reminded him. Someone. The knight on his left suddenly shouted, "Someone is leading them here." The Highlander Eagle swordsman was slightly startled before he realized the meaning of this sentence. He immediately looked in that direction, but it would have been better if he did not look. What he saw made his nose crooked. "It's you!" Devard immediately roared out with almost no tolerance. The expression on his face was full of resentment, as if he had seen an irreconcilable enemy. In the face of such an eagle swordsman, Brando felt a little wronged. He even felt that this was too much of a coincidence. The first time they met, he cut off one of the eagle swordsman's hands. The second time they met, this guy almost died on the battlefield. And this time, it was obvious that something this gentleman did not want to see was going to happen. Brando felt very sorry for this Highlander swordsman, but this did not stop him from saying, "Mr. Devard, has your hand grown back? Count Tonagel, you deserve to die." Brando could feel the anger on Devard's gloomy face. If this anger could be materialized, then he would have been riddled with holes by now. But unfortunately, the eagle swordsman was far from practicing the skill of killing people from thousands of miles away. So Brando could still be alive for a while. Of course, we can't doubt Mr. Devard's courage. If he could, he would definitely pull out his sword and cut Brando into 8 pieces. Or at least, he would die together with Brando to avenge his previous humiliation. But now, Devard felt as if his legs had grown roots and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Not to mention rushing up to kill Brando, it was difficult to even take a step forward. Because Brando was leading the 2 giant wandering magic lords behind him, and the tide-like icy breath of the revitalizing spell was coming straight at them. As long as one's intelligence was still intact, they would understand what this Count Tonagel was planning. After all, it was not a great plan to divert the trouble away. But the problem was, Devard found that there was only one way to deal with this despicable plan. Despicable bastard. He cursed and turned around, and gave the most invulnerable order to deal with the current situation. Retreat. Brando laughed in his heart. Just as Devard had realized, he had already planned this. What both sides had to do now was to have a hearty race. They didn't need to run fast, they just needed to be faster than the others. But it was not so easy for Devard to be one step ahead of him. He snapped his fingers and used his index finger to draw in the air. The retreating black-robed knights suddenly felt their feet soften, and the originally solid ground seemed to have turned into mud. Lesser Quicksand, a First Circle Earth Elemental Series spell. Its only function was to make the ground softer. Because the effect of the spell was on the ground and not the people walking on it, the black-robed knight did not even have the chance to resist this spell with their magic resistance. Under normal circumstances, there was no need to resist this spell, because it only made the ground a little softer. It was not like the real quicksand spell, which could even make you lose your footing and sink into it. Making the ground a little softer could only be used to restrict the cavalry on the battlefield. Even this effect was almost negligible, because the effective range of the spell was too small. Unless it was cast by hundreds of wizards at the same time, it was completely meaningless in a battlefield that was easily a few miles wide. But if there were hundreds of wizards, wouldn't it be better to cast some other spells to deal with the cavalry? Even the effect of this spell on the black-robed knight was minimal. Although their speed was inevitably slowed down on the soft ground, the change in speed was minimal and did not affect the overall situation. Devard heard someone snort softly. Obviously, they were a little disdainful of Brando's childish spell. If it was half a year ago, he might have had the same idea. Using a first circle spell to deal with the existence of elemental awakening? Wasn't this just wishful thinking? But now, alarm bells were ringing in his heart. Would the opponent be easy to deal with? Just ask him about the scars on his arms. What happened next immediately confirmed his thoughts. Airflow entanglement, wind of disorder, secondary rust, ice feet, flame chains, accelerated exhaustion, and slight increase of gravity. One circle spell after another fell on everyone's heads. The effect of each spell was minimal, but the advantage was that it did not require casting time. Brando was almost running while throwing these low-level spells at the black-robed knight. He did not need to successfully break through the black-robed knight's magic resistance every time, but as long as it worked once, these high-grade believers of all for one would slowly and uncontrollably slow down. On normal days, this kind of slowing down was almost meaningless because the duration was short, and it was equally time-consuming and laborious. But at this moment, for all the black-robed knight, it was a death sentence. Brendel passed by the knights who were slowed down by him one by one, and the giant roaming magic lord behind him, and countless icy breaths swallowed them up in an instant. They were like pebbles thrown into the sea, swirling around in the tide of monsters and disappearing without a trace. Despicable. These high-grade believers of all for one were usually the most insidious, cunning, and ruthless existences in the eyes of ordinary people, but at this moment, in their hearts, Brando was the real demon. The nine-headed phoenix had an old saying, "Help the devil do evil," and now Brando was playing such a role in their minds. If it was only Brando, they could easily defeat him if they joined forces. Of course, this was what the black-robed knight thought. But unfortunately, Brando obviously would not give them this opportunity. He would only cast spells on them one by one, and then let the icy breaths behind him kill them one by one. This was simply a blatant attempt to intimidate others by intimidating others. Of course, there were also a few black-robed knights who could not bear the humiliation. They drew their swords and turned back, wanting to rush up and perish together with Brando. But unfortunately, they soon realized such a problem. It turns out that this guy is an elementalist who has been holding back, but his swordsmanship is surprisingly good. Then, with such a surprised thought, they were swept into the group of monsters behind by Brando's 9 luminaries' sword art. The knights were reduced one by one, and soon, only Devard was left in Brando's vision. And this eagle swordsman was indeed a Rex confidant. Brando felt that he might have some kind of magic equipment like the talisman of meditation or the brooch of secondary spell resistance. When the first and second circle spells hit him, they disappeared without a trace. He tried to release a third circle fire arrow, and as expected, he staggered and left a charred mark on his back. It was indeed the talisman of meditation. The brooch of secondary spell resistance could resist spells below the fourth circle, but Brando still shook his head. He only knew the third circle spell, fire arrow, and his magic power was not enough for him to use it repeatedly. After all, it was impossible to rely on a third circle spell to kill an elemental activated opponent. If only he had a third circle wind bind. As long as he could delay for a second, it would be enough for Devard to suffer. Brando had to face the reality that he was a third-rate elementalist. Not to mention, it was already very difficult for him to cast a second circle spell instantly, and this was thanks to his high will. If he forced a third circle spell to be cast instantly, he might not be able to withstand the backlash. And if he wanted to stand still and cast a spell, he would have to ask the army of frost breaths behind him if they were willing to stop and wait for him. The answer was obviously no. Now, Brando had to face two problems. 1. Devard ran faster than him. 2. He seemed to have no way to slow down his opponent. And obviously, our eagle swordsman also understood this after Brando tried a few times. He could not help but show a proud look on his face for the first time. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still turned back and mocked Brando loudly. "You're crazy, do you know what you're doing? Do you plan to keep running like this? Then you'll definitely die before me." After Devard shouted this sentence, he only felt a burst of joy in his heart. It was as if this was the first time he had the upper hand against Brando. But this kind of pride died in his stomach before he could completely show it on his face. Even the slight clue that he revealed instantly froze on his face. He saw Brando looking at him with some pity. If anyone else looked at him like this, he would definitely feel angry, insulted, and belittled. But when Brando looked at him like this, alarm bells rang in Devard's heart. He must be plotting something. He must be planning to scheme against me. Devard was too familiar with this young man in front of him. Although they only knew who the biggest beneficiary of the whole Ampere Seal peace conference was after the battle in Ampere Seal, the other party single-handedly plotted their defeat, as if he could predict the future, and played them, including the Duke he respected, in the palm of his hand. If there was anyone in this world that could be regarded as a demon, then the other party's appearance must be the same as the face in front of him. Devard felt goosebumps all over his body at that moment. He concentrated on Brando's every move, as if Brando made the slightest move, he would immediately counterattack with countless rehearsals in his mind. But Brando only made one move. He mouthed a sentence to him. Our eagle swordsman was slightly startled. It was not that he did not know how to read lips, but what Brando said to him was too strange. Be careful in front? Be careful of what? Chapter 8:14. Devard got up from the ground in a daze and finally understood what Brando meant by being careful of the front, the corner of the corridor outside the nameless hall, which they passed by when patrolling. He ran almost at full speed, and then hit the wall that was harder than steel. Brando seemed to be reminding him, but in fact, he was trying to divert his attention. When he realized it, he had already suffered a big loss. Brando passed by Devard, took a few steps forward, and then stood against the wall. The army of revitalizing spells behind him was less than 100 feet away, but closer to Devard. What do you want to do? Devard looked at Brando shakily, not understanding why he suddenly stopped. Watch the show. Watch the show. As soon as Devard's voice fell, he saw Brando take out a long sheet from his backpack. Oh, no, it should be a gray cloak, but this cloak was too big and too long, it looked more like a giant's thing. Devard was slightly startled, and suddenly felt that this thing was somewhat familiar. Then he saw Brando lift the cloak over his head, covered from head to toe, and disappeared completely. No, you devil. Devard immediately understood Brando's intentions. He roared angrily and looked back, and his face turned pale. Two roaming magic lords were standing in front of him like two towering mountains. No, I will never let you succeed, Count Tonagel. Devard was extremely angry. He stood there motionless, and even if he died, he did not intend to lead these revitalizing spells away. The giant revitalizing spells that were like stars continued to move forward, and the tentacles that exuded soft light swept across the entire hall like a river of stars. Devard's face turned green and white. He was indifferent at first, but when the tentacles swept over his head with a buzzing sound, his face changed. Save me, or I will die with you. He gritted his teeth and shouted in the direction of Brando. Unfortunately, Brando seemed to have really disappeared, and there was no response from that direction. You will regret this. Devard finally panicked. He knew that he was just bluffing, but he didn't expect the other party to be so indifferent. He was covered in cold sweat, and at the last moment, he shouted, Count Tonagel, I know you want me to lead these monsters to Ducarec, but don't even think about it. This time, I will never give in to you. Brando was hiding under King Buni's concealment cloak. When he heard Devard's words, he couldn't help but be amused, thinking that this guy's imagination was really rich. He really didn't think about it at all. After all, these revitalizing spells were surging energy bodies. If by any chance, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the precious thing in Eric's hand would explode, then it would be really fun. But if Devard was really stubborn and did not move, it would not be good. He had the cloak of the Buni king, so he was not afraid of being dragged to his death. But if these revitalizing spells lost their target and happened to hit Veronica and her party who were still passing through the Eternal Extinction Square, it would be troublesome. He thought about it for a while and finally asked, What are your conditions? But he used a little trick. He used a second circle air spell, sound dispersion, so that the other party could not identify the source of the sound. When Devard heard Brando's voice, for the first time, he felt that the other party's voice could be so pleasant to the ears. He hurriedly shouted, Save me. Are you kidding me? Brando sneered. If I save you, who will lead these monsters away from me? He usually saw this guy as a little stupid under a wreck, but he was still reliable. He didn't expect his intelligence to plummet at the critical moment. Devard saw that the corridor was silent again, and the revitalizing spells were only a dozen meters away from him. He gritted his teeth, hurriedly ran a few steps forward, and stopped again. He realized that he had said something stupid, but he was not a real fool after all. After a little consideration, he understood Brando's real intention. I will lead these monsters away, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? I want you to promise on behalf of Her Royal Highness to spare the Duke's life. Devard took a deep breath and replied. Why should I promise on behalf of Her Royal Highness? Brando couldn't help but feel a little amused. He thought to himself that this guy's brain must have been damaged, otherwise, why would he say something stupid again and again? Because you are the Count of Tonnagel, the person who reached out to save her and her brother when the royal faction betrayed her. You signed an agreement with His Royal Highness, on the surface, to recuperate, but in reality, it is to balance the North and South. In this way, Her Royal Highness, whose relationship with the royal faction is difficult to repair, will inevitably have to rely on you. You sit on Tonnagel, Count Radner will also be your fiefdom in the future. When you grow stronger, your position in Erewhon will be unshakable. In the Battle of Ampere Seal, you are the biggest winner. You are the future Minister of Erewhon, the one who will truly have the final say. How can Her Royal Highness not listen to you? Devard roared angrily. Brendel was slightly taken aback. He did not expect this girl to come up with so many reasons. Signing an agreement with His Royal Highness was for the sake of balancing the North and the South. He suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. To outsiders, it must be the same. Even Her Royal Highness probably thought so too. It was just that she could not bring it up in front of him. It was only at this moment that he suddenly understood why Princess Griffine's attitude suddenly changed so drastically after the Battle of Ampere Seal. He once thought it was out of gratitude, but now he thought that he was too naive. It was likely that the princess had already thought it through that night. At that time, she clearly had the intention to kill him, but she suddenly restrained herself and made an alliance with him. One had to know that she was a princess from the royal family. This kind of obvious change in attitude, perhaps only a guy like him who had no knowledge of politics and people's hearts would take it for granted. Keeping the eldest son of the king as an enemy was to prevent Her Royal Highness and the royal faction from burning the bridge after crossing the river. Then, together with the Highland Knight and Duke Vero, they would eliminate Count Radner, a loser who stood on the wrong side at the crucial moment. Even Brando himself believed that Radner would definitely be his territory in the future. Otherwise, why would Her Royal Highness give him the title of Count when Tonnagel was not even a count's territory? When he became Count Radner, in the eyes of outsiders, whether he admitted it or not, he would be Erewhon's minister in the future. Brando could almost imagine his future path. Marrying Her Royal Highness and becoming Erewhon's regent. What Enrich did not do today, in his opinion, was already within reach. What was even more dangerous was that a change of dynasty was not impossible, as long as something happened to the little prince. Brando suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If even he could think of it, what would Her Royal Highness think? She would absolutely not tolerate any threat to her brother. He suddenly realized that Princess Griffine made Herouz his student and accompanied him on this trip. This was a deliberate arrangement in itself. Because he could not be considered to be fully fledged, it was impossible for him to make a move against Herouz at this time, and to let him take the title of Herouz's teacher was also to make him hesitate. Erewhon and Cruz placed great importance on righteousness and honor, and the change of dynasty was often based on those illusory promises and legends. Just like the decline of House Cipher, it was only because they had lost the favor of the Lionheart sword. And House Yenbao could use the shattering of the sword throne as a reason to ask Her Royal Highness Princess Griffine and her brother to abdicate. Duke Enrich had been in business for several generations, and in terms of strength, it could be said that he had long surpassed the royal family, but he still dared not act rashly and covet the throne. He also needed a reasonable reason to intervene in the change of the king, for example, a political marriage. The same was true for the nobles in the north. No matter how powerful they were, they still had to rely on House Cipher, which had fallen 1,000 years ago, because this was the tradition and the rule that everyone had to follow. And Erewhon would absolutely not tolerate a kingslayer, master killer, or a person who plotted to kill his own student to ascend the throne, because these were even more dishonorable. Her Royal Highness really put a lot of thought into this. Brando could not help but sigh. He was almost certain that this was a test, and Maynard, who was by his side, was the princess's spy. But if Her Royal Highness knew the true origin of Maynard, he was afraid that she would immediately consider switching people. These were the so-called inevitable coincidences of history. But Brando shook his head. He had no interest in these things. Whether it was Erwin's throne, or the fate and future of this country, if it was not because of the experience in the other world, it had nothing to do with him at all. Presumably, Senior was the same. Most of the time, a person tended to be rational, but his life was often dominated by his emotions. Whether it was Erech, Devard, Her Royal Highness, or even Amandina and the others around him, they would never understand what he really pursued. Perhaps only one person could understand, just like how she once innocently asked, "Brando, what do you want to do?" "I want to be a merchant in the future." He replied that he wanted to save Erwin, and wanted to drag the kingdom back from its set track of destruction. Everyone could think that this was just an excuse, and their lord must have a more ambitious goal. But it was actually that simple. "You want to be a merchant, I want to be a savior." It was as simple as a child saying that he wanted to be a general in the future, or a king. Because he wanted it, so he did it, there was no other reason. Brando chuckled and shook his head. When he took Devard's words as a joke, the latter was in torment. Although it was just a moment, the army of revitalizing spell was already close at hand. Devard simply didn't know what he said wrong. Why did that damn schemer, devil, and swindler suddenly stop talking? Even if he wanted him to live or die, at least give him a definite answer. The current situation really made him unable to advance or retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a request, Devard would have cursed at him immediately. But Brando finally woke up. He shook his head and said, "This request is impossible." Although it was a refusal, Devard let out a long sigh. "You are too harsh, Count." "Devard, whether Duke Erech lives or dies, it's not up to you or me to decide. What's more, he hasn't failed yet. You are here to arrange for your master's funeral. I'm afraid it's not very good." Brando sneered. "Originally, he wouldn't have failed, but after you appeared here, it's not so easy to say." Devard hated in his heart. Erech still didn't know that Brando and Veronica had chased him to this place. This in itself showed that the development of things had exceeded their expectations. Perhaps the Duke still had a backup plan, but the young man in front of him was not so easy to deal with. In fact, he had a strange premonition in his heart. They might have failed long ago, and Brando appeared here just to salvage something. Devard didn't know that his guess was close to the truth, but Brando's words still made him unable to speak. After all, it was true. He couldn't curse his master to fail, right? He pondered for a moment and finally replied, "I only have one request." When he said this, Devard had already rushed forward and distanced himself from the revitalizing spell behind him. "Say it." Brando replied. The giant obsidian door was humming in a low voice. Ko Hua retracted her hand from the door. Streams of light flowed in the texture of the door, and all the streams of light gathered in the central groove, forming a bright nebula. "It's done." Ekis' eldest daughter replied coldly. Behind her, the eyes of the members of All for One flashed with excitement. Only Erech's expression remained unchanged. His face was gloomy, as if the whole plan had come to an end, but it had nothing to do with him. "I have opened this door for you as promised, but you don't seem happy, human." Ko Hua was keenly aware of this, and she asked absent-mindedly. "Humans and civilization are one step closer to their destruction. What's there to be happy about?" Erech replied faintly. "Huh." Ekis' eldest daughter showed interest for the first time. Her lips under the shadow of the hood also floated a curious arc. "I thought that was your life's goal. Now that your wish has been achieved, shouldn't you be satisfied and excited?" "That is indeed my life's goal." Erech was silent for a while before replying in a hoarse voice, "But if there is a final outcome that is inevitable, then it will seem ordinary. Civilization is drifting away on the path of stupidity. Their destruction is just a path they brought upon themselves. But in any case, I am still one of them. Their destruction is our destruction. What's there to celebrate? Then why are you still doing it?" Ko Hua felt more and more confused about these strange humans. They were not the golden race. The golden race was the servant of the divine people and the staunchest defender of order. They were not the silver people. The silver people were the followers of the law. From the wilderness of the Four Territories to the shallow sea, from the border of the Black Forest to the most distant elemental frontier, they monitored and witnessed the changes of order. They had never heard of a traitor among the golden race or the silver people. But these people in front of her were the last generation of the Black Iron people. It was Ko Hua's first time dealing with these humans, but she felt a strange feeling from them. She seemed to have realized something, but immediately shook her head and threw this strange premonition to the back of her mind. After a roar, the giant obsidian door gradually retreated to both sides, revealing a dark corridor behind. The soft light from the magic gemstones held high in the hands of the members of All for One poured in through the open gap, illuminating the corridor that had been covered in dust for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Spiral Hall, there were even people who let out a low cry. Miss Ko Hua, you are not human and can't understand human emotions. Most of the time, humans claim to be rational, but their lives are often driven by emotions, making them do things that are very impulsive and incomprehensible in the eyes of others. Enrich did not seem to care about what was happening in front of him. He showed a rare interest and chatted with the noble lady. Are you the same? Ko Hua narrowed her eyes and stared at the old man who seemed to have completely withered on the surface, but she could feel the will supported by a strong majesty in the other's stooped body. Although this majesty seemed a little ridiculous to her, for others, it was inviolable. I am also human, I am not excluded. Enrich replied. Let order return to truth. Don't you agree that this is a great purpose? Ko Hua asked again. This is indeed a great purpose, far beyond those flies about power and interests. I have seen too much stupidity, so I finally chose this path. In order to ensure that I am correct, I have even read a lot of literature and information. Few people know that I have studied for a long time in the White Tower of the Bugas. I participated in the last Holy War, but everything I have seen is confirming my guess. The Flame King established crews for only 1,000 years. Do his descendants remember the glory of 1,000 years ago? The Wind Elves betrayed their sages almost immediately. The Sun, Moon, and Star Elves, where are the Moon Elves, and where are the Star Elves? Today's fanzine is vulgar, and has long lost the transcendence of the past. Civilization and order is nothing more than a simple repetition of mistakes for 1,000 years. I am tired of this cycle of sameness. Instead of letting the future generations repeat the tragedies of their predecessors, it is better to end it once and for all. Ko Hua raised her thin eyebrows slightly, probably not expecting to elicit a long speech from the old man. But she immediately asked with her usual sharpness, I hear you speak with a strong sense of righteousness, but it is not difficult to hear the resentment in your words, human. I've never acted in the name of righteousness. I just want to make sure that what I do is right. You're right. My personal anger is my motivation. But that's my own secret. There's no need to tell outsiders. He shook his head, as if he didn't want to continue on this topic. The team moved slowly along the dark passage. After passing through a long and narrow arched door, an open space suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a spherical hall. There were similar arched doors in all directions of the hall. Each path extended from the arched door, forming a long bridge that spiraled to the center of the hall. There was a huge platform there. But the platform was not empty, but there was a stone throne, and a purple crystal was floating on the throne. When the members of All for One entered the hall, they saw a tall blue figure sitting on the throne, standing up to greet them. Humans, this is not the place where you should be. If you retreat now, you will still have room for regret. When the blue figure spoke, the whole hall buzzed. The witches once said that there was magic in language, but at this moment, the members of All for One finally understood the truth of the legend. The other party's words were not loud, but when the voice came, it was like a stormy sea. Every word seemed to be intertwined with lightning and thunder. It was obviously just a short warning, but everyone, including Enrich, felt as if they had fallen into an endless storm. They were trudging through the biting cold wind, and in front of them seemed to be looming the peak of the mountain where the storm stopped. In all directions, there were endless glaciers, and in the blink of an eye, they would be completely buried under this 10,000-year-old ice. In just a short sentence, everyone understood the identity of the tall figure in front of them. Milos, the god of frost giants. Even Ko Hua bowed and greeted with a clear voice, "Lord Melandal, long time no see." The voice sighed, "Little Ko Hua, I thought you had stayed away from the war. It seems that things still don't go as you wish." As soon as the voice fell, the illusion in front of Erech and others finally disappeared. P.S. There is one more chapter later. Today's update is almost 11,000 words. Everyone, please give me your strength, support, and monthly votes. Work hard this month and strive for full attendance. Chapter 8:15. Little Ko Hua, I thought you had distanced yourself from the war. It seems that things still don't go as you wish. The voice sighed. I can't help it, Lord Melandal. The blue figure nodded and stopped talking to Ko Hua. Instead, he turned to Erech and the others and said, I know why you are here, but you may not know the truth behind what you are doing. You are the Black Iron people, and according to my agreement with the crystal, I will not make things difficult for you. The awakening god is under this throne. You can choose the future of this world for yourself. After that, he took one last look at Ko Hua, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Only Erech and the others were left in the hall. I didn't expect that agreement to be true, Erech said in a low voice. The crystal dragon made an agreement with the gods that the generation of Black Iron could decide their own destiny. The gods stayed away from Wonde and no longer interfered with everything on this land. The so-called Azure Night breaking the sky was just an opportunity at the beginning of this history. I'm very curious about what happened before and after the Battle of Ebabel. He looked at Ko Hua, but the eldest daughter of Ekis kept her mouth shut this time and did not answer. That must be a big secret. Erech thought. But this secret was destined to be buried under the dust, because once Milos woke up, that dark soul would take advantage of the situation and enter. The giant god Milos would no longer be the guardian of order, but a true dark giant. Under its power, Erewhon would usher in true dusk. At that time, the so-called secret would be worthless, because the dead did not need secrets. He looked at the others and said, let's do it. Open the portal to the Sulphur River near the throne. The eyes of the members of All for One flashed with excitement as they walked along the spiral bridge to the central platform. Erech watched this scene quietly, then turned to Ko Hua and said, once that soul obtains Milo's body, according to the agreement, you will be free. This is also the agreement between you and Lord Ekis. We have no intention of offending you. Ko Hua nodded, as if he didn't mind such a small offense. She looked in a certain direction in the hall and replied softly, it seems that your guest has arrived, human. Erech was slightly startled, and then he looked up in that direction. A moment later, a group of people appeared in that direction. It was Veronica and her group. And at the same time that Erech discovered the other party, Veronica apparently also discovered the existence of All for One, Erech. It was Veronica's voice. I didn't expect you to fall so low. You're a descendant of the nobles, but now you're standing side by side with the enemy of civilization. Your actions have shamed your ancestors. From this moment onwards, the banner of the Sprinting Wolf clan will no longer flutter. A clan will fall apart because of his unfilial descendants. And that is what you are doing right now. Erech raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Veronica to arrive so quickly. But he didn't panic at all. Instead, he replied disdainfully, cliché, Veronica. Being in a high position has made you used to these high-sounding rhetoric. But they mean nothing to me. Family and glory, you can go and say that to those refugees struggling in hunger and cold. The so-called glory is not as meaningful as a copper coin to them. It's the same for me, because I don't care about such things at all. Mortals are always burdened by false reputation, so they repeatedly make those low-level mistakes. Veronica, tell me, what are family and glory? He snorted coldly, ignoring Veronica's words. Simply unreasonable, Veronica muttered. This guy is simply crazy. Brando listened to the conversation between the two from behind and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was probably because of their different identities and perspectives. Although Enrich was also a noble, he was obviously more interested in the identity of a cultist. For these lunatics, in the eyes of ordinary people, family and glory were indeed meaningless. In fact, even in his opinion, he had to admit that Enrich's words made sense. Indeed, in many cases, the so-called glory was actually worthless. Nobles like to use the sense of glory as the standard of all things in the world, but in Brando's opinion, this was at best a noble standard. But he just thought about it, and didn't dare to say it out loud. He understood that he had such an idea because half of the soul in his body came from another era, and in the current wound, Veronica's previous words were still relatively mainstream. Brando didn't want to be a non-mainstream, and didn't want to be taught a lesson by this army commander in private, so he wisely chose not to be entangled with him on this issue. But this didn't mean that he agreed with Enrich's view. Enrich, the Black Iron generation can control their own destiny, but it doesn't mean that you can control the destiny of others. Whether this world is right or wrong, it's not up to you, and it's not up to all for one to say. After Brando agreed to Devard's request, he returned to Veronica and the others wearing the Bunny King's cloak. After passing through the Perpetual Extinction Square, they actually directly entered the Spiral Hall, but they were delayed a little while trying to find a way to open the door outside, so they entered the hall one step later than Enrich. But even so, they still heard the last words of Enrich and Milos. Enrich looked at Brando with slight surprise. It seems that you know my purpose very well, young man, but I never said whether what I think is right or not needs to be recognized by others. If you want to stop me, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Brando had already seen the members of All for One who were drawing the magic circle in the center of the hall at a glance. He narrowed his eyes. The whole hall was exactly the same as he had seen in the game, except for the columnar crystal suspended above the throne. He carefully thought about it and confirmed that he had not seen anything similar. It seemed that this was indeed the first time the Holy Cathedral of the Hibernator was opened, and it was slightly different from the later generations. That crystal is a little strange, but there's nothing wrong with it. Our primary goal is not the magic circle in the center, but the star-shaped stone in Enrich's hand, he immediately reminded. Veronica nodded. Since the battle was inevitable, she did not hesitate and directly ordered, everyone, concentrate on attacking the magic circle in the center of the hall. Brando was slightly startled, and he couldn't help but look back at the female Legion commander, but although the other party verbally gave such an order, her eyes never left Enrich. He thought for a moment and understood the thoughts of the female Legion commander. Sure enough, Veronica immediately turned back and whispered to him, later, Mephistopheles and I will distract him, you and Miss Alaz will go and get the star-shaped stone. Brando nodded. He had to admit that the Legion commander of the crew's people was indeed worthy of her reputation. Veronica gave the order, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. In fact, the military officers of the crew's people had begun to spread out on both sides of the hall, standing on the bridge and shooting at the central platform with magic bows. Although these aristocratic knights were usually pampered, most of them were at least in the gold realm, and under the preemptive strike, 2 of the believers of All for One fell to the ground immediately. One of them was shot in the face, and his whole head almost exploded like a smashed watermelon, while the other was pierced through the arm, but compared to the other, it was only a minor injury. Only then did the cultists react, and propped up a magic shield on the platform, blocking the follow-up attacks. As soon as Brando saw the shield, he immediately understood that there was an elemental awakened wizard on the platform. The Wall of Truth was at least an 8th circle spell. The effect of the spell was to forcibly separate the inside and outside of the wall into 2 different worlds, completely immune to all physical attacks. Even the Shire could not cast this spell. The witches who came here with him tried to cast a spell to dispel the spell, and without exception, all of them failed. Since Brando could recognize it, it was naturally not difficult for Veronica and Mephistopheles. In their opinion, Enrich was indeed well prepared. In a battle involving an elemental awakened, the combat power of those below the gold peak was almost meaningless. Of course, Brando was an exception. Before the elemental awakening, he had fought with elemental awakened enemies more than once, of course, that was also thanks to the Planeswalker system. Veronica and Mephistopheles drew their swords at the same time, and floated up at the same time. The green and gray lines of law reflected each other. At this time, Brando found that the two were very compatible. One was a gray sword saint, the other a green sword saint. There was no grudge at all when they worked together, as if they had been partners for many years. Sometimes, old rivals could also be the best partners, because they knew each other too well. In his previous life, some people were keen on gossip about Veronica and Mephistopheles. Brando used to scoff at it, but today he had to believe the truth that the existence of any hot topic in the Amber Sword was inevitable. As soon as Veronica and Mephistopheles joined the battle, the believers of All for One in the center of the platform suddenly became in danger. What a joke! In Brando's view, the elemental awakened wizard hidden in the crowd was at most at the level of elemental awakening, and Veronica herself was at the peak of the law. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles was even more amazing. He could almost be said to be the first existence to step into the extreme planes in the last 50 years of the Cruz Empire. The previous one was Her Majesty the Empress of Cruz, but that was also because of a special opportunity, and before that, there were only the real old monsters left. Because when Veronica attacked, the wizard could still barely hold on, but when Mephistopheles attacked, the magic shield suddenly fell apart, and all the believers on the platform were slapped out of thin air, and one after another, they staggered. Seeing the battle like this, Erech couldn't help but say, Mephistopheles. He almost squeezed the name out from between his teeth. Although he had heard that Mephistopheles was hanging out with the young man, he didn't expect him to really pull down his face to help Cruz, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. But fortunately, he was not unprepared. He saw Erech point forward with his cane, and 5 of the black-robed knight behind him rose into the air. Flying without the help of spells was the most obvious sign of elemental awakening, but Erech actually had close to double digits of elemental awakening by his side, which made Brando wonder if the other party's position in All for One was too high, or the strength of All for One was too strong. However, those elemental awakened existences were only at the level of elemental awakening, and together, they could barely suppress Veronica, but it was still impossible to challenge the current Ash Sword Saint. Erech obviously understood this, and he had to take a step back and look at Ko Hua beside him. Miss Ko Hua, I can only ask for your help. Ko Hua didn't say a word, but just nodded indifferently. But when she turned her head, there was a flash of light in the depths of her eyes that even Erech couldn't detect. Brando saw another person fly up from the group of All for One in less than a moment, and was sighing in his heart that Erech had a lot of talents under him, but suddenly he realized that something was wrong. Looking up and taking a closer look, the conspicuous white hair and red eyes of Ekis' eldest daughter were simply too eye-catching. Brando felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this the slightly dim Ko Hua? He was simply too familiar with her, the ice beauty of the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. Which player wouldn't know her? Not to mention that she was under the control of Dark Soul. I didn't expect Erech to actually wake her up. Brando knew Ko Hua's strength. Although it was far inferior to his cheap teacher, Ko Hua was an ancient twilight species and Ekis' daughter. It could be said that her bloodline was pure, and not something that the two losers, Main and Mare, could compare to. And as a boss, she had many special skills. If she was caught off guard, Veronica and Mephisto might really suffer a big loss. Thinking of this, he hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, teacher, Sir Legion Commander, that's Ko Hua." As soon as Brando spoke, he attracted Ko Hua's attention. Not many people knew her now, except for Erech, and that was because the other party had seen her original body. But she didn't expect that someone on the enemy's side would recognize her in her human form at a glance. Although she was flying in the direction of Mephisto, she actually had other plans in mind. Now that her identity was called out, she was very angry. The eldest daughter of Ekis hated in her heart and immediately looked in the direction of Brando. But what she didn't expect was that Brando seemed to know her character very well. He pulled the little female dragon over first, then lifted the concealing cloak and covered the two of them tightly. Concealing cloak. Ko Hua saw Brando's last move, and then the two of them completely disappeared. Ordinary invisibility spells couldn't escape her perception, but now she seemed to have completely lost Brando's breath. She was experienced and knowledgeable, so naturally she guessed what the other party had used. But unfortunately, guessing was just guessing. It didn't mean that she had a way to break it. Buni was a god in her time who was on the same level as Milos, and was on the same level as her mother. The effect of his cloak was not something she could see through. The girl secretly gritted her teeth and secretly remembered Brando's appearance in her heart. Then she turned around and continued to fly towards Mephisto. Seeing that she turned and left, Brando, who was hiding under the cloak, was really relieved. What a joke, being targeted by a demigod-like existence was not a fun thing. Of course, Brando didn't know that he had been targeted, and thought that he had escaped. While he was relieved, he noticed that Alaz next to him had a look of disdain on her face. "You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it," the little female dragon commented incisively. That was a little arrogant. Brando stared at the little female dragon. "It seems that you still owe me a promise. Believe it or not, I want you to turn into a dragon and fly me over. Anyway, I'm going to trouble a wreck." "You dare?" The little female dragon was shocked. Although there were often legends of the Dragon Knight in history, in fact, no dragon was really willing to be someone else's mount. Just like the Dragon Queen Angelica, her mount was just a pure-blooded flying dragon. If Brando really made her his mount, then she would have no face to return to the dragon clan in the future. Well, even if she had the face to return, the elders would skin her alive. Wouldn't that be a shame to the dragon clan? Of course, although she was threatening on the surface, in fact, she was still a little scared in her heart. The dragon clan valued oaths. In their view, the contracts made under the stars were carried out under the witness of Bahamut, so they generally wouldn't make an oath easily. But once the oath was made, even a lazy guy like Sheeta would have to stay in this desolate place for hundreds of years. Previously, she thought that Brando would lose, so in a moment of excitement, she pulled Sheeta and made a bet with Brando. Now, Sheeta only needed to hand over the useless heart of the dragon. Of course, in Allah's view, it was useless, but she was unlucky. She didn't know what strange request Brando would make. "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just whether I want to or not. So you have to be more respectful to me, understand?" Brando was simply too happy. During this period of time, he was tormented by this little female dragon. Now that he finally got his revenge, the feeling was simply too good to describe. "Is this a request?" the little female dragon whispered. "Of course not. Then why should I respect you? You can be disrespectful, but I can't guarantee that I won't remember making you my mount." Brando replied matter-of-factly. "You." Allah's eyes were red. "You're despicable and shameless." "Same to you," Brando replied. "Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. Now come with me to ambush a wreck. If you get that star-shaped stone later, maybe you can use it to exchange for a request with me." He knew that if he blindly relied on threats, he was afraid that this little female dragon with a temper would not be so willing. But if he guided her patiently and systematically, she would definitely be fooled. Sure enough, the little female dragon's eyes lit up because she found that Brando's words were quite reasonable. If she snatched the star-shaped stone first, she could use it to threaten Brando. If he dared to not withdraw the bet, she would detonate the star-shaped stone. Anyway, the worst-case scenario was that they would all die together. Thinking of this, the little female dragon's eyes were filled with little stars for a moment. She felt that she was simply too witty. Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but they could be considered to have reached an agreement. Buni's cloak had been used twice that day, and there was not much time left for it to last. So they immediately moved, and with the cloak, they carefully flew in the direction of a wreck while sticking close to the wall of the hall. At this time, the battle in the hall had just reached its climax. P.S. Second update, looking for monthly votes. Chapter 8:16. At the beginning of the battle, the black-robed knight beside a wreck had spread out and occupied the two long bridges on the left and right. Therefore, if Brando wanted to sneak up on him, he would have to cross one of the lines of defense. Fortunately, this was no trouble for Brando, who had the concealing cloak. He directly flew over the crowd with the cloak. This kind of sneaky action was exciting for the little female dragon. She asked with great interest, "I didn't know this stupid cloak was so fun before, otherwise I would have asked William for it." "Brando, can you lend it to me for 2 days?" "Not good." Brendel always politely declined this kind of business that could not be returned from. Stingy. Her reasonable request was rejected. Of course, in Allah's view, it was very reasonable. She immediately showed her ferocious side, showing her little white fangs. She glanced at Brando and found that he was still holding her wrist. The little female dragon did not think and directly bit him hard. "Hiss," Brando gasped in pain. Even if his skin was as hard as steel, those were dragon teeth. And why was this guy like a dog? Wasn't she a dragon? He turned around in annoyance, but did not expect Alaz to lie on his back and bite his neck. Brando's veins were popping out. He backhanded Alaz's wrist and pulled her over. Just as he was about to scold her, he found that Alaz was staring at him with her golden eyes. Her little mouth was pursed, and she looked like she was about to cry. Brando was stunned, and then suddenly felt a headache. Only then did he remember that although Alaz was usually like a little demon, she was still just a little girl. According to the age of dragons, she was at most equivalent to a human girl of 12 or 13 years old. Brando was suddenly sweating. He just grabbed her arm a little too hard in a moment of excitement. He did not expect to make the little girl cry. After all, this was a battlefield. He hurriedly stared at the little female dragon, and thought to himself, "Please don't cry. Although the Beauty King's cloak can cover it, it's not awesome enough to watch a movie in it. You're hurting me." Alaz retracted her arm and said softly. Even in his deepest nightmares, Brando had never imagined this side of the little female dragon. He thought for a moment and realized that he did not seem to have the talent to coax girls. If it was someone like Freya, he could still reason with her, but in the face of an unreasonable little girl like Alaz, he was helpless. He was stunned for almost a second before he said, "I'm sorry. No one has ever been so mean to me since I was young." Alaz looked at him with red eyes. Damn, Brando finally understood. She was definitely acting coquettishly. This was the little girl's trump card. But what could he do? They had already crossed the last long bridge and were less than 20 meters away from Erech. Erech was surrounded by a row of black-robed night guards on both sides. Normally, he should be thinking about how to catch the old guy off guard instead of coaxing the little girl here. This was really the most dangerous situation in history, Brando thought. He could bet that if he did not settle Alaz, the little female dragon would definitely make a scene later. Forget about attacking Erech later, it would be amazing if she did not become immortal. Brando looked at Alaz. Of course, he knew what the little female dragon wanted. He just had to look at where her red eyes were looking. Anyway, it was nothing more than the Beauty King's cloak in his hand. Brando gritted his teeth, but still said softly, "Okay, don't cry. I'll lend you the cloak later, okay?" "What do you mean okay?" Alaz's face was still wet, but she wrinkled her nose in disdain. "You don't even know how to coax a girl. Can't you be gentler? So perfunctory. Let's do it again." He looked at Erech's direction and almost lost his temper. "You better be content with what you have, or I'll have to die with you." Erech's words were like thunder to Brendel's ears. "You better know your limits, or I'll have to die with you." Alaz snorted softly with her little nose. She fiddled with her blonde curls. Her long eyelashes were half closed and she glanced at him with the light golden eyes below, meaning "I'm not afraid of you dying with me." She continued to nitpick, "Humph, so rude, not gentlemanly at all. I don't know what Amandina likes about you. Don't think that no one knows what you did in Erech. You only know how to bully women." Brando's eyes widened. "What did I do? For example, forcibly kissing that human princess. And, stop. Brando hurriedly begged for mercy. He finally understood that this little female dragon's voyeurism was not a matter of a day or two. He thought that she had only arrived at the last moment of the battle in Ampere Seal, but it turned out that she had been hiding around for a long time. But the little female dragon's words finally hit his soft spot this time. The last thing Brando wanted to talk about now was the impulse of that night. Even now, sometimes the princess looked at him with a gloomy look. One could imagine how impactful his actions were at that time. In fact, now that he thought about it, sometimes he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Stop, I was wrong, I'm sorry, okay? Hee, it seems that you care a lot about this matter. Alaz finally smiled through her tears. She promised, don't worry, as long as you lend me the cloak, I'll return it to you in 2 days. And later, I'll help you beat up that Erech. She also stood on tiptoe and patted Brando's shoulder symbolically. Brando directly ignored the first half of the little female dragon sentence. The last time she borrowed Scarlet's azure lance to play, the Bugas sent out William, Loger, and Ajani, the 3 wizard leaders, as well as Tolman, the former wizard leader, to get the azure lance back. In between, countless humiliating treaties mixed with blood and tears were signed. Lending something to a dragon, this was something that only a naive girl like Scarlet would think of, and because of this, she was blamed by the Bugas for a long time. But as for beating up Erech, Brando thought to himself that Erech had nothing to do with him. The Battle of Ampere Seal was already considered the end of their feud, and now, at best, it was just beating a dog in the water. The real victim this time was actually Cruz's people, and he was just doing his job. Since the victim did not ask for it, why did he have to be the bad guy and beat up Erech? Brando could only say that he could not understand the little female dragon's thinking logic. But the little female dragon's next sentence immediately messed him up. I know you like that mixed-blood princess, right? That damn old man dared to steal your bride, even I can't stand it, so beating him up is only right. Alaz licked her lips, her sharp little tongue licking her lips until they glistened, her eyes were also shining, and the violent elements in them were obvious. Brendel almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell is this? He hurriedly stopped the little female dragon from continuing, otherwise, who knew what she would bring up? Besides, they had been delayed long enough, and any further delay would affect the situation. In fact, he had already seen Veronica looking around in mid-air in the hall. Needless to say, she was obviously looking for him and Alaz, and wanted to see why they had not appeared yet. Brando raised a finger and motioned for Alaz to keep quiet. At this time, the 2 of them had already flown over Erech's head. The black-robed knight around the Duke was very tight, and he looked left and right, and it seemed that he could only attack from behind. But behind Erech stood a figure in a black robe, neither dressed like a knight, nor like a cultist priest. Brando was a little unsure of the person's depth for a while, but Erech dared to let this person protect his back. Obviously he trusted his ability very much, and thought that he at least had the strength of elemental activation. Can you see through that guy's depth? Brando looked for a long time and had no clue, but the Bunny King's cloak only lasted for the last 10 seconds, and he had to turn back to seek the little female dragon's ability. Weird. I smell our scent on that guy, Alaz said, and sniffed deliberately, then frowned. Us? You mean that's a dragon? Brando was startled, and was glad that he had not acted rashly. What? I didn't say that, the little female dragon rolled her eyes at him. I said that he has our scent on him, but I'm not familiar with this smell, at least I haven't smelled it before. As long as it's a dragon that lives in Wonde, there's no dragon that I don't know. If he really is a dragon, then he must be from other continents. She thought for a moment, then wrinkled her nose and added with some disdain, of course, in fact, it's not only dragons that have the blood of the dragon race flowing in them, we also have some inferior distant relatives, and may also be those things. In short, you need to confirm it yourself. You might as well not say it. Brando saw Alaz showing her sharp teeth again, and hurriedly stopped her. Don't, you want to bite for a while, I want you to bite as much as you want, but not now. Later, I'll deal with Erech, you help me deal with the strange guy behind. No, what if it's a dragon? I don't want to fight my own people. Alaz shook her head like a rattledrum. Well, then you go deal with Enrich, and I'll help you deal with that strange guy. Brando thought for a moment, and felt that this was more feasible. Although the little female dragon was not very reliable, she was still much stronger than him, and after all, she was still a dragon. But no matter how he looked at Alaz, she looked like she had succeeded in her conspiracy, and he did not know what this girl was scheming about. The last 3 seconds of the cloak's duration. Brando did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately pulled the little female dragon to land between Enrich and the strange man in the black robe. At this time, the power of King Buni's cloak was demonstrated. Under normal circumstances, no invisibility spell could completely conceal a person's breath. A low-level invisibility spell could conceal visible light, but could not conceal sound and smell. A slightly more advanced invisibility spell could conceal smell, but the invisibility spell needed to reach the 10th circle of the aura of atmosphere. But no matter what kind of invisibility spell it was impossible to make you invisible face to face in front of an elemental activated opponent, because once you entered the field of elemental activation, the lines of law would naturally surround your body, and in any case, your existence itself would affect the laws, which could not be concealed. But Brando held up the concealing cloak, and was only 3 feet away from the strange man in the black robe in front of him, and almost the same distance from Enrich behind him, so the two of them did not notice at all. Brando made a gesture, and he and the little female dragon immediately stood back to back. The cloak was almost at the last second, and Brando also glanced at the appearance of the strange man in the black robe in front of him. Unfortunately, the other party's face was completely hidden under the hood, and it was impossible to see clearly. He only saw a pair of shining golden eyes, which were very similar to Alaz. Was it really a dragon? He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. And at this time, Alaz had already made her move on Enrich. Enrich held the cane in one hand and the heart of the dragon in the other, completely unaware of the enemy who had sneaked up behind him. The little female dragon directly lifted the cloak, and even without any fancy movements, she stretched out her claws and dragged Enrich back, and then her right hand took advantage of the momentum to snatch the star-shaped stone from Enrich's hand. Enrich was stunned for a moment before he realized that his hand was empty, and that the heart of the dragon had been in the hands of someone else. He stared dumbfounded at the little girl who suddenly appeared in front of him without warning, and asked in a wrong voice, "Who are you?" Then he saw Alaz's pair of very distinctive golden eyes clearly, and he lost his voice, "Dragon Clan?" But Alaz did not have the leisure to pay attention to him, and directly rushed up to punch him in the face. The physical fitness of the Dragon Clan was so strong that Brando also later found out that the little female dragon herself was actually only in the strength of elemental activation, but the power she exerted was already close to the peak of the law of Veronica's strength, and even surpassed it. The Dragon Clan was a natural golden race, and after passing the elemental activation stage, they would directly become golden bodies, and this potential was fully displayed at this moment in battle. Poor Duke Enrich, although his strength had also improved greatly after the Battle of Ampere Seal, but unfortunately this improvement was based on his spellcasting ability. His close combat ability could be said to be still at the level of the former Grand Duke who led the army in the past, and against ordinary soldiers it could be said that he could fight against 10 ordinary soldiers, but in front of Alaz, he was as clumsy and ridiculous as a child. The instinct of decades of military life made him subconsciously pull out his sword to block Alaz's straight punch. Of course, at the moment he was holding the staff that had always been with him. This block would have seemed wonderful to a human at this stage, but unfortunately the little female dragon did not listen to reason, and directly punched his staff, and the staff was torn apart in the air, and then the fist continued to move forward, and smashed into his old face without reservation. Enrich suddenly screamed, and fell on his back with a nosebleed. "Brando, I've avenged you." Alaz screamed very happily, as if she was sincerely happy to be able to avenge Brando. But unfortunately, at this moment Brando was not happy at all. Because at the moment when Alaz lifted the cloak, before he had time to make a move, the cloaked monster in front of him had already reacted, and saw a flash of snow under its robe. With decades of combat instincts, Brando knew that it was a long sword. It was indeed a swordsman, he had expected a little before, because the person's posture looked like a swordsman. But there was also something he did not expect, and that was the speed of the other party's reaction. How could it be so fast? Brando knew at a glance that it was not good. He was unprepared, but his reaction was actually a little slower than the other party's. What kind of concept was this? This was not elemental activation at all. The law moved, and there was no need for reaction time at all. This was the damned pinnacle of the law. Another Veronica, and he had bumped into her. He saw the cloaked monster with a long sword in one hand, and the other hand lifted the cloak, revealing a lizard head full of bright patterns. F***CK. Brando reacted immediately. It's him. There were many lizard men in Wonde, and the lizard men were even divided into many groups. Some lizard men lived in the forest, but most of them were residents of the swamp, but there were also some mutants, such as desert lizards and sea lizards. Desert lizards were marked by their red skin, while sea lizards' typical characteristics were their bright patterns that symbolized poison, and the long fins on their arms and thighs. But there were thousands of sea lizard men in Wonde, and there was only one sword saint, and that was the sword saint of the Red Ring lizard men. Noon. When Brando saw this guy, he understood why this guy was here. The Red Ring lizard men were the most famous of the sea lizard men, and they were once the servants of the deep-scale Nagas, and later became their subjects. Of course, this was not a problem. The key problem was that the deep-scale Nagas happened to be one of the Frost Dew Queen's archenemies. Obviously, these damned lizard men had heard of the Grey-Fin Naga's actions in Ampere Seal, and it was not difficult to infer that they had formed an alliance with the humans, and now, these lizard men had obviously found another ally on land, which happened to be Brando's archenemy. It was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path. Noon stabbed his sword, and the situation was immediately reversed. Brando did not expect to face a sword saint. In the entire Wonde, there were only 17 or 18 sword saints in this era, and they were scattered in the various empires. How could they all gather in Erewhon, and Erewhon was not a place with good feng shui. But when Brando did not expect it, this sword saint who was least likely to appear stood in front of him. This was not like Williams, who was half-baked. Noon itself had the strength of the law of Pinnacle, and its history of becoming a sword saint was much longer than Veronica's. When this sword stabbed over, Brando became the unsuspecting party. He saw the shining sword tip, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but none of them told him how to dodge. 9 Luminary Sword Saint? Stop joking, it was not that fast. Activating the 9 Luminaries sword art required time, and the tip of the enemy's sword was already pointed at his nose. He only had the time to think, either live or die. Even Unyielding couldn't save him. Brendel didn't dare to hope that Unyielding's talent wouldn't treat the head as a vital part. But the moment Brando's blood froze, the floor of the hall suddenly shook, and there was a creaking sound as it tilted downwards. Even the lizard man's sword saint did not expect this sudden change, and he could only watch as the sword tip in his hand pierced through Brando's hair. Brando watched the dramatic scene with his mouth agape, and there was only one thought in his mind: Martha bless me, who saved my life? P.S. Today's first update, there will be a second update later, please vote, everyone. Chapter 8:17. How could I possibly do that? Freya looked into the air in the direction of the voice. She was so shocked that she stood up from the round table. How could I possibly stop a god from waking up? Her mind was in a mess. She didn't know why Milos would choose her. She was just an ordinary person who had nothing to do with the gods. In fact, she thought her ability to accept things was strong enough. Ever since she escaped from Butchie, the series of changes that happened around her had made her dizzy. She finally sorted out a clue and barely adapted to her current identity as a knight. Then suddenly, a god suddenly asked her to help stop its resurrection. What could she do? Pull out the Lionheart sword and stab the god of giants to death? Of course, perhaps in the legends in the future, it would be written that in the last 10 days of the summer in the year of the sword, the female knight Freya assassinated the last god, Milos, the father of the frost giants. After the Azure Night, she truly ended the era of the gods. Then, these records would gradually be sealed in the scrolls and collected in the lowest layers of the wizard's parchment literature. It would not be mentioned again until thousands of years later. Freya suddenly stopped her delusions and shook her head with a red face. What was this? It was impossible. It was obviously a god. How could he be killed by a mortal like her? Drawing the Lionheart sword, stabbing the giant god to death, and then being recorded in history, was a very ridiculous thing. If Brendel was the one writing history, something like this might happen. Anyway, it was just as ridiculous. She patted her face gently and tried to calm herself down, waiting for Milos to speak. Milos seemed to wait for a while before speaking. It's actually very simple. You just have to pull out the Lionheart sword and stab me to death when I wake up. That's all. Freya widened her eyes and half opened her mouth. She even forgot to stop patting her face. It was as if she had been petrified. She was frozen there. Milos suddenly laughed out loud. You have a rich imagination, little girl. But it's just as you think. Of course, it's not that simple. Freya blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that the giant's father was teasing her. This made her feel a little bitter. What could she say? That was a god. A god joking with a mortal. Was there such a precedent in history? However, even if it was a god, it was still a weird guy with the same personality as Brando, Freya thought to herself. But after a moment, she suddenly reacted and looked over in a panic. You can see what I'm thinking? After all, I'm still a god. Don't worry, little girl, I won't hold a grudge against you for your little offense just now. The voice laughed. That meant that he had actually heard it, but he didn't care about it. Freya's face turned red. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Let's get back to the topic, little girl. Actually, this isn't difficult for you. How can that be? I'm just a mortal. You suddenly want me to stop you from waking up. That's impossible. Freya shook her head. She also felt that she couldn't do it. It's because you're a mortal that I chose you, the voice replied. Freya was slightly stunned. She heard the hidden meaning in this sentence. Confused, she asked, why? Because in this era, only mortals have the right to decide their fate. The voice paused. Have you heard the story of the Azure Knight? You mean the Azure Knight pierced through the sky and caused the stars to fall to the ground, thus bringing about the legend of the mortal era? Freya suddenly felt a little melancholy. She nodded. When I was very young, I heard such a bedtime story. She didn't finish her sentence. At that time, the mountains of Buchi were still green. Once spring came, the mountains would be filled with flowers. The flames of war seemed to be a distant term. Who would have thought that 10 years later, there would be such a day? The owner of the voice seemed to have seen the girl's depressed mood. He gently comforted her. I'm sorry for reminding you of the past. But this story is very important to you and to me. Isn't that a fairy tale? Freya raised her head and asked in a daze. Then do you believe that it has happened before? This was a good question. Freya was stunned for a moment. Did she believe in myths? Regardless of whether it was Erwin or Cruz, there were many myths and legends. The distant ones were like the records in the Pale poem. The recent ones were like the story of King Eric and his knight expanding the territory. There were even folk legends, such as the stories to scare children in the forest, and the black prophecies. But should people believe these stories? Some of these stories were fabricated, while some were true. However, after tens or even hundreds of years of spreading, and more or less exaggerated by art, they had long lost their original features. Perhaps the legend of King Eric was still in front of people's eyes, but the story of the Flame King and the other 3 sages was only left with the glorious narratives on the murals. As for the earlier legends about the twilight, they were so distant that they seemed like a dream. There were dreams and nightmares in those dreams, but no one could tell which were real and which were fake. Freya was stunned for a moment before she asked, those are real, right? Some are, but it did happen before. It happened on this land. Freya knew that what Milos was about to say next might be the main point. She quieted down and listened quietly to the father of the frost giants. It was quiet all around. The firewood burned in the fireplace and made a crackling sound. Sometimes she felt that this spacious room might be located in the depths of a mountain. She could even feel the legendary trembling from the depths of the mountains. She didn't know when, but a low, buzzing sound echoed around her. The tea had a lingering fragrance. The tea droplets that flew onto the tablecloth had yet to dissipate. The silver knife and fork reflected the warm glow of the candlelight. The faint flame on the white porcelain tea tray flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It was related to the War of the Twilight Dragon. The gods had a dispute over the future of the world. Martha, our mother, watched us from the hall as always. It was Babel's tower, which later turned into ruins because of the war. But at least in that era, it was still the center of civilization. On the Golden Temple, there was a beautiful marble floor like floating clouds. The gods were in the middle. I could only stand at the end of the long line. When the dispute was at its most intense, the whole hall echoed with the voices of Alphonse and Crystal. Was it the dragon of fury and the dragon of knowledge? Yes. Why should we carry out this plan? Alphonse said so bitterly. He was the most irritable of all his mother's children. Although Tiamat was more resolute, she was much calmer than him. The voice slowly narrated, as if narrating a story that he had seen with his own eyes. Crystal did not reply, but Alphonse continued to mock. The Bronze generation has been lost. In my opinion, it is more in line with the beauty of order to return to the ancient era. We should not listen to those stupid lies at all, let alone give the decision to those useless people. This is the conspiracy of the Twilight, and it can catch us all in one fell swoop. Shut up, Alphonse. At this time, Crystal finally spoke. She was Alphonse's youngest sister. The relationship between the two was once considered stronger than the immortal peak that could never be broken. But at this moment, there were faint cracks. They are also Mother's children. Do you want to make Mother sad by saying this? Under his sister's aggressive attack, Alphonse also panicked. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. However, the wisdom of the crystal was boundless. She continued to speak. Everything that you have said, the arbiters will naturally judge whether it is right or wrong. Our mission is to protect the operation of order, and not to interfere with it. Here, you can only choose whether it is right or wrong. She continued to speak. After a moment of silence, Alphonse could only reply, I will never agree. He looked at his sister, and his disappointment was overflowing. The break between the two was like the birth of a new sea. A gap quickly formed and could not be made up. Freya quietly listened to the story. Even if she only listened to Milos's description, she could imagine the fierce dispute in the floating cloud temple. But what she felt was a little inconceivable was why there would be disputes between the gods. Shouldn't they have always been the guardians of the world of order, like generous elders, silently guarding the people of Wonde? Whether it was slander or gratitude from the mortals, the grace always came from the heavens, but there was never any demand. Why? She finally could not help but ask, those useless people, are you talking about us? Milo's voice paused for a moment. Yes, our dispute stems from a choice. A choice? To continue the mistakes since the era of the gods, or to give the choice to the mortals, especially in the face of an enemy like the Twilight Dragon. Such a choice, even for the gods, is extremely heavy. But why is there such a choice? Freya asked. Do you know the Bronze generation? Freya frowned and shook her head. Actually, you have seen them, the voice prompted. The girl was slightly startled, but this time Milos did not let her continue to guess. Instead, he replied directly, the Bronze generation is rarely mentioned anymore. The Silver folk and the Gold folk have destroyed all documents related to it. The few parts that have been preserved are also locked in forbidden places that ordinary people cannot reach. Because it once proved Lady Martha wrong. Although Mother did not care, it did not mean that we children could easily accept it. It was the same for the Bugas. And the Bronze generation was the monsters scattered across the earth. In the past, on the earth, other than the glorious folk of order, there were the dusk seeds of chaos. Monsters that are between order and chaos do not exist in this world. Freya was completely stunned. She knew about the gold folk, the silver folk, and the black iron folk. But she had never heard of the original monsters, the bronze folk between silver and black iron. But how could this be? She subconsciously rubbed her forehead, feeling a little dizzy. The owner of the voice obviously noticed this too. He asked, "Do you feel a little incredulous?" Freya nodded. "Then we'll have to start with the order of the ancient times." Ko Hua's cold voice echoed over the hall. Before the world of Woned was born in the light, the divine folk and Martha first appeared in the chaos, the supreme beings. With the help of Martha, the divine folk weaved this world and created 17,000 gods to manage this world. Then the gods created the gold folk from the blood and corpses of the divine folk. This is the origin of the gold folk. The gold folk were servants, but also warriors. They were staunch guardians of order. Then there was the silver folk. The silver folk was created because of the contract between Martha and the four elemental sovereigns. With the elements as their bodies, they were created with the blood of the gold folk. The silver folk were thousands of people. They lived in the kingdom on the earth and were the subjects of order. This was the ancient classical order, and the most glorious era. Babel's tower stood in the center of the world, monitoring the earth. There was a fortress above each of the four realms of the kingdom. Valhalla and Avalon were just two of them. Legend has it that the ground of that era was paved with silver, the sky shone with the light of diamonds, the trees bore golden fruits, and the rivers flowed with rich milk. But such a glorious dynasty still fell in the twilight. In the next two eras, the divine folk rebuilt the world twice, but what was the result? The divine folk died one by one, and all the wisdom of the ancient times was only a few words to this day. The most glorious victory of civilization over the Twilight Dragon came from the last war. Just as she said this word by word, the entire spiral hall was uncontrollably capsizing under the control of some kind of force. The central platform had been completely distorted under the great force, and more than 10 long bridges were twisted into a fried dough twist and pulled into the abyss below. Brando was saved by this sudden change, but he immediately realized that he had just escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. The reason for all of this was because of Ko Hua's previous actions. When everyone's attention was focused on the fierce battle in the middle, Brando and the little female dragon happened to be attacking Erech, causing chaos on this side. The eldest daughter of Ekus took this opportunity to fly towards Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. She only symbolically exchanged blows with Mephistopheles in mid-air before her waist was slashed by the Ash Sword Saint. Just as Mephistopheles was still wondering why this demigod-level existence in the Chaos Era was so weak, Ko Hua borrowed the strength of the Ash Sword Saint's attack and fell in a certain direction. The direction she fell was the center of the hall, and behind her, other than the throne on the platform, there was only the purple crystal suspended in mid-air. The battle was so intense that both sides did not have the time to see where Ko Hua fell, but it was this neglect that gave her the greatest opportunity. The moment she approached the purple crystal, Ko Hua turned back in mid-air and grabbed the purple crystal with her claws. If Mephistopheles had noticed Ko Hua's subtle movements, he would have been wary of her previous fake miss, because the strength of this grab was so terrifying that it was at least at the peak of the law. Under the claw, the crystal suddenly shattered into pieces. Then in an instant, the scene of Brando dodging the sword of the lizard-man Blade Master happened. The spiral hall shook violently, and then the whole floor spun and sank down. All the long bridges above the abyss were pulled into a long thin belt. Except for a few people who had the ability to fly or magic, most people, including the black-robed knights, lost their footing and fell down at the first moment. At this time, Brando knew that something was wrong. He looked up and could barely see across the hall that Scarlet had stabbed the azure lance in her hand into the wall. Fortunately, she did not fall, but the figures of Lorena and her husband could no longer be seen in the crowd, not to mention the young prince and the eldest prince of the crew's people. The Shire people were also out of touch. Brando tried to communicate with them telepathically, but only felt a noise coming from below. Something was interfering with the spiritual world of everyone in this hall. And in this place, he could only think of one thing. In just a moment, he saw a huge mouth suddenly emerge from the darkness below. It was something like a giant sandworm, with thousands of teeth in its huge open mouth. Brando knew at a glance what it was, the Frost Devourer. This damn thing was here. It turned out that it did not live in the glacier, but was locked under this hall. He should have thought of it. But he grabbed the edge of the long bridge with one hand, looked up, and looked at Ko Hua in the air with some confusion. He somewhat understood what the eldest daughter of Ekis wanted to do. In the game, he had never heard of such a thing. I have personally experienced that war. Ko Hua floated in the air and finally finished this last sentence. Her eyes were a little blurred, as if she was reminiscing. P.S. Second update. Today is another 10,000 words a day. Everyone, don't just wait and see, please give it your all. Do you want to continue reading the 10,000 words tomorrow? Hurry up, give me some motivation. Roll. Chapter 8:18. Ko Hua seemed to have suddenly gone mad, turning the battlefield into such a mess without distinguishing between friend and foe. She then floated above the hall and said some crazy things. Brando grabbed the bridge to prevent himself from falling. He looked up and saw the lizard man's sword saint at a place higher than him, also holding onto the wall, but the other hand was carrying Duke Arek. Brando glanced around and didn't see where the little female dragon was. He didn't know if she had succeeded, but the star-shaped stone in Arek's hand had disappeared. Looking at his exasperated face, it was either lost or taken away. The black-robed knight that Arek brought with him had long been scattered. Except for those who were extremely lucky, most of the survivors were existences above elemental activation. Brando counted, including the few who were still floating in the center of the hall, there were as many as 11 in total. Even if 2 or 3 lucky ones were excluded, there were still 8 or 9. This number was already extremely terrifying, knowing that there was still Devard outside who was tricked by him. The elemental activation powerhouses gathered here today had already surpassed the entire upper level of Erewhon's power. The situation in the hall now was like this: at the top of the hall, only Mephisto was there, and a little below was Veronica and the black-robed knight from All for One who had previously fought with her. There were about 4 or 5 of them. Further below, floating next to the broken purple crystal, was Ko Hua, who was muttering to herself. The platform under her feet where Milos's throne was placed had already collapsed under the impact of the huge force and rolled into the abyss. Almost none of the All for One wizards on the platform were spared. Only the elemental awakened wizard later staggered up from below, obviously also suffering from serious injuries. Around the hall, the black-robed knight and the noble knight of Erewhon who had previously occupied the long bridges suffered heavy losses. Except for a few who reacted quickly and were still hanging on the cliff, most of them had already fallen down. The hall was filled with smoke and dust. Except for Arek, the lizard man's sword saint, and Scarlet, Brando did not find any other familiar figures. He was very worried about the safety of the Shire, Medisha, and the little prince, especially when the huge mouth of the Frost Devourer below was rising little by little. The countless teeth inside were spinning like a meat grinder. Those who fell were obviously doomed. After the destructive force that swept across the hall disappeared, the lines of law began to stabilize again. Brando soon felt that he had regained the ability to fly, so he let go of the bridge and flew up. However, he did not dare to get too close to the Red Ring Lizard Man's sword saint. From the sword strike just now, he felt that the Red Ring Lizard Man's sword saint was more threatening than Veronica when she was in the loop of trade winds. Although the strength of the two were about the same, one was good at defensive swordsmanship, while the other was good at offensive swordsmanship. The difference was obvious at a glance. And since the star-shaped stone was no longer in Arek's hands, Brando did not intend to stay here for long. Under the cover of the smoke, he carefully flew in the direction of Scarlet. The hall was buzzing, and there were obvious cracks on the surrounding walls, indicating that there might be a second collapse. Brando suspected that this time, the dome of the spiral hall would also collapse. If that was the case, he could not stay here for long. Ko Hua, what are you doing? It was at this moment that a Rex's low and hoarse roar came from behind. No one thought that Ko Hua would choose this moment to retaliate. She had hidden her claws and fangs earlier because she was waiting for the right time. The demons were right when they said that this woman was unruly. A Rex's face turned ashen, but it was too late for regrets. Ko Hua had single-handedly turned the entire battlefield into a mess and completely ruined his plan. Don't you dare imprison me, human. Ko Hua smiled proudly. Didn't you want to see the awakening god? You will see him soon. What do you mean? Ko Hua did not answer. Her face suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain. She opened her mouth slightly and screamed. A cloud of black smoke came out of her mouth, followed by her eyes, nostrils, and ears. The billowing black smoke gathered above the girl and formed a vague human figure. Meanwhile, Ko Hua hung her head weakly and curled up in the air. Her skin was so pale that it was almost bloodless, like an empty shell that had lost its strength and soul. You don't understand what happened in that war, human. A thunderous voice came from the billowing black smoke. Ko Hua's cold voice could be vaguely heard. That was the only time in several eras that the dusk was defeated. That's impossible. Erech roared. After the Battle of Ebabel, even the gods were defeated. Almost all of the golden race died, and the silver race hid themselves. This is the greatest victory of the chaos in history. The Duke raised his arms and roared crazily. What's left of Wone today? The gods had long since abandoned this land, and the most glorious era had passed. What was left was just a bunch of lowly insects. When dusk came again, what could these trash use to resist? They are still fighting for power and profit. They are drunk for some temporary illusions. Such a group of people, is this the so-called civilization? At the end, he was almost contemptuous. It's ridiculous. There was a moment of silence in the hall, but the fanatical chanting of prayers by the believers of all for one could faintly be heard. You're crazy, Erech. Veronica had never thought that a person could be this crazy. She never believed in the fallacy of all for one. The war between the Twilight Dragon and the gods was already a distant memory. Only those evil cultists with evil intentions would hold these illusory myths as holy scriptures. She did not know what the future of Wone would be. Maybe it would be destroyed, or maybe it would continue. But these were not important. For humans with short lives, the most important thing was the present. Just like for her, as long as the Cruz Empire still existed, she had to fight for it, whether it was for her family or for the Empire itself. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles also shook his head. It's ridiculous. The voice in the black smoke sneered. Who told you that the gods left Wone after their failure? Who told you that the golden race all died on the battlefield of the dusk? The silver race hid, not because they were disheartened. Some of the human legends that have been passed down to this day are not groundless. It's just that you don't want to believe it. But there's one thing you're right about. The voice in the black smoke sighed. Wone today is indeed no longer the classical and glorious era. When the power was handed over to the mortals, the era of the gods was gone and never to return. Brando was quietly passing through the smoke-filled area at the bottom of the hall. He would soon return to the place where he first entered the hall, the other side of Erech's direction. The debate between the two sides was going on fiercely above the hall. This scene was a bit like the lengthy opening speech of many important bosses in the game, but a solemn atmosphere indeed shrouded the entire hall. Everyone could feel a storm of energy gathering out of thin air. Brando felt it and realized that the key to summoning the awakening god was actually Ko Hua, and it seemed that no one in the game had actually pulled Ko Hua to this place. But this design was indeed a pain in the ass. Although it seemed to make sense in terms of the plot, Brando could not help but curse in his heart. He glanced down and saw that the Frost Devourer had risen another 100 feet. It was almost within reach. This discovery startled him, and he hurriedly flew up a few more times. Ko Hua, Veronica, and the others were almost above him, but he dared not fly up and let others find out, especially Ko Hua. Who knew if this demigod-like existence would hold a grudge against him? This is an era where everyone chooses their own destiny. Take care of yourselves. The voice in the black smoke still echoed. Under the black smoke, Korfa's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Don't, she whispered softly. The black smoke sighed. You're free, Ko Hua. And I will be reborn. Mephisto's face suddenly changed. Get out of the way, he shouted. As soon as his voice fell, the black smoke that shrouded Ko Hua's head suddenly spread out and rose to the dome of the hall. A few black-robed knights who could not dodge in time were sucked in, and before they could let out a scream, they completely disappeared without a trace. Assimilation. Veronica's face also changed. This was the most typical power of chaos. She hurriedly flew up diagonally, but unfortunately, it was still a little too late. Ko Hua's dark soul rose very quickly and was about to wrap her up, but at this time, the female commander felt someone tugging at her from above, dragging her out of the area where she would surely die. Veronica's face turned pale, and when she looked back, she found that it was Mephisto who pulled her out. She was a little surprised, but then a blush appeared on her pale face. She frowned and complained. Where's your aristocratic etiquette, Mr. Mephisto? How can you grab a lady's hair? Mephisto did not answer, but just looked at her. Thank you. The female commander was stunned for a moment, then replied in a low voice. Drastic changes were taking place in the hall. The black smoke had completely merged into the dome, and the voice let out a burst of arrogant laughter. The bell-like laughter lingered in the hall for a long time. But the changes did not stop there. The sound of resonance in the hall was getting louder and louder. Brando saw that several long bridges had been completely broken and fell into the abyss below. They were bitten by the frost devourer that was climbing up from below. The latter had a good appetite and was not picky at all. Whether it was stone or metal, it was all happily accepted. It was like a gradually approaching black hole. Long cracks crisscrossed the walls of the hall, some of which were already several inches wide. The entire hall was on the verge of collapse. Large chunks of rock fell from above, and in a short while, a skylight was opened in the dome. However, outside the skylight was not a bright sky, but a dark mountain. In fact, the whole mountain was shaking at this moment. The rock wall split into two parts, and half of it had begun to sink slowly. F***CK. Brando finally reacted. This was a landslide. Get out of here. He looked around and finally found the exit that he came in from before. With just a glance, the place was already like a sand castle, with mud and sand falling down, and then falling apart into a pile of ruins. There were a total of 17 arches in the hall, and it seemed that half of them were gone in the blink of an eye. While Brando was stunned, the remaining one-third disappeared. He hurriedly flew to the last few remaining exits, but it was at this time that he felt something hit him from above, causing him to sink down. The thing made a muffled sound, and it was a girl's voice. There were no women on Erek's side. Brando subconsciously thought it was one of Medisha, Scarlet, or Shido, but the voice was not very familiar. He thought it might be Miss Scholar, so he pulled her into his arms. But with this delay, the last few arches had all disappeared. Brando looked at it and suddenly wanted to cry. At this time, the whole hall had obviously reached the end of its long life. The walls in all directions were falling towards him, and there was no way to avoid it. At some point, the buzzing sound that seemed to come from the depths of the mountain became louder and louder, but Freya did not notice it. She quietly listened to Milo's story. It was a long story, and it seemed to bring her thoughts to that distant and glorious era. Tall towers towering in the sky, floating palaces, the golden people in white linen robes, prostrating themselves outside the palaces made of gold, and the air seemed to be filled with the faint smell of vanilla. It was a world of order and civilization, but now, humans seemed to be struggling in ignorance. After a long time, she blinked slightly, looked up, and asked, in other words, the gods gave the power to choose their fate to the mortals. After that, the Azure Knight led the ancestors and defeated the Twilight Dragon. After the stars fell, in order to fulfill the agreement, the gods left Woned and completely handed this land over to us. That glorious era is gone, and today's Woned is an era where we choose our own fate, whether it is destruction or rebirth in the future. You are very smart, the gentle voice replied. But there is still something I don't understand. Why can we do things that the gods can't do? The room was silent for a moment. Because you are the people of this world, and you don't have to fight against it. Freya was slightly startled. I'm sorry, I don't understand the meaning of this sentence. I remember telling you that half of the Iron folk's blood flows in your veins, but unlike the Bronze folk, you have completely given up on your powers. That's why you didn't turn into those demonic creatures whose rationality was corroded by darkness. Freya nodded. That is the reason. The voice replied, the world of Woned was weaved by Martha from chaos. When she placed the law of Tiamat above the sea of chaos, the world was born. The root of our world comes from the order that is built on top of chaos. Therefore, since the birth of the world, this opposition has been rooted in it. The stronger the power of order, the stronger the resistance from chaos. However, the power of chaos has no limit. In other words, one day, this power will even surpass the control of the gods, and our world will also be reduced to ashes. This is the origin of dusk. In several eras, Woned has already experienced destruction several times, and the history of the earliest gold people is long gone. This is the so-called mistake of the gods. In countless eras, the sages and wise men of the gods and other servant races have been looking for a way to end this cycle of mistakes. We have built countless civilizations and orders, but every time, without exception, we have failed. The twilight has come 6 times, and we have failed 6 times. And the only time that we were closest to success was at the end of the last era. Your hero, the Knight of the Azure Sky, broke the sky, causing the stars to fall to the earth. Woned was separated because of this, but at the same time, it really ended the twilight. This was the only time that the civilization was not completely destroyed. Although it still suffered a heavy blow, at least it let us see the possibility of success. The root of all this was a suggestion from the Darkness Dragon. Is it Odin? Freya suddenly interrupted. No, it was earlier than him. Although she could not see, the girl could feel the owner of the voice slowly shaking his head. The Darkness Dragon of the previous generation had already fallen in the Battle of the Twilight. But like Odin, he was a person with extraordinary wisdom. He was the one who asked us to think about this problem instead of blindly increasing the power of order. What we had to do was only to preserve the fire of civilization. Therefore, we could have created a weak civilization that was no longer glorious. It could even be said that it had compromised with chaos. It lacked power, was ignorant, and was even penetrated full of holes by the Twilight Dragon. But because of this, we almost succeeded. Because even chaos cannot devour itself. Freya opened her mouth slightly. She vaguely felt that Milos seemed to be hiding something, but what this voice said was already the most ridiculous legend she had ever heard. The gods actually compromised with the Twilight Dragon. No matter how bad it is, it's fine as long as it exists. Freya was a little uncomfortable. After all, no one wanted to be treated like a bug. No, little girl, civilization will grow. Milos' voice became a little proud. This is the greatness of Mother. This time, it will be a civilization rooted in this world. It will no longer be created or interfered with by us. It will carry the mark of the Twilight Dragon and grow little by little. It will gradually grow stronger and finally merge with the origin of this world. By then, no one will be able to destroy it. But civilization was civilization, and order was, after all, different from chaos. Freya vaguely felt that something was wrong. She shook her head. Then will the Twilight Dragon still descend? The voice was silent for a moment. It will. P.S. First update, please vote. Chapter 8:19. We will. Freya slowly sat back in her chair, her hands clutching her knees uneasily. After a while, she asked in a low voice, "Then what do we do? What do we use to fight against the Twilight Dragon? This time, the Golden Race is no longer around us. Even the Silver Race has retreated from the world. Without a hero like the Azure Knight to lead us, we are barehanded, and we are even caught in a battle with each other. When the twilight comes, will we still have a chance?" Milos did not answer, and a spark burst out in the bright flames of the fireplace. Time was like sand in an hourglass, passing bit by bit, and the space quietly reverberated with a dull buzzing sound. As for the road ahead, the future is shrouded in fog for you and me. Not only me, but even a wise man like Crystal does not dare to say that he knows all the secrets of the universe. Even the gods can't. Even Mother doesn't know everything. Freya opened her mouth. But as long as you still control your destiny, then you still have a chance. The generation of Black Iron must firmly control your destiny in your own hands. This is the last blessing that Mother has given you. This is the era of mortals. Neither the gods nor the Twilight Dragon can interfere. Whether the future is good or bad, it is up to you to decide. Is this why you chose us to come here, Lord Milos? The Night Girl took a light breath, and finally understood the purpose of the father of the Frost Giants. In such an era, no matter what the reason was, there was no need for an awakened god, because the gods had long gone, like dust and smoke, and only existed in the long scroll of history. "You are very smart," the voice repeated. "What should I do?" Freya asked softly. "As I said, use the long sword in your hand to kill it." Freya widened her eyes slightly. She had always thought that it was a joke, but this time, the voice was serious. "But how can I do it, kill a god?" She could not help but blurt out. "Little girl, in your era, there are no more gods. No matter how they are revived or what kind of identity they have, the moment they appear in this world, they are destined to be a fake god." The voice sighed and paused for a moment. "And you, Freya, this is your era." Freya stared blankly at the opposite side of the table. On the empty chair, there seemed to be a wise elder sitting there. And in this short period of time, he had already told her a long story. There were many things that she didn't need to know. Kacha. A long crack suddenly appeared on the floor of the room, and the low humming sound finally converged into a sharp roar. The entire mountain shook as though it was sinking slowly, and even the floor of the room was tilting. Freya was almost thrown out of her seat. She quickly held onto the table and looked in that direction in shock. "Looks like this place is about to disappear." The voice paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Lord Milos. Freya, remember my words, I'll be waiting for you." Freya held her breath. Perhaps she didn't want to, or perhaps she deliberately ignored this point. It was as if she suddenly remembered that the Frost Giant's father wanted her to kill himself. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the cabin in the glacier was tilting more and more, just like the cabin before it sank. Even the walls were starting to crack like a spider web. The ground was falling apart, as if it was going to disappear completely in the blink of an eye. Freya grabbed the edge of the table tightly and stared at the empty chair. "Lord Milos. Do you want to say goodbye, little girl?" "No, it's not." Freya shook her head, struggling to keep her balance. She managed to straighten herself and bowed deeply to the chair. She wanted to say thank you, but sometimes there was no need to say this sentence. 1,000 words were better than silence. A crack that ran through the entire ceiling appeared above the girl's head, and the ground under her feet began to sink freely, cracking and protruding, revealing the ice below. "There's no need for that." The voice smiled slightly, as if shaking its head. "There's no need for that. But before children go alone, they should always tell their elders that they are safe." The girl knight straightened up, rubbed her eyes, and replied with a smile. "Thank you. Then let's meet again in history." The voice fell silent, and a white halo spread out from Freya's body. This faint light bounced off all the ice that fell on the girl, making her seem to be able to stand upright in this collapsed room. And just in Freya's vision, the round table was sliding to one side, and opposite it, the empty chair suddenly flipped backward, and then was swallowed by the shattered ice and disappeared. "Thank you," she answered softly in her heart. In the next moment, the collapsing layer of ice slanted down, burying everything in this place in darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed in the darkness. Brando lay quietly on a glacier like a blind and deaf man. The cold and slippery feeling under his body told him that there was thick ice on his left and right, and perhaps some snow. But other than that, there was only darkness. About a few feet away, there was a soft breathing sound. Other than his own breathing, this soft breathing sound was particularly jarring in the silence. He didn't know how long he had been lying there, and he didn't know how many times he had tried, but he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could finally control his numb limbs. First, it was his fingers, then his wrist, and finally his entire arm. He gritted his teeth and used his arm to support himself, and after a few minutes, he finally regained feeling in his legs. Then, he tried to get up from the ground, but just as he raised his head hit the ceiling. It was a very narrow space. This was Brando's first thought. Where was this place? This was his second thought, and the ability to think seemed to have gradually returned to his frozen brain. He gradually recalled everything that happened before he fainted. Ko Hua seemed to have used his dark soul to awaken the awakening god, and the key to everything was the purple crystal suspended on the platform. Then, the entire spiral hall collapsed. This was something that had never happened in the game, and now, this place should be under the abyss of the spiral hall, right? Oh right, what about the frost devourer? He remembered the huge worm. He thought that he would be eaten by it when he fell, but he didn't expect to be lucky enough to escape with his life. It was a pity that he didn't have the light source on him, and he used up all his mana when he was fighting with Devard. Otherwise, he could at least cast a spell to check the surroundings instead of guessing. Brando thought for a moment, and decided to check out the place first. He remembered that when he was lying on the ground, there was another breathing sound not far away, so he immediately lowered his body and groped in that direction. But after a few steps, his hand touched a soft body that was still warm. "Fortunately, you don't seem to be dead." Brando groped the other person's body for a while, and suddenly found that something was wrong. He grabbed it with his hand and finally confirmed that it seemed to be a woman. This discovery startled him, and just as he was about to stop, the other person seemed to have woken up and made a soft, sound. It was an unfamiliar girl's voice. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly let go of his hand and asked guiltily, "Miss Shido?" There was no response in the darkness, and Brando only saw the other person open her eyes. Don't ask him how he knew the other person opened her eyes. Because it was a pair of silver eyes that shone brightly in the darkness. At that moment, cold sweat fell from Brando's forehead. Silver people, gold people? Damn, no way, could it be Allah's? Is it such a coincidence that I touched her first? Brando couldn't believe that if he touched Allah's body, he would be laughed at by the little female dragon. Maybe something like a pervert or something like that would come out of the mouth. And this was secondary. What if she flew into a rage again? Or what if she burst into tears again? Allah's previous performance in the spiral hall had left a deep impression on him. But he immediately shook his head. No, this was not Allah's. Allah's eyes were the kind of golden pupils with light silver, the typical eyes of the gold people. And the pair in front of him, said to be the eyes of the silver people, did not look like it, but because the eyes of the silver people were not so light, this pair of eyes somewhat resembled the eyes of Princess Griffine. But of course, Princess Griffine was not here. Could it be the little prince? Brando's cold sweat increased. It was ridiculous enough for him to let the little prince dress in women's clothing, and now this was a joke. He did not know how the other party would view him as a teacher. But that was not right. How could the little prince have breasts? Brando immediately realized that he had misunderstood. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have caught a girl before he fell. He thought it was Shido at first, but now it seemed that his guess was wrong. Thinking of this, Brando took a step back and looked at the other party quietly. He could not be sure whether the other party was a friend or foe. It was better to wait for the other party to react first. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped back, he heard a voice like an orchid in an empty valley ask, "How did you recognize me at that time? I mean, how did you recognize my human form?" This sentence was like a bolt of lightning. It struck Brando right on the top of his head, directly freezing him there. Wei. Wei Ko Hua. Yes. The silver eyes blinked gently, as if disappearing for a moment in the darkness, and then reappearing again. That was my previous name. I haven't used this name for a long time. My name is now Ko Hua, you can call me Ko Hua. That was not right. Brando thought to himself, that was not right. The first running wolf that appeared in the twilight, the eldest daughter of Ekis, as a twilight wolf, should not have a pair of blood-red eyes, and the voice should also be the cold tone that he was familiar with before, but what was going on with the one in front of him? Could it be Allah's prank? No, absolutely not. If it was the little female dragon, she would never make such an obvious mistake in the color of her eyes. It was not that difficult to change the color of her eyes with magic. He frowned and could not help but ask, "You? Are you really Ko Hua?" The eldest daughter of Ekis, the first running wolf in the twilight, one of the supreme monsters. The silver eyes moved up and down. This was because it was nodding. Brando took a breath of cold air. At this moment, he finally reacted. This was not Ko Hua, this was Ko Hua's good side. However, this understanding made him fall into confusion. What was going on? Ko Hua's dark side became the awakening god, and her original body was only left with the good side. That is to say, the eldest daughter of the Twilight Wolves did not have dual personalities, but a true body with two souls. He suddenly remembered what she called Ko Hua before, sister. This script was not right, Brando secretly exclaimed. The dark side of Ko Hua became the awakening god, and the good side of Ko Hua also survived. This was not the same as history. Brando remembered in the history of the game, Ko Hua's dark side and good side perished together, and after the holy cathedral of the Hibernator dungeon, the identity of Ekis' eldest daughter no longer existed. But now what was going on? History had inexplicably changed. Could it be that this was the original setting of the game? If the awakening god was resurrected, then it would enter this historical line. If the awakening god could not be resurrected, then it would enter that historical line in the game. Brando suddenly had a little realization. No wonder no one in the game had ever seen the awakening god. It turned out that history had long been changed, and the result had been written down. But now there was a problem. No, it should be a big problem. Brando realized that their group seemed to have inadvertently changed history, and it was not like the history of Ampere Seal and Erewhon only changed. The eldest daughter of Ekis, the dark side of Ko Hua, the difference between such an existence and a mere aristocratic meeting in Erewhon did not need to be elaborated. It was clear which was more important. And if Brando remembered correctly, the next big chapter after the birth of the Empire was the return of Ekis. This was a change that could even affect the entire course of the Great Demonic Wave, and even change the future direction of Wond, shaking the foundation of the terrible war in the future. More importantly, this change was different from the one in Ampere's Seal and was triggered inadvertently, even completely beyond his expectations, and no one knew whether this change was good or bad. Brando could only be sure of one thing, and that was that in the game, Ekis was killed by players, because before Ekis was resurrected, his 12 daughters were also killed one after another, and the process was almost the same as killing Ko Hua in the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. And now, Ko Hua survived, so what about Ekis? And if Ekis did not die, what would Wond become? Brando could only think of 5 words. The dusk of the world. He just stared at Ko Hua in a daze, his mind in a mess, and for a moment he even forgot to reply to the other party. After a while, Ko Hua opened her mouth to break the silence. She said softly, "I seem to have scared you, right?" Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head. "Then why have you been in a daze?" "Because I'm thinking about whether to kill you or not," Brando answered seriously. "Ah." Ko Hua was shocked, but she seemed a little puzzled. "Why do you want to kill me, Mr. Human?" Brando was silent for a moment. In fact, he was not joking, but he really did have such thoughts in his heart. "Because you are Ekis' daughter, the first wolf in the dusk, and in the not-too-distant future, your mother will be resurrected again. And if you are still alive at that time, it will be unfortunate news for humans. If you are alive, many people will die. Ko Hua blinked her eyes. You seem to be a prophet, nothing can be hidden from you, Mr. Human. She paused for a moment. My mother once told me that in the darkness that no one can see, there is a river that quietly flows, and that river flows to an unknown future. Those who can see that river can see the end of the future. Mr. Human, can you tell me, why do you seem to be able to see everything behind the fog? Brando pursed his lips. Because of some special reasons. The killing intent in his heart had already risen, so he did not hide it anymore. Moreover, lying all the time was very tiring, so telling this to Ko Hua made him feel very relaxed. He exhaled. The kind Ko Hua was very popular among the players, and he did not have any bad feelings towards this seemingly simple little girl. But her existence was a threat to Wond, and she clearly understood this, so he was not surprised. And the more this was the case, the more nervous Brando became, because this proved that his guess might be correct. You are telling me this because it is your secret, Mr. Human, the girl replied faintly, appearing very calm. The reason you are telling me this is because you know that I can keep your secret, right? Brando nodded. The kind Ko Hua was very smart, and had already guessed what he was thinking. But what if there is a third person here who heard our conversation? Ko Hua asked again. Brando was terrified. He knew that Ko Hua was not just saying empty words to scare him. Since Ko Hua said this, there must be a meaning behind it. He quickly turned his head, and at this time, Ko Hua had already chanted a spell. Suddenly, light appeared in the dark underground. Brando squinted his eyes under this sudden light, and then he finally saw the battered and exhausted person sitting not far away in the ice cave. Enrich. Brando's heart surged with an incomparably strange feeling. Ko Hua, Enrich, and himself. In this small space, there were three of them gathered. It was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow path. But he immediately felt a little strange. This place was so big, and at such a close distance, with his perception, how could he not have noticed the breathing of a third person? Even if he did not notice it before, there was no reason why he would not have noticed it after waking up. Thinking of this, he turned his head, and saw that there was a little mischievous slyness in Ko Hua's eyes. I used a little trick, Mr. Human. You won't blame me, right? Being played by a real demigod, Brando was so angry that he almost laughed. He pointed at the battered and exhausted Enrich and asked straightforwardly, You are counting on him to save your life? If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but this person seems to be my enemy, right? P.S. 10,000 delivered at the second watch. Where is the promised ticket today? Chapter 820. The magical ball of light illuminated the surroundings, and the pale white light outlined the uneven contours of the ice surface, forming an inverted bowl-shaped ice chamber, narrow and quiet. In response to Brando's question, Ko Hua only looked at him with a slight smile, her eyes calm, neither arguing nor refuting. On the other side, Enrich half leaned against the ice wall without saying a word. He had hit his forehead, and his wrinkled face was full of blood, looking extremely miserable. Do I really have to stab her with my sword? If she's a ferocious monster, I won't feel any psychological burden, but she's just a harmless little girl. Even though her existence could lead to a very bad future, causing many people to lose their homes, friends, and family, it's just a possibility. If the girl was eager to argue, he might think that she had ulterior motives, but Ko Hua was very smart. She did not say a word, but instead appeared calm, making Brando unable to do anything. Brando had already held his sword in his hand, but in the end he sighed and put down the dark blade. He could not kill someone because of a groundless possibility. He was still too soft-hearted. Brando could not help but shake his head. If Amandina saw this, she would definitely privately warn him that a person who wanted to achieve great things should not be too wishy-washy. But he did not know that Amandina had always been loyal to him because he was different from the other nobles. After all, Amandina's heart was not made of stone, but she was afraid that he would be consigned to eternal damnation by the cold-blooded noble's schemes. A disdainful snort came from behind. Brando looked back and saw Erech's unkempt face that looked like a beggar's, but his expression was full of contempt, as if he did not care about his soft-heartedness. His heart was filled with anger, and his guts grew. I can't do anything to Ko Hua, but you think I can't do anything to you? Your hands are stained with the blood of Erewhon's people, and your actions in Ampere Seal have completely pushed him to the opposite side of civilization. Under the rule of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, just colluding with the demons is a serious crime, not to mention luring the demon army to the surface and stealing the portal of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. You almost destroyed the port of Ampere Seal with hundreds of thousands of people. Any one of these crimes is enough to kill you 10,000 times over. Brando stared coldly at the once all-powerful Duke of Erewhon. At the same time, Erech raised his head and looked at him. His eyeballs twitched under his long eyebrows. With just one sentence, he immediately made Brando freeze on the spot. The Dark Dragon? Brando sucked in a breath of cold air, and almost couldn't resist nailing this guy to the ice with his sword. What did you say? As far as I know, there is only one person who can see through the fog of history, Erech replied slowly. That is the Dark Dragon foretold by the witches. Fighting with someone who walked in front of history, my defeat is not unjustified. He closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate. This guy seems to be certain that I am the Dark Dragon. Brando was a little speechless. He wondered if the witches in the snow country of Bunasan had any sense of confidentiality. How could their prophecies be known by everyone? Weren't they afraid that the Holy Cathedral of Fire would find the successor of the Dark Dragon and kill him first? But he immediately realized that there seemed to be a problem with this thought. In the Dark Prophecy, the Dark Dragon who had returned to Wonde was omniscient and omnipotent. He could see through the fog of history. Since he was so powerful, he naturally wouldn't be killed by the Holy Cathedral of Fire. If the Dark Dragon died, it would only prove that he wasn't the real Dark Dragon. This was AF * King paradox. Brando finally experienced the strength of these guys who wrote the prophecies. Anyway, both sides of the prophecy made sense. It just depended on how one wanted to interpret it. Just like Erech at this moment. Brando suddenly understood the other party's thoughts. This duke was arrogant and unwilling to admit that he had lost to a mortal, so he simply believed that he was the Dark Dragon. Anyway, this was the only way to explain his previous conversation with Ko Hua. Of course, this kind of stubborn conjecture was just a joke to the average person. They just had to laugh it off. But for Brando, it was a bit of a fluke. First of all, he had the inheritance of the Dark Dragon. Although this thing was hidden very well, it wasn't completely impossible for the Holy Cathedral of Fire to find out if they wanted to. Secondly, the ability to predict the future that he displayed seemed to be the only explanation that could be explained by the rumors of the Dark Prophecy. However, he knew that the reason for this was not because he was omniscient and omnipotent, but because he had transmigrated from the future. But the problem was, who would believe it? Another thing that puzzled Brando was why Erech looked like he had accepted his fate. In his understanding, this duke was definitely a guy who wouldn't give in until the last moment. He didn't look like a dejected loser who seemed to have suffered a setback. As far as he knew, this Duke Erech had a rich life and it wasn't all smooth sailing from his birth to where he was today. He had encountered countless setbacks, big and small. In his youth, he even lost his beloved woman because of the battle for the inheritance of the title. Brando once suspected that it was this reason that drove him to madness and paranoia, where he gave up his title of Duke and ran off to become a cultist. And in any case, compared to these experiences, this defeat to Erech wasn't considered a huge setback in his life. Who was this Duke acting like this for? There were only two people here with him and Ko Hua. Ko Hua definitely couldn't save him. Was he trying to retreat in order to advance? Did this Duke really think that he was so soft-hearted that he didn't dare to kill? Brando frowned. It definitely wasn't that simple. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Erech. His gaze quickly froze and stopped at Erech's hand. Duke Erech's hand didn't look like the hand of a duke at all. It was weather-beaten, which was in line with his identity as a soldier. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was the ring on his index finger that was shining faintly. It was a ring in the shape of a snake. The ring's snake ring. So this was the key. Brando said in his heart that it was close. He almost forgot about this thing. This thing had brought him a lot of trouble when he first came to this world. He didn't forget the purpose of this ring. If he accidentally killed a wreck here today, the news that he was the Darkness Dragon would immediately be known by the higher-ups of All for One. The Darkness Dragon was the mortal enemy of the four sages, but the saying that an enemy's enemy was a friend was not universal. The relationship between the Darkness Dragon and the Twilight Believers was also like fire and water. All for One would definitely be happy to see him fight with the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Thinking of this, Brando couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So this was what this guy was thinking. He put the ring in the most conspicuous place to warn him. What's wrong? Erek saw the change in Brando's expression and asked, "Is the Darkness Dragon so soft-hearted that he doesn't dare to kill?" "That's not the case. He just took a fancy to your ring. How about this? You take off the ring and give it to me. I'll give you a quick death and reluctantly arrange for you to meet your master, the Twilight Dragon." Brando replied snappily. Erek laughed, as if he had finally recovered from his previous embarrassing state. "No need to be so troublesome. This is just an ordinary ring. There is no problem with magic dissipation. You can kill me with a sword and then come and take it yourself." Old fox. Brando cursed in his heart. This was a typical case of taking advantage of others and pretending to be innocent. Little rascal. Erek was also cursing. He couldn't help but be glad that there was still Ekis' eldest daughter here, allowing him to get hold of the other party's weakness. Otherwise, in his current state, he might have executed Brando on the spot. However, Brando's sharp reaction also made him secretly shocked. He originally thought that he would have to threaten him personally, but he didn't expect the other party to understand the cause and effect just by taking a look at his ring. This not only required brains, but also a deep understanding of the internal structure of All for One. Where did such a monster come from? Erek couldn't help but be puzzled. Of course, Erek couldn't be killed. Fortunately, as long as he was still in his hands, he wouldn't dare to reveal the secret easily. Otherwise, his only means of survival would be gone. Brando was already well aware that this Archduke Erek would definitely not be willing to die like this. If he hadn't seen the ringed snake ring earlier, the other party would most likely have taken the initiative to remind him, or simply threatened him directly. His purpose was to live, not to reveal the information of who the Darkness Dragon was. Now that the two could be said to have grasped each other's weaknesses and thoughts, they were also afraid of each other for a while, but instead reached a certain balance. Although they didn't say it out loud, they had a tacit understanding. Brando simply ignored this old fellow, Erek. Besides, there were still many empty places in the dungeon of Castle Hades. When they reached his territory, he had plenty of ways to make the ring ineffective. As for what thoughts were in Erek's mind, he couldn't care less. In any case, Erek believed that the Darkness Dragon was his greatest reliance, but in fact, Brando's trump card was far more than that. Since Erek was willing to go down this path to the end, he might as well beat him at his own game and send him on his way. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. Brando turned to look at Ko Hua, who was lying on the ground, watching this scene with interest. Brando asked, "How do you want me to deal with you, Miss Ko Hua, the princess of the Dusk Clan?" "You don't have to call me that," Ko Hua smiled and replied cleverly, "since you didn't kill this gentleman, you won't kill me before he dies, right?" Brando sighed. He was seen through again. Didn't they say that people with big breasts had no brains? Why was Ko Hua an exception? Could it be because the physiological structure of the Dusk Wolves was different from that of humans? He couldn't help but look at the girl lying quietly on the ice. She was wearing a thin robe, but she didn't seem to feel cold at all. Her chest was moving up and down slightly with her breathing. If her identity was ignored, this eldest daughter of Ekis was really like a goddess. At least her figure could be considered flawless. Even the loose black robe couldn't hide her graceful curves. Even a real goddess would be jealous of her. Brando looked at her and suddenly remembered the feeling he had before. His brain heated up and he quickly covered his nose, afraid that he would make a fool of himself. Ko Hua giggled like a young girl, as if she didn't care. Since there was no way to solve the problem here, Brando had to think of a way to figure out where he was. He only remembered the scene when he fell from the spiral hall. But no one knew what was below the abyss. It seemed that there were players in the game who went down, but there were intersecting glaciers below. In the center of the deadly frost forest, glaciers were everywhere. No one had the time to explore these large and small glaciers. And now, it seemed like he was in the middle of these glaciers. These glaciers that had existed since ancient times were of different sizes. The large ones could span several miles, and the small ones were like the ice cavern he was in now. "Can I borrow your magic?" Brando turned and asked Ko Hua. Ko Hua nodded, and the ball of light quickly flew to his shoulder. Brando groped along the ice wall for a while. This long and narrow ice cavern stretched for dozens of meters and was made of blue ice. The ice surface sometimes reflected light, making the whole cavern look strange. But Brando walked around and couldn't find a way out. The entire ice cavern was completely sealed, and there was no way out even above his head. He checked again and finally gave up. He couldn't help but return to his original spot dejectedly. He also had some doubts. Was this place a sealed space? Then how did they fall here? Or was it the landslide caused by the collapse of the spiral hall that buried this place? If it was the second possibility, then it was a big problem. He clearly remembered that it was half a mountain wall. Who knew how thick it would be when it collapsed? And it was hard to say how much air there was in this ice cavern. Ko Hua saw him return and asked softly, "Mr. Human, are you looking for a way out?" Brando suddenly raised his head and looked at the eldest daughter of Ekis. He asked, "Do you know where this place is?" Ko Hua nodded. "This should be the bottom of the spiral hall, the god's eternal rest." The god's eternal rest? Brando chewed on the name and suddenly realized. This is the place where Surash sleeps. Surash? "I'm talking about the awakening god," Brendel replied. Ko Hua nodded again. "So it's here." Brando suddenly understood. He looked at Ko Hua. "You seem to know." "I've always known, Mr. Human." Ko Hua replied. "Actually, the awakening god is Milos. Although we fell into eternal sleep after that battle, it's just a saying. Just like how I can wake up, so can Milos." "That's not right." Brando was a little confused. "Shouldn't Milos be on our side? Then why did you go through so much trouble to revive him?" "Ignorance," Arek's voice interrupted. Brando looked back at him and understood that there must be some inside story. However, he did not expect the Duke to tell him, so he simply turned back to look at Ko Hua. Ko Hua smiled slyly. After the era of mortals, another god was born on the earth. This is not good news for you. And the key is that the one controlling Milos now is my other side. Brando frowned. He knew all this, but he felt that she was hiding something. There's a problem here. If I remember correctly, although Milos is only a frost giant god, his level is not lower than your mother's. And this is his home ground. Your other soul shouldn't be able to take over his place, right? Even if Milos has just woken up, it's still the same. Not to mention, Miss Ko Hua, that's only half of your soul. Under normal circumstances, that's true, Ko Hua replied. But Lord Milos' consciousness is not in his body. What? Brando was shocked. You mean the giant god has only woken up in his body? Ko Hua nodded. This was a big problem. Didn't this mean that this so-called Surash was actually very similar to the dark side Ko Hua? But a vengeful descendant of the twilight controlling the corpse of a real god was no joke. If Milos' body only had its own power, it would be fine. If it also had the functions and territory of a god, then it would not be fun. However, Brando felt that since this was the boss of the holy cathedral of the hibernator, its strength should not be too outrageous. Of course, this could only be a beautiful wish. After all, history had changed. Besides, this was not a game. Who knew what would happen? I remember you call your other side sister? Brando suddenly said with lingering fear. Your sister doesn't seem to have a very good personality. Ko Hua looked at him awkwardly. Mr. Human. Of course, Brendel understood why Korfa felt awkward, because he was probably the only one here who was most familiar with the two sides of the same body. The kind-hearted Korfa was a pacifist through and through. It was said on the forum that her biggest wish was to be a gardener. Of course, no one knew where this strange saying came from, but it had a certain degree of credibility. And Korfa's sister was a true war maniac. The dark side of Korfa was the reason for this boss' existence, and she was bent on reviving the Twilight Dragon, which coincided with Arek's point of view. However, the dark side Ko Hua would occasionally be in a good mood. Perhaps she would not appear so manic, such as her behavior at the beginning of the hall. But this kind of thing was too illusory. Brando did not dare to gamble with this kind of thing. He looked at this sealed space. The first task now was naturally to find a way out, and the only way was to dig a way out. He could only pray that the ice above his head was not too thick, or that he was lucky enough to dig into an ice crevice. And because he did not know how much air there was in this ice cavity, he had to start immediately. But this matter obviously could not be done by him alone. He looked back at Arek and Ko Hua and asked, "You two don't want to die here together, right? P.S. Please vote." Chapter 8:21. The layer of ice was thicker than he had imagined. Fortunately, in Brando's opinion, the so-called 10,000-year-old glacier was only slightly more solid than glass. With a strength that was thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person, and the mastery of the most fundamental law of this world, the line, the so-called solidity of the mortal world, had become a relative concept here. However, Brando did not dare to bombard the ice with a strength that was hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Techniques such as piercing strike and Medish's attack of 1,000 armies could cause a large collapse of the ice wall, but it was more likely to cause a second collapse, and then completely seal them in this cold and dark underground. Therefore, he could only cut off the ice layer by layer, and he had to avoid the weakest parts of the structure. Sometimes, after digging for dozens of feet, he would find that the ice was like broken glass stacked together. Even if he cursed his bad luck in his heart, he could only change direction and continue. No one dared to gamble with their lives. Ball of Light was a first circle spell of the air element, lasting for a fixed time of half an hour. Ko Hua's spell was extinguished twice during this time, but the eldest daughter of Ekis was amazingly well behaved. She did not need to be reminded, nor did she make any small movements, and would naturally add another spell. She was like an obedient noble girl who had been educated by the upper class, rather than the eldest daughter of Ekis, the head of the monsters that made people pale. Brando was fine, as there were many rumors about this young lady in his previous life, but Arek looked at Ko Hua again and again, and was extremely uncomfortable. But in fact, Ko Hua's dark side was her nature as the eldest daughter of Ekis. It was unknown where her soul came from. For Brando, cutting the ice layer was purely physical work, without any skills, and was extremely tiring. He dug a tunnel that only allowed one person to pass through, and after digging forward for about 150 meters, of course, there were countless detours along the way, he was already exhausted and had to change to rest. Arek snorted in disdain and went up. Although he was a soldier, he had learned systematic magic skills after joining All for One. Although it was not as outrageous as elemental activation, it was more than enough to burn the ice. Usually, when a mage fought a swordsman, there was nothing fancy about it. The speed of the swordsman was so fast that the mage had no choice but to use the most basic spells to end the battle. Therefore, when a wizard or an elementalist fought a swordsman, it was usually a contest of pure strength. The winner would be decided within a few rounds. However, in all aspects other than combat, spellcasters still had a huge advantage. It was no wonder that Arek laughed at Brando. He cast a few fire spells and directly melted a tunnel in the ice. His speed was at least several times faster than Brando's. Unfortunately, the Duke's complacency didn't last long. He had only cast a few spells, and he was already panting. He couldn't help but be surprised. Logically speaking, even though the stamina of adepts had always been a problem, it shouldn't be to the extent of falling ill after casting a few spells. Enrich was puzzled, but it was Brando who reacted first. The reason was the air. There was not much air in the cave, and Enrich still cast a fire spell. Wasn't this suicidal? After being ridiculed by Brando, even the thick-skinned Duke couldn't help but blush. He had to change to other spells to cut the ice layer. He finally chose the Wind Blade, which was the same choice as Brando's, and earned him a lot of ridicule. Because he didn't have an advantage, in the end, Enrich's distance was not as far as Brando's. He dug forward for 100 meters, and then retreated dizzily. His strength was already far inferior to Brando's, not to mention that a wizard's casting consumed more energy than a warrior's swinging a sword. After the two retreated, it was Ko Hua's turn. Originally, Brando suggested that he and Enrich would take turns, and Ko Hua only needed to maintain the light. After all, if two big men were to let a little girl replace them, not to mention Brando, even Enrich would feel a little embarrassed. No matter how fanatical Enrich was, he was still from the upper class. With his education, in fact, even two Brandos would not be able to catch up. However, what surprised the two was that the seemingly delicate Miss Ko Hua had power beyond their imagination. They didn't see this young lady use any means, but they saw the layers of ice disappear layer by layer. Her speed of advancement was more than 10 times faster than Enrich's, and even Brando could only look on in the dust. The two were so surprised that they gave up their hostility and asked what means she used, but Ko Hua only used 2 words to shut them up. Divine power. They could only keep their mouths shut. Ko Hua had the purest bloodline of the Twilight tribe. Although the Twilight Dragon was chaotic, it was also a manifestation of the rules. It was actually reasonable to say that it was a god. Below it, Ekis was a real ancient god, but he didn't belong to the same god system as Martha. Ekis's daughters, from Ko Hua to Jean Hai, were all demigods. This was also known by Brando. Divine power, on the other hand, was the power of existence. Brando could see it, but it was unattainable. Enrich looked at the ice path opened by Ko Hua and was silent for a while. The Duke seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he turned around and glanced at Brando. Count Tonagel, what are you thinking about? Brando was slightly stunned. He was thinking about the Shire, Medisha, and Hippamra. There had been no news of the 3 of them since the collapse of the Spiral Hall. He didn't know if they were dead or if this place blocked spiritual communication. Brando convinced himself that it might be because of the latter reason, because Medisha, the Shire, and the others were not only outstanding in strength, but also had rich experience. They were stronger than Enrich, and if even Enrich could survive, even if the 3 of them were unlucky, they wouldn't be buried under the glacier together. There was no response from the other side, which could only mean that this place blocked spiritual communication. Moreover, this was the land of eternal rest of gods. According to the game, this was the core of the boss area, so it was normal for there to be some special effects. After all, there was a constant dimensional anchor outside the Spiral Hall. However, he was more worried about the little prince. The little prince's strength was not even a silver. If he accidentally lost the little prince here, Princess Griffine would definitely tear him apart. Of course, the princess might not be a match for him now, but Brando didn't want her to hate him for the rest of her life. He was annoyed, but he didn't expect Enrich to take the initiative to talk to him. This was simply a fantasy. Although they had communicated before, it was limited to ignorant. Stupid. You burned all the air here. Are you planning to die with me? You're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. These kinds of meaningless lines. Brando couldn't help but look at Enrich strangely. I'm a little curious, Enrich said without waiting for Brando's reply. With your ability and strength at such a young age, where can't you make a name for yourself? I heard that woman Veronica had extended an olive branch to you in the loop of trade winds. You have no background, so you'll be greatly valued in the Empire. Isn't it better than messing up the situation in Erewhon? Oh, Rex suddenly added, I forgot that you're Darius' grandson. But with Darius's relationship with the Wind Elves, you'll be a real count in Saint Tossol with just a word. If I remember correctly, you're just a count now. You even have to fight for your own land. What's the difference between you and those cheap knights in the Holy Cathedral? The old man shook his head as he spoke. He obviously couldn't understand why Brando had to stay in Erewhon to make things difficult for him. After a short period of interaction, he was almost certain that without Brando, the outcome of the battle in Ampere Seal might have been very different. Brendel glanced at this guy. He didn't expect him to still be daydreaming at this time. He simply didn't understand why this guy would go bankrupt for the sake of all for one and even make himself so miserable. His butt was sitting a little too crooked. However, he really couldn't answer Erex's question. His reason for staying in Erewhon was a little strange. If he said it out loud, it would probably anger the Duke to death. After all, 2 or 3 of the reasons were actually to go against the Duke. Nationalism was not unfamiliar to the players, but it was still a little too advanced for the people of Erewhon and Cruz in this era. Erewhon was basically the country with the most embryonic form of nationalism in Wond. This was related to the process and history of the kingdom. But even so, the people of Erewhon were still willing to accept the governance of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. They were even willing to admit that they were descendants of the Flame King like the people of Cruz. It was just that their ideals were different. But for Brando, he was very disgusted with the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Most of the players were almost the same as him. In their view, Erewhon was Erewhon and Cruz was Cruz. The concept of a country was much clearer to the players. But these reasons couldn't be explained to Erec, so he looked at the Duke with some contempt and didn't answer. Erec misunderstood something and shook his head. It's normal for young people to admire power. I can understand why you would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. But even if you become the regent of Erewhon, what can you do? You won't receive much more praise than you do now. People may respect you, but that's because of the power in your hands. At the end of time, all of this will still turn to dust. I think you should look further ahead. There is something in this world called truth. Brando was dizzy when he heard this. This guy actually wanted to develop him into a believer of all for one at this time. This was simply crazy. However, all for one was still very attractive to some people in this world, because Wone did have some mysterious existence. On Earth, right and wrong were just a definition of human beings, but here, it was one of the reasons for the existence of laws. Some lunatics, such as Erec, pursued these things all their lives. But Brando sneered at this. He was about to say something sarcastic, but it was at this time that his ears suddenly twitched and he heard some strange movements. He immediately waved his hand to quiet Erec, and then reminded, Miss Ko Hua, please stop for a moment. The sound came from afar, and Ko Hua's side stopped. When it was quiet under the glacier, Brando finally heard the sound. It was like the squeaking of a saw cutting wood, or someone plowing through the glacier with an iron plow. The sound was very soft at first, but slowly became louder and louder, and even Erec could hear it clearly. The Duke's expression changed. This sound is somewhat familiar. Brando also felt that the sound was very familiar. The sound was very rhythmic, moving forward bit by bit, stopping after a while, and then moving forward again a few minutes later. After a while, Ko Hua ran out of the ice path and said to the two, the sound is in front of us. It's moving towards us? Asked Brando. Ekis' eldest daughter nodded. Can we turn around? Brendel asked. He suddenly had a bad premonition. I'm afraid it's too late. It should have heard our voices before coming over, replied Ko Hua. Brando immediately turned to look at Erec. The Duke had been talking loudly under the ice cave, but he had forgotten that there might be something under the glacier. Of course, the main problem now was that they didn't know what it was. Anything could be under this 10,000-year-old glacier. It would be fine if they encountered those fierce monsters, but the most terrible thing was that they wouldn't even be able to run away if they encountered those indescribable things. The entire Wone's surface was the famous beehive, and the glacier was no exception. Brando didn't know what was down there, but he knew that it was an area after level 90. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at Erek. Erek felt embarrassed, so he didn't say a word. However, he had lost a lot of face in the past day, so he only had a dark expression on his face. The three of them were stunned for a moment before they heard the sound of ice cracking in front of them. As if to make up for his stupidity, Duke Erek reacted quickly and suggested, "We can dig an ice path to the side and hide in it. The opening is narrower. The monsters under the glacier are usually very large, so it's good for storing fat. I suggest we let Miss Ko Hua do this. Among the three of us, she's the only one who won't make a sound when she does it." Brando nodded. This was similar to his idea, but Erek's knowledge surprised him. Wone's terrain was very varied, and the monsters under different terrains were very different. Judging from the Duke's tone, he seemed to be very familiar with it. They hurriedly retreated to a distance of 34 meters, opened a shaped path on the ice wall, and then hid in it one by one. Korfa, being a lady, naturally took up a space by herself, and Brendel could only squeeze in with his enemy, Erek. Before Brando retreated into the side path, he specially fixed the entrance of the ice path so that it looked like a natural crack. He had learned this trick in the game, and he was the best at it among the three of them. Even Ekis' eldest daughter couldn't do it. Not long after the three of them hid in the side path, they heard the sound of something being dragged in front of them. It sounded like layers of ice were breaking like glass, and then collapsing to both sides. The sound was so loud that Brando couldn't help but be speechless. The monster's size must be amazing. Although it was as Erek said, most of the monsters under the glacier were huge in order to store fat, it was still rare for them to be this big. The sound soon came to the vicinity, and the sound of ice peeling was almost deafening. Brando wanted to stretch his head out to see what it was. If he was still a player, he would definitely do so. Dying was just a loss of a level, but the curiosity of a player was more than the level difference. But for now, he could only hold it in, until he suddenly saw Korfa's small mouth opening and closing, telling him something. He was slightly startled, but he immediately reacted. He saw what Ko Hua was going to say. 4 words. Frost Devourer teeth. Damn, Brando finally knew what it was outside. It was the damn Frost Devourer King. Brando's hair stood on end. The main battlefield of these things was under the glacier. He had seen the Frost Devourer King once before in the Spiral Hall, and the meat grinder-like teeth left a deep impression on him. That thing wasn't something that Maine and Mir, who had just awoken from their eternal slumber and were still in a weakened state, could compare to. It was unknown how many years it had lived under the glacier, and its strength could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, the key point was that its size made ordinary attacks completely ineffective. Brando knew that in the game, it was necessary to rely on the terrain of the glacier. The large guilds used siege weapons such as magic ballistas to defeat this terrifying monster leader. This was also the setting of the game itself. To deal with this thing under the glacier with bare hands, Brando thought for a while. He estimated that he had to find a dozen level 130 warriors like himself to solve the problem. Moreover, under the glacier was the terrain that the Frost Devourer King was best at. Their mobility and perception in this place were far stronger than on the ground. Brando suddenly began to wonder if they would be discovered by that thing if they hid in this place. But fortunately, it seemed that Martha was still on their side. The Frost Devourer King slid its body slowly outside the side passage. It didn't seem to notice that there were 3 little mice hiding here. It patrolled and gradually went away. Brando suddenly thought that the direction of the Frost Devourer King might be the big glacier outside the Eternal Extinction Square. This Frost Devourer King should have escaped at this time, and then it became the famous boss of the Holy Cathedral of the Hibernator. But at this moment, he didn't have a sudden realization in his heart. He only felt that his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Beside him, the once arrogant Grand Duke Erek also had the same thought. His face was pale, and he didn't even dare to breathe. The three of them heard that the Frost Devourer King was getting farther and farther away, and their hearts became more and more settled. Especially Brando suddenly thought that after the Frost Devourer King left, it would definitely leave a long tunnel, which would save them a lot of effort. This tunnel might lead to the underground of the Spiral Hall because the Frost Devourer Fong should have been locked in that place. Brando was daydreaming when he suddenly saw Kohua talking to him again. What is he talking about this time? Brando was slightly startled. He saw Ekka's eldest daughter opening and closing her mouth, but the meaning this time was much more difficult to understand than the last time. Above, what above? Brando looked up inexplicably, and his face suddenly turned pale. Because he saw that the ceiling of the side tunnel they dug was extending a long crack, and the blue ice surface was gradually turning white, which was a sign before it collapsed. Damn, Brando also screamed in his heart. What should I do now? Should I escape or stay here? If I escape, I will have to face the Frost Devourer King. If I stay here, the collapse of the glacier is not a joke. He was sweating profusely as he made a choice, but the speed of the glacier cracking was faster than he imagined. Before he could speak, there was a sudden crashing sound, and the ice layer above had already fallen. But to Brando's surprise, what fell was not the thick ice that completely buried them under the ice layer, but a thin layer of ice wall, and then a few people fell from above. Ouch! It hurts. When Brando heard the voice, he was ecstatic. It was the voice of the little prince. But before he could rejoice, his expression changed drastically. He reached out and pulled the guy who had fallen into his arms, hurriedly covering his mouth. The little prince obviously did not expect that there would be people below. He was inexplicably pulled by Brando and was shocked. He looked back in surprise and shouted, "Teacher!" Woo woo woo. And it was at this moment Brando felt that the Frost Devourer King outside had stopped. This big guy definitely did not stop suddenly to have a tea party or something. It must have sensed something. As for what it sensed, it was hard to say. Brando hugged the little prince who was crying and only felt that his back was already cold. How can I be so unlucky, Your Highness little prince, aren't you tricking your teacher? He wanted to cry but had no tears. P.S. Second update, this chapter is 6,000 words. This is already the 4th day of more than 10,000 consecutive updates. It's National Day. I didn't even go to Hey Z's party to make up for the time I stopped updating for so long. Students, for the sake of my hard work, give me some effort and continue to ask for votes. Chapter 822. Haru's eyes widened. He finally saw that the person who covered his mouth was his teacher, the Count of Tonajal, and subconsciously shut his mouth. At this time, Brando also saw the other people who fell. The second and third ones who rolled down were Faraz and Lorena, and then another figure slid down and sat on them. Faraz, who was sitting at the bottom, groaned. It was Miss Scholar holding a thick diary. She rolled down from the female knight and plunged into the snow, crying out in pain. The last one was a tall guy, but he was a little unlucky and hit his head on the ice. Brando looked at the man who got up with a red forehead and recognized him as Prince Leneret. Mr. Brando. My lord. Faraz and Shido immediately cried out in surprise when they saw Brando clearly. Brando looked at the two a little resentfully, but he didn't bother to tell them to be quiet because the sound of iron plows plowing through ice was coming back from afar. It was too late to say anything now, they had to run immediately. Brando let go of His Highness the little prince, pulled out Halran Gaia and came to the side entrance, staring at the back half of the Frost Devourer that was wriggling backward. He hesitated for a moment, roughly calculating how many chances there were, but finally said, Miss Kohua, I'll leave this side to you. Please open a passage immediately, I'll block it for a moment. No problem, Mr. Human. Kohua nodded immediately and began to prepare to cast a spell. The little prince seemed to finally realize the trouble he had caused and looked at Brando with a pale face. Brando looked back at his bewildered student and sighed. He had never been a teacher to anyone in his life and cherished his only student very much, not to mention that the other party was Erwin's heir and the future king. He patted Haruz on the shoulder to reassure him. The little prince had grown a lot after experiencing the dream, and the previous situation was not all his fault. Anyone in that situation would have reacted the same way. He judged others by his own standards and felt that he couldn't force it anymore. Haruz, however, looked very excited. He took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, I'll stay with you. Don't mess around, remember who you are and act like a man, okay? I won't tell Her Highness about your childish words just now." Although fighting side by side with the future king's student sounded very tempting, especially in the next battle of life and death, he believed that it would leave a deep impression on Haruz. But Brando didn't want to die. He calculated the script. He had a chance of dealing with the Frost Devourer alone, but with a burden, he was dead meat. Besides, he didn't need his influence in Haruz's heart. When the little prince heard Brando mention his sister, his face suddenly changed and he didn't dare to say another word. He was afraid of his sister to the extent that a mouse was afraid of a cat. Brando glanced back, looking for someone reliable to protect Haruz. He first looked at Filas and Lorena, then shook his head. This pair was too unreliable. But Shido couldn't do it either. The scholar herself was still a young lady who had to rely on others for external affairs, not to mention she had no ability to protect people. Finally, his eyes fell on Prince Lenoret, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Your Royal Highness, I now officially entrust the future crown prince of our country to your protection. I believe in the credibility of the Kurlutz royal family. Surely you won't let me down?" Lenoret was slightly startled. He glanced at Haruz standing next to Brando and nodded. Brando breathed a sigh of relief. Although the nobles in Wond often schemed against each other, the relationship between the royal families was actually relatively good. After all, they had several common enemies. One was the feudal lords, the second was the powerful religious forces, and finally, the royal families often intermarried with each other, so they were more or less related. However, the fact that the eldest prince of Cruz dared to use the credibility of the Cruz royal family as a guarantee improved Brando's impression of his originally arrogant attitude. At least now it proved that he had the right to be proud. As the heir to a huge empire, he was not a soft-footed shrimp who dared not take responsibility. Brando then thought that the eldest prince might be planning to rope in Erwin. After all, he had been close to Haruz from the beginning. But this had nothing to do with him. He looked at Erek. "Duke, you stay with me." Erek didn't even lift his eyelids and snorted, but he didn't refute. He probably understood that Brando didn't believe him and wouldn't let him stay with the young prince. In that case, he didn't bother to waste his breath. In just a few words, the purple-red fat body of the Frost Devourer Worm King had shrunk back to the last part. Through the ice, the huge mouthpart dragged at the front could be seen dimly. After Brando instructed the others, he walked to the side of the road. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and slashed at one of the rings of the Frost Devourer Worm King. To his surprise, the dark blade of the Halran Gaia easily cut into the body of the Frost Devourer worm, but it felt as if it had cut into a layer of oily skin. The thick skin was so tough that it didn't cut through. Instead, the blade almost bounced back. Brando was stunned. The Halran Gaia was a holy sword, and the person who used the sword had the strength of elemental activation. He slashed it with all his strength, but there wasn't even a white mark. Not to mention a white mark, there wasn't even a dent. It was as if the skin had recovered the moment the blade was bounced back. What kind of perverted defense is this? It wasn't just Brando. At this moment, Kohua's spell was not ready yet, and the others hiding in the side tunnel also saw this scene. Everyone was shocked. Even if they didn't know what sword Brando was holding in his hand, Brando's strength was there for all to see. He was the most outstanding genius in the continent for nearly 1,000 years. He had elemental activation at the age of 20, and he was also the new sword saint candidate of Erwin's generation. He slashed with all his strength, but the fat worm's skin didn't even break. Count Shido's face was pale, and she apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, it's all our fault." She thought that it was the sound of them falling that attracted the worm. Of course, this guess was actually not far from the truth. It was just that the real culprit was not her, but the little prince beside Brando. Brando waved his hand to her, indicating that it was okay. He took a step back, white light gathered on his sword, and then he slashed again. This time, Brando used the piercing strike technique. The attribute of breaking through defense finally took effect. This sword opened a long bloody wound on the Frost Devourer Worm King. Of course, this long wound was relative to them. For this boss, it was no different from being scratched by a needle. However, the severe pain still made the Frost Devourer jump up violently. It let out a painful howl, and the ring of its body arched out of the ice tunnel and hit the ceiling. Once, twice. Brando felt like an earthquake, and the broken ice on top of his head fell straight down. "Okay, Mr. Human." At this time, Kohua suddenly shouted happily. She finally finished casting the mysterious spell. The ice wall disappeared layer by layer in front of her like a magic trick. The girl walked forward and immediately eroded a long tunnel under the glacier. "You guys continue, I'll attract its attention for a while," Brando said to the others while holding the shaking cave wall with one hand. After the Frost Devourer was stimulated by the severe pain, it no longer retreated. Instead, it turned around and pounced on them. The ice was like water to it, unable to stop it at all. When it moved forward, it opened its mouth, and the tens of thousands of teeth in its big mouth could dig a big hole under the ice with just a bite. The sound of the ice cracking sounded in front of him, and Brando's scalp tingled. He glanced to the side. Haruz was the first to enter the tunnel, followed by Shido, Lorena, and Filas, and finally the eldest prince of the crew's people. Seeing this scene, Brando had a good impression of him. He was not afraid in the face of danger. This guy still had some sense of responsibility. But Brando thought about it. Lenoret was a famous figure in history, and His Majesty the most famous emperor for decades after the crew's people was certainly not an ordinary person. After everyone entered the tunnel, only Brando and Enrich were left. Brando could not enter the tunnel, and Kohua's speed of digging with magic was definitely not as fast as the Frost Devourer. If he went in too, everyone would be finished together in the end. He had to stay and attract the monster's attention for a while, and then find a way to slip out of the tunnel. But soon Brando felt that he was being a little too heroic. In front of him, the ice was cracking layer by layer. It looked like a snow-white rose was blooming under the blue ice, but both of them knew that it was not a rose, but more and more cracks under the ice. Finally, layers of cracks floated to the surface of the ice, causing the ice to bulge with a crack, and then burst apart, splashing forward. Brando only saw a blur in front of him, and countless teeth seemed to grow out of the ice wall in front of him, spinning and pouncing on him. All the ice was swallowed back into those teeth, and then a squirming mouthpiece was revealed. Just the size of this mouthpiece made him look up. Brando felt the stench, but he also knew that this was the king of the Frost Devourer. "Enrich, don't play tricks if you want to live." At this point, there was no way to retreat. Brando could only summon all his courage, roar, and stab the monster's upper jaw. The squirming mouth was like a concentric circle from the outside to the inside, and each layer was made up of countless sharp teeth. The direction that Brando's sword pierced was the upper half of this circular mouth. He had already tested the defense of this thing, so he did not hesitate to use a piercing strike. The blade was facing upwards, and the sword pierced into the huge mouth, almost reaching the hilt. A stream of pus and blood gushed down from above, almost drenching Brando's face. This sword could be said to have exhausted Brando's courage. He was now almost standing in the monster's mouth. As long as the monster closed its mouth regardless of the pain, there would be no Count Tonagel in Wone tomorrow, only the excrement of the Frost Devourer. Fortunately, the excrement of the Frost Devourer was some substance similar to ice crystals. It was colorless and odorless, so it was not too disgusting. But now it was hard for Brando to say whether his gamble was right or not. He held the hilt of the sword tightly with one hand, and the other hand pressed on the monster's upper jaw full of sharp teeth. Fortunately, he was wearing Bahamut's blessing, and the magic gauntlet protected his hand from being pierced into a sieve. At the same time, he used his foot to press against the monster's lower jaw to prevent it from closing its mouth. Unfortunately, the flesh gauntlet had been completely scrapped in the Battle of Ampere Seal. Now he was only wearing a pair of ordinary military boots, which did not have a metal sole for anti-slip purposes. Under this step, Brando understood what it meant to have 10 fingers linked to the heart. Although he now knew that this word could also be used to describe the foot. He felt that the soles of his feet were completely pierced, and the pain was almost convulsing. Fortunately, the monster was not any better than him. Its upper jaw was pierced by the Halran Gaia, and the pain was so painful that it wanted to roll around in this ice path. It desperately wanted to swallow the little thing stuck in its mouth, but unfortunately, Brando was not to be trifled with. His vision turned black, and he had already activated the Berserk talent. Under the double strength amplitude, the Frost Devourer did not succeed. Brando knew very well that the Frost Devourer was strong in defense, so the players needed to use the magic ballista to deal with it. But its attack power was at the level of the average boss at this stage, or even weaker. Otherwise, this battle would be impossible to fight, and the players would probably complain to the game company. It was the same here. Brando felt that this monster's attack power might only be slightly stronger than in the game, but it was also limited. At this stage in the game, the tanks who had not yet reached the level of elemental activation could withstand this boss. There was no reason why he, a warrior with elemental activation and the double strength amplitude of the Berserk talent, could not hold this big guy back. It was just that the tanks in the game had a complete team of healers behind them, but he did not have one here. He knew very well that he could not fight a protracted battle with this thing, or he would definitely be finished. Erek, what are you waiting for? Of course, Erek was not waiting, but even he could not help but be a little dumbfounded at this moment. The huge mouth of several people's height was in front of him, and the densely packed teeth reminded him of the barbed winches in his underground torture chamber. This huge mouth had now become a flattened oval, and Brando was trapped inside. Of course, he knew that Count Tonagel was waiting for him to make a move, but at this moment, the old fox's expression kept changing. He knew very well that at this time, as long as he made a move from behind, the opponent would be dead. But the problem was that the truth was also in front of him. As long as Brando died, he would definitely be next. This Frost Devourer obviously did not understand the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If teleportation spells could still be used, he could consider leaving Brando behind and running away, but the problem was that since entering the promenade of meditation, almost the entire area of the spiral hall was completely covered by the constant dimensional anchor. The so-called teleportation spells were just wishful thinking. He sighed. The other party had obviously thought this through and dared to leave his back to him. Unless he risked everything and died together with Brando, he would not dare to touch this guy at all. Thinking this through, Erek asked with a gloomy face, "How do you want me to help?" "Do you have any spells that can block this guy's mouth?" Brando asked, covered in blood. "There is, but it's hard to say how effective it will be," Erek replied. "You know very well that you have the strength of elemental activation. If it's difficult for you to block it, my spells won't be effective." Erek's words were not out of Brando's expectations. In fact, even Erek's thoughts at the moment could not escape his guess. It was nothing more than running away alone or staying in the same boat with him. Even in the worst case, if Erek wanted to die together with him, it was actually just the other party's wishful thinking. He still had the elapsed needle in his hand, and he could rely on this thing to save his life at any time. Under the acceleration of the passage of time by 10 times, the whole world was basically stagnant for him. It was because of this that he dared to stay and stall for time. "Then use an ice wall spell to seal its mouth," Brando said immediately. "Ice wall spell?" Erek was stunned. That thing could be used to block the goblins, but would it work on this thing? "That's right, release it quickly," Brando roared. The Duke snorted in displeasure, but his hands were not slow. He gestured with his cane, and a thin layer of ice as thin as glass appeared in front of Brendel, just in time to seal the frost devourer's mouth. However, no matter how Erek looked at it, he felt that this spell was not very reliable, because in just a moment, obvious cracks appeared on the ice wall. But the next moment, he suddenly saw a purple mist gushing out of the giant worm's throat, but the mist was just blocked behind the ice wall. Erek was well informed and recognized what it was at once: petrification spit. "You're quite knowledgeable," Brando replied. "Now your task is to constantly reinforce this ice wall. We can hold on for half an hour, and then we can retreat." Erek looked at Brando suspiciously, and he was more and more convinced that this guy was the successor of the Darkness Dragon. Otherwise, the ordinary Frost Devourer would not have any spitting ability. How could he predict the ability of this mutant monster so accurately? But thinking about it, he still asked very cautiously, "How do we retreat?" Chapter 8:23. "I have my ways," Brando replied. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal the secret of the elapsing needle. Now that the petrifying mist, the only threat to this big worm, had been sealed, and it couldn't compete with him in terms of strength. His frenzy talent still had a long time to go, so it wouldn't be a problem to maintain this stalemate for 15 minutes. He was now a little glad that the battlefield wasn't on the ground. Skills like the Frost Devourer's Earthquake and Roll couldn't be used under the ice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to struggle and could just wait for death. Noticing that Erek was still a little worried, he added, "Don't worry, I would have killed you long ago if I wanted to. The crimes you committed in Ampere Seal are enough for you to die 10,000 times. But since I didn't kill you just now, I won't deal with you now before I find a way to get your ringed snake ring." This was an open secret between the two, and Brando simply mentioned it bluntly. Erek listened and smiled coldly, but did not answer. However, Brando knew that this guy was obviously unwilling and was looking for a way to escape. With this sentence, Erek finally settled down a lot. At least Brando didn't have to worry that this guy would suddenly have thoughts of perishing together with him. What followed was a boring stalemate. Erek thickened the ice layer over and over again, and the ice wall formed a huge ice block in the throat of the Frost Devourer. Fortunately, this thing didn't need lungs to breathe, or it would probably be the first boss to die from suffocation. But even so, Brando's existence still made it very uncomfortable. At first, this thing jumped up and down for a while, and about 10 minutes later, it finally quieted down, as if it had exhausted its strength. In short, it was motionless, but Brando could still feel the temperature of this thing and knew that it was not dead yet. As for whether it was pretending to be dead or really exhausted, he didn't know, but at least this was a good sign. It meant that this thing had temporarily settled down. As long as there were a few more minutes, they could escape according to the original plan. Brando didn't know where Ko Hua and the others had dug to, but a quarter of an hour was enough for them to dig a few hundred meters. The frost-devouring giant worm didn't have much intelligence. As long as it didn't make any sound, it wouldn't be able to catch up. Brando could only be thankful that this thing didn't rely on smell but hearing to track. Otherwise, with his body covered in blood, it was estimated that this thing would catch up even if he ran 10 miles away. But just as he was about to relax a little, he suddenly felt the big guy under his control shake, and then it raised its head slightly. "What are you doing?" Brando was startled. He felt that the Frost Devourer was shrinking back. Was it trying to escape? But his instincts told him otherwise. He was wondering, but he didn't expect the Frost Devourer to suddenly rush forward after retreating slightly. This time, even Erek, who was in front, couldn't react in time and was directly knocked to the side. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been crushed into a meat patty by this giant beast. Erek wasn't crushed into a meat patty, but Brando, who was stuck in its mouth, was unlucky. At this moment, Brando finally understood what this thing wanted to do. It went crazy. He didn't know if it was because of the toothpick in its mouth that made it unbearable, or because of the ice in its throat that made it uncomfortable. In short, after a short silence, the boss went completely crazy. It slammed directly into the ice wall in front of it, smashing a huge hole in the wall and moving through the underground glacier as fast as lightning. This was just an instinctive action for the Frost Devourer, but for Brando, it was simply miserable. The monster slammed into one ice wall after another with him. Even with Brando's physique, he was about to vomit blood at this moment. Brando was seeing stars, thinking that this wasn't how the script should play out. At this moment, he wanted to start the elapsed needle, but there was nothing he could do. First of all, he didn't dare to move his hands at all. Otherwise, this big worm would bite him, and he would be sent to see Lady Martha. But if he didn't move, even he didn't know where he would be taken. He only felt that he was shuttling through the dark underground, but he didn't know how far he had walked. Anyway, his back was already numb. Suddenly, there was nothing behind him, and only the sound of the wind was left in his ears. Brando instinctively felt that they should have passed through the range of the underground glacier. He wanted to look back, but when he did, he was almost scared out of his wits. This thing brought him straight out of a cliff, and beyond it was a bottomless abyss. This abyss was even more ridiculous than the abyss below the spiral hull. It was pitch black and seemingly endless, as if it led directly to the Sulphur River. "Stop!" Brando shouted. At this moment, he finally couldn't care less. He quickly let go of the sword in his hand and reached for the elapsed needle hanging in front of his chest. At this moment, the Frost Devourer had already let out a wail. Most of its body rushed out of the cliff, like a derailed train, falling into the abyss with Brando. It was not until this time that Brando finally touched the dial. "Start!" he shouted in his heart. With a crisp click, Brando felt as if a flowing ripple was spreading in all directions with him as the center. Then, at that moment, the whole world slowed down in his eyes. He saw that he and the Frost Devourer were still falling, but the speed of their fall was negligible. The big worm seemed to be hanging in the air, and the big hole it drilled out of the cliff was just a few feet away. "I'm saved!" Brando shouted in his heart. He hurriedly pulled out the Halran Gaia and climbed out from under the terrifying mouth of the Frost Devourer. He then climbed up the long body of the thing, trying to return to the cliff. But it was at this time that he suddenly felt that something was wrong. As if he was possessed, he turned his head back. Half an hour ago, at the other end of the dark underground world, the mountain girl blinked and woke up. She stayed in the darkness for a long time before she remembered what happened before she fainted. She quickly struggled to sit up. It was pitch black all around. The girl was usually quiet and strong in front of Brando, but now she was fumbling on the ground in a panic. It was not easy to grab a long object wrapped in cloth. She quickly removed the cloth wrapped around the object, and then used her hand to confirm what was inside in the darkness. It was a halberd. But she seemed to have found a rare treasure and breathed a long sigh of relief. She sat for a while with the halberd in her hand, as if she was not used to the current situation. But her vision slowly adapted to the darkness, and she could gradually distinguish the surrounding situation with the glimmer of light from the glacier. As far as her eyes could see, it was completely different from what Brando saw when he woke up. This was the bottom of a long underground ice crevice, and the widest part could fit 7 or 8 people side by side. From afar, it looked like a canyon, but the canyon gradually extended into the darkness until it disappeared at the end of the vision. Scarlet waited for a while, but no one else appeared. She then stood up in fear and called out softly, my lord, my lord." The echo was transmitted along the ice wall, echoing in the valley like a ghost. The mountain girl's face was pale. She pursed her lips tightly, and her mind repeatedly recalled what happened when the hall collapsed. She watched the young prince and Medisha fall in front of her and disappear into the abyss below. Then the whole hall fell apart. She seemed to have fallen with the broken bridge, and then she lost consciousness. Right now, her chest felt as if it had been pierced through. Presumably, a few of her ribs were broken. Fortunately, she was a mercenary, so this kind of injury was not enough to make her cry. Although she was lucky enough to survive, she did not know if the Lord was safe. At the thought of this, she trembled with fear. The mountain girl looked around, hoping to find Brando, but she was afraid to see a cold corpse. She searched for a while with this contradictory mentality. Suddenly, she found a pair of feet buried under the ice not far away. This discovery almost suffocated her, but when she came closer, she was relieved. It was the military boots of the crew's people. It must be the bodies of the crew's nobles who were near her at that time. She took a light breath and began to move along the ice and snow that had fallen from above. Soon, she found that the bodies of the Kurlutzian nobles were scattered everywhere in the snow. Some of them had been completely crushed by the accumulated ice, and their bodies and limbs were in a strange posture. But these things did not bring the slightest ripple to Scarlett's heart. She sat expressionlessly among the strange bodies, and her expression became more and more relieved. Finally, she confirmed that none of the bodies belonged to the people she said she was familiar with. She could not help but sigh softly. However, she immediately revealed a look of disappointment. Where was the Lord? Ever since Brando took her in, she never left Brando's side. It was only this time that she could not see his tall and broad back, and she felt lost. Scarlett touched her chest. Her heart felt empty, but even she did not understand what was going on. Just as she was walking aimlessly along the ice crevice, she suddenly heard a weak groan from the broken ice. She stopped and listened carefully, and finally determined that the sound came from under the ice. She hesitated for a moment. She was very sensitive to sounds, and it was definitely not the voice of the Lord, nor anyone she was familiar with. But after some consideration, the Highlander girl broke the ice and found a young man wearing a crew's military uniform buried under the ice. Scarlett looked at the golden thread on the man's collar and recognized that he was a viscount. She naturally did not know this knowledge, but after following Amandina and Brando around, she gradually learned some things. Such a young viscount was most likely a descendant of a large family. Moreover, those who were with Veronica most likely had some status and background in the crew's empire. The empire worshipped martial arts, and the large families liked to send their children to the army to gain experience. Even the royal family was no exception. These things were told to her by Brando as a story. Scarlett's eyes warmed when she thought of Brando. The young man's face was purple from the cold. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. But this group of noble officers who came with Veronica were at least gold-ranked, so he recovered quickly. A trace of color gradually returned to his purple face. The young man sat for a while longer before he recovered. He opened his eyes, and they were as blue as the shallow sea. He was a typical crew's citizen. His bloodline was the same as Vahina's, and was envied in the empire. But it was meaningless to Scarlett. She looked at the young man and pondered for a moment. Can you walk on your own? Scarlett suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since she took the initiative to speak such a long sentence. Even her voice was a little dry. She wasn't like this when she was in the Grey Wolves mercenaries, but the incident with Makarov was a huge blow to her. The young man nodded and replied with some gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. He wobbled as he struggled to get up from the ground. He had thought that the beautiful lady would come up to help him, but he didn't expect the mountain girl to be like a puppet, looking at him without any trace of politeness. He could not help but feel a little awkward, but he still introduced himself. My name is Babarn, and I, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Scarlett. He finally realized that she did not want to talk to him. He quickly stopped her. Please wait. Scarlett stopped and looked back at him, but her eyes were full of caution. It was as if she was saying, "What's the matter? If not, I'm leaving." Babarn smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm sure I'm not the only survivor under the ice. Miss, can you do me a favor and save them? Or at least help me move the corpses of my comrades out. I can't just leave them exposed in the wilderness. Scarlett shook her head. Babarn gulped. He felt that it was a little too difficult to deal with this lady. But for some reason, he felt that this Highlander girl was more real. He was the son of a big family. He had seen the so-called upper-class socialites, but in reality, they were just so-so. But when he faced Scarlett, he felt his heart skip a few beats. He scratched his head and thought to himself, I'm not a young boy anymore. What's wrong with me today? But this hesitation only lasted for a moment. Babarn paused for a moment and immediately replied, Miss, you are also looking for companions, right? With all due respect, I mean if they are also sealed under the ice like this one, they need your help right now. Scarlet heard Babarn say this and was slightly startled. She showed a hesitant look, but finally nodded. She was not afraid of Brando being sealed under the ice. Such a thin layer of ice could not seal the Lord at all. But she was worried about the little prince. Brando entrusted her rose to her and Medisha to take care of. Now that the little prince was missing, it was her responsibility. So the two began to search and rescue along the ice crevice. In less than 20 minutes, they rescued 7 or 8 people one after another. But there were more corpses. The corpses of the crew's people were lined up in a long line at the bottom of the valley. At first, Babarn was still in the mood to curry favor with Scarlet, but later, his expression gradually changed. Most of these people were nobles, and most of them died here. And this time, the blame could not be pushed to Veronica's head, because they were the Empire's military observation group. To put it bluntly, they were here to supervise Veronica. If the Folded Sword Squad was mostly lost here, they would most likely gloat. But until Babarn dug up the last Kurlutzian's body from under the ice, he looked at the surviving person in charge with a pale face. The guy's face was already ashen. In this pile of corpses, the others were fine, but 2 of them were the heirs of House Cecil. This was a big problem. Originally, everyone knew that House Cecil and House Ashrick were sworn enemies in the Empire. These two had originally grasped Veronica's weakness in the loop of trade winds and came to catch the head of the female core. They thought that this would be a pleasant trip. Thinking about it, the Empire's military observation team never went to the front line, and under normal circumstances, they would not encounter any danger. But this time, Veronica was determined to enter the holy cathedral of the Hibernator. Of course, they could have stayed outside, but these 2 guys were also obsessed. They had to encourage others to follow in, wanting to see what tricks Veronica had up her sleeves. Of course, they suspected that Veronica had colluded with Tonagel. This was a tacit secret in the observation team. People like Babarn did not want to participate in the struggle between House Cecil and House Ashrick, but they also did not want to offend the heirs of the 2 great families. With the tacit consent of the person in charge, everyone followed in. The most important thing was that Prince Leneret did not object, which was equivalent to a tacit consent. But the problem now was that they did not know if Veronica had any conspiracy, but 2 of the heirs of House Cecil died in an accident. If only one died, it would be fine, but now it was impossible to explain. Thinking this clearly, everyone, including Babarn, could not help but feel a little dejected. They sat next to a large pile of corpses, unable to find any way out. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely suffer the retaliation of the Cecil family. These large families wouldn't be reasonable. Babine's family was enough to keep him out of this whirlpool, but the rest of them weren't so lucky. But there was an exception among these people. That was Scarlet. The mountain girl did not understand the intrigue between these nobles. She could not say whether she was lucky or unlucky. She did not know any of the people who were rescued or dug out. The young prince, Medisha, and Miss Alaz all seemed to have disappeared. This made her feel both disappointed and fortunate. Disappointed that she did not know what to do, and fortunate that at least she did not see their cold bodies. As for those sighing Kurlutzian nobles, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't even look at those people and walked away with her azure lance. She knew that Brendel didn't like Kurlutzians, and she instinctively kept a respectful distance from these arrogant Kurlutzian nobles. Anyway, the Lord must have his reasons. The mountain girl's thoughts were simple. But she did not know that as soon as she walked away, she attracted the attention of the crew's people. Who is that little girl? Someone among the sighing nobles suddenly asked. P.S. Day 5, continue to ask for votes. Chapter 8:24. Who is that little girl? Such a question suddenly popped out from the crowd, causing everyone to be startled for a moment. The lively discussion also stopped as everyone turned to look at Baba and. She seems to be the Countess's maid, Babarn replied absent-mindedly. Babarn replied absent-mindedly. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to ask Count Trendheim for her. He didn't know if he would agree, but he probably would. The Count wouldn't mind having another friend, especially if this friendship came from within the empire. Babarn was full of confidence. The nobles were a little disappointed. She was just the Countess's maid. It was not important. Usually, they would have teased her, but now they were not in the mood to do so. The topic quickly turned back to the possible retaliation from the Cecil family. They started to sigh again, but people were not willing to sit still and wait for death. Very quickly, someone said, "This matter is not our responsibility. If it wasn't for that country bumpkin Count bringing us to this damned place, this matter wouldn't have happened." This statement was immediately echoed. They had completely forgotten that they did not have to follow in. Veronica could not restrain them, and Brando was more than happy to bring them along. But the person who suggested this was now a cold corpse lying on the ground, and they did not dare to put the blame on the heir of the Cecil family, so they simply chose to ignore this point. But everyone knew that this kind of complaint was meaningless. The Cecil family might vent their anger on the Count Tonagel, but this did not mean that they would not cause trouble for them. This kind of behemoth did not care about the feelings of small shrimps. But in the midst of all the sighs, a voice asked tentatively, "What if Teal and John are right?" This suggestion was like a devil's temptation, and the valley under the glacier suddenly quieted down. Everyone was frozen in place, and only their eyes were rolling. No one dared to speak. Their faces were a mixture of fear, realization, disbelief, and a little hope. Teal and John were the two heirs of the Cecil family who had become stiff and cold. Of course, they were one of them. As for what they said was right, everyone present knew. After a long while, someone said dryly, This may be a way, but if it fails, we will have to face the wrath of both sides." What's the difference between one side and two sides? Can a person die twice? With someone taking the lead, the others were emboldened. But where is the evidence? Someone asked cautiously. Evidence? What evidence do we need? We are the officers' observation group. We are the evidence. The person who spoke looked at everyone and said gloomily, "You saw it with your own eyes. That Ash Blade Master, he is our enemy, but he saved her life. Why? His duchy is still in the Empire's territory. Would he be willing to let it go? There must be a conspiracy." In fact, everyone present thought that Mephisto was just being a gentleman. The Ash Blade Master hated the Empire, but he did not need to play tricks in this place. With his character, he would only defeat his enemies fair and square. But this time, no one refuted. Someone asked carefully, "You mean, Veronica and him are plotting to restore the duchy? But what good does it do her? It doesn't make sense. Her Majesty is not a fool." Someone shook his head. "You've all forgotten one thing," the man encouraged. "Mephistopheles is that country bumpkin Count's teacher, and Veronica is very close to that Count. They must have some secret deal. But how can we know the inside story of the deal? Her Majesty will not only listen to our words. She is the real commander of the Legion. Without concrete evidence, the Empire can't do anything to her. It is because she is the commander that Her Majesty is more suspicious. As for the inside story of the deal, we do not have it now, but we will soon." The man looked at the direction where Scarlet disappeared and smiled coldly, revealing his white teeth. A prismatic platform lay in the darkness, like a lone island on a pitch-black lake. Countless pipes extended from all directions, connecting to the base of the platform. Brando was fixed there as if he was under a spell. He clearly remembered that when the Frost Devourer rushed out of the cliff, he looked back and saw a bottomless abyss behind him. But at this moment, this strange platform seemed to appear out of thin air, less than 300 feet below him and the Frost Devourer King. But what was this place? There was absolutely no player in the game who found such a place. Moreover, how did this damn platform appear? Was it because he was too nervous before and saw wrongly? No, it was impossible. Brando suddenly thought of something. He climbed up the back of the giant worm with his hands and feet. After running for about 10 meters, he suddenly felt as if he had passed through a thin layer of water curtain. This is it. He looked back, and there was still the unfathomable abyss behind him. He took a breath and slowly returned to the back of the water curtain. At the moment when he passed through the water curtain, the scenery in front of him seemed to ripple. When his vision became clear again, the platform appeared in front of him again. There was no doubt that this was an illusion. There was a huge illusion hidden under the cliff. An uncontrollable shudder swept through Brando's body. He knew even with his knees that the scene hidden under this illusion was definitely not an ordinary place. This must be the eternal rest of gods mentioned by Ko Hua, which was the real location of the hidden boss in the game, Sir Ash. But he immediately calmed down. The question now was whether to go back the way he came or go down to have a look. Logically speaking, the little female dragon should have gotten the star-shaped stone, and Enrich's scheme should have been completely thwarted. Now was not the time to complicate things. It was best to get out of this place as soon as possible, find Freya, Scarlet, the Shire, and the others, and meet up with Erwin outside. Not only would he eliminate the potential threat of Erwin, but he would also gain a favor from Cruz's people. It was already a great deal. But Brando glanced at the abyss below. There was also another voice in his heart, like a demon tempting him to go down and have a look. Martha above, this was such a rare opportunity. The secret that countless players had spent countless hours to find was now right in front of him. He only needed to take a few steps back, and the legendary boss would appear in front of him. Brando took a deep breath and glanced at the platform one last time. But this was no longer a game, and he only had one chance here. Once he made the wrong choice, it would be too late for regrets. What's more, he was no longer alone at this moment. In this temple, there were the Shire, Medisha, and Freya waiting for him. And outside the temple, his fate had already been linked to everyone in Abes. He only understood one thing, and that was that he could not disappoint those who relied on him. Although Brando's heart was extremely agitated, he finally calmed down. He secretly sighed and turned back to climb up the Frost Devourer's back. But it was at this moment, a slightly contemptuous voice sounded in his heart. What a coward! Brando was slightly stunned. This was definitely not the voice of Saint Tassol. He subconsciously turned back to look for the source of the voice, but he saw an unexpected scene. At that moment it was as if a circle of strange ripples was rippling in the darkness in front of him. It was like an isolated water wave, starting from a point, expanding in all directions, and quickly passing by him. In the space where time was almost still. Brando suddenly looked up. At that moment, he smelled the power that once appeared on Ko Hua, but it was more majestic and invincible. It was above the law, the power of existence, the power of God. Wherever the ripples passed, the lines of law disintegrated. Brando almost watched as the needle on the dial hanging on his chest began to slow down automatically, and the time around seemed to start flowing again. The elapsed needle automatically failed. The wailing of the Frost Devourer still echoed above the abyss, and he was still falling. Brando was shocked. He already understood that he might have been targeted by the awakening god. Only the power of existence could easily suppress the power of the lesser divine artifact. Almost without time to think, with a loud bang, the Frost Devourer King had taken him down from a height of hundreds of feet and landed heavily on the solid ground of the square. The impact of the demonic creature's weight of hundreds of tons directly tore open its back. The sound was like tearing apart cloth, and then blood gushed out, revealing the bloody body below. Then it bounced up high and fell heavily again, making a sound similar to a deflated rubber ball hitting the ground. Just like that, it collapsed on the ground like a lump of rotten meat, motionless. Like a water pipe bursting, countless blood gushed out from large and small cracks, converging into a blood stream around it. This once insufferably arrogant demonic creature had come to the end of its life at this moment. Brando was not much better off. Just at the moment when the Frost Devourer King landed, he wanted to use his elemental power to make himself fly up, but unfortunately, the lines of law had already been scattered after the baptism of the power of existence and could not be activated at all. As a result, he and the Frost Devourer King fell heavily to the ground together, and the impact immediately sent him flying. Fortunately, he did not have the terrifying weight of the Frost Devourer King, and he had the ladder as a buffer, so he was only thrown heavily to the ground. Brando adjusted his posture at the last moment of landing and rolled a few times. Although he was dizzy from the impact, it was nothing more than that. At most, he had some scratches on his body. Of course, this was also because of his own strength. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been smashed into a meat patty, but for the existence of elemental activation, hundreds of feet in the air was nothing. If he had been prepared in advance, he could have jumped down directly without the need for a buffer, and he would not have been injured. But this time, it was unexpected after all. When Brando staggered up from the ground, he felt dizzy and uncomfortable as if his brain had been hit by a hammer. He tried several times before he could stand up again. He only felt that his mind was in a mess. The only thing he remembered was that the person who pulled him back to this square must be an enemy, not a friend, so he immediately raised the Halran Gaia and put on a defensive posture. "Who is it?" he shouted. "It's me," a woman's voice said in the square. "Ko Hua." Brando immediately recognized the voice. "You call my sister Ko Hua, and you call me Ko Hua. You don't seem to be sincere at all," the woman's voice replied. Brando was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that the woman was probably the dark side of Ko Hua who had escaped before. Since she appeared here, this was most likely the land of eternal rest of gods. He calmed down and looked around, but other than this bare square, he did not see where the so-called awakening god was. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and answered the woman's words, "Then what should I call you, respected lady?" Brando was still a little dizzy, so he talked aimlessly to buy some time so that he could recover to his best condition as soon as possible. The elapsed time needle had ended, and he quietly checked his status. The system had automatically deducted some of his experience, but fortunately, it seemed that he was the one who killed the Frost Devourer. The boss's experience was a generous reward, and it made his experience much more than before. The woman's voice snorted softly, as if she was sneering. Of course, she saw through Brando's intentions, but she was too lazy to care. She only asked jokingly, "Weren't you very brave before? Why are you suddenly so timid, Mr. Human?" This human's tone was exactly the same as Ko Hua's, as expected of two different existences. However, Brando was a little puzzled. Why did he feel that Ekis' eldest daughter was targeting him? He looked up in confusion and asked, "I don't know what you mean." "You're the one who called out my name in the spiral hall and almost ruined all my previous efforts, aren't you?" Ko Hua's voice was cold. Brando's mind buzzed, and he thought to himself, "Oh no, I didn't expect her to see it." Ko Hua's dark side was famous for being vengeful. No wonder she would stop him. It seemed that she was ready to settle the score. His back was covered in cold sweat, but he was too lazy to say more. The other party was the hidden boss here, and now that he was in this square, it was inevitable that he would have to fight. He simply held Halran Gaia tightly and waited for the other party to make a move. But it was at this time that a dark flame suddenly appeared above the square with a whoosh. Brando looked up and saw the flame split in the middle. A girl with a similar figure to Ko Hua slowly walked out from it, but her whole body, including her clothes, was made of burning black flames. She floated in the air and looked at him condescendingly. "I'm curious, how did you recognize my human form? Don't use your clumsy excuses to brush me off. Even the Bugas have never seen what I look like." Brando was about to speak, but the girl seemed to have seen through his thoughts and blocked his way out first. But then she muttered to herself a little strangely, "How strange, I can't see through your origin." "Who are you?" Brando was shocked. "You can see my thoughts? I'm a god after all." The girl's voice echoed in the darkness. You're a god. Brando reacted. No, this is not your power, this is Milo's. Clever. The girl smiled, but Brando could not feel the naivety and innocence of Ko Hua at all. He only felt that the other party's smile was eerie. Didn't you ask how you should call me? I'm Sir Ash, the only god enwombed after the year of the fallen stars. But I'm no longer the awakening god, I'm the awakening god. Dream on, Brando thought. If you're a real god, how are the players going to play? After all, this is a level 5 or 60 dungeon. Although it's a hidden boss, as long as it's a boss, there's a chance of defeating it. Brando suddenly thought that this self-proclaimed Sir Ash, Ko Hua's sister, who seemed a little muddle-headed, seemed to have the same idea as him. She was also stalling for time. It's conceivable that Milos's true form has not fully awakened yet. This is not a very short process. Brando suddenly thought of the huge wreckage they saw on the glacier. What the true form of the giant god was like was already obvious. Brando. Just as Brando was full of complaints, Saint Tossel's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Someone is approaching from above. How do you know, great sage? Brando was slightly startled. Since when did this elf have the function of radar? He had never heard of it before. Stupid, I feel Angelique and the others. Yeruda and Peya? Brando looked up at the endless cliffs above. The two siblings can't fly. The two siblings can't, but someone else can. It should be someone carrying them. It's very fast, and it's probably your teacher. Mephisto? Brando's heart skipped a beat. If there were two people, then the remaining one was probably Veronica. Although he didn't know how they found this direction, if these two could join the battle, he would be more confident in dealing with this fake god, Sir Ash. Thinking of this, he didn't intend to immediately expose the other party's lie. Instead, he continued. In that case, Lord Sir Ash, what's your purpose in bringing me here? Although I almost ruined your plan by accident, as a god, it seems that you don't have to be calculative with a mortal like me, do you? Naturally, I won't be calculative with you. The girl's voice laughed coldly. On the contrary, as my first guest, I'll show you a good show. A good show? I'll show you how a god comes back to life, and from this moment on, the history of Wonde will be changed forever. You should be honored to be able to participate, mortal. Brando didn't feel honored at all. On the contrary, he picked out the other party's faulty wording and said, Aren't you an awakened god, Miss Ko Hua? Isn't that a bit contradictory? Pfft, Brando heard Saint Tossel's laughter in his spiritual world. Ko Hua was also a little angry. She blushed and gritted her teeth. Shut up, just watch. Brando shrugged. Anyway, he had already confirmed his previous guess, and that was enough. As long as Ko Hua wasn't a true god, then there would be a way to defeat her. Saint Tossel laughed and said to him, You're too ungentlemanly, Brando. How can you correct a girl's slip of the tongue like that? The two whispered to each other, but they were also paying attention to the girl's every move. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely strange buzzing sound came from the darkness. Brando looked in that direction and suddenly saw that the dense pipes in the darkness lit up one by one, as if something was flowing inside and gradually approaching the platform. The next moment, the whole platform shook. No, Brando frowned. It wasn't the platform that was shaking, and it wasn't even coming from the abyss below. It was the whole cliff and the whole valley that was shaking. His expression gradually changed. This was the resonance of the mountains. He could almost feel that the trembling came from the glacier in the center of the dead frost forest. At this moment, the glacier was awakened, and it was making its own sound. After thousands of years, that sound appeared on the ground again. And something was beginning to change. Chapter 825. Underground in the abyss, after the ice layer fell off, the dark artificial buildings around gradually became clear. On the smooth obsidian wall, a platinum light was extending along the notches, and soon the entire corridor was lit up. Alaz and Medisha walked curiously along the corridor, but the two had been lost for a long time. We seem to have been walking in circles, Sister Alaz. The little female dragon's face turned red, but she held the star-shaped stone in one hand and waved her claws, showing her little fangs, and said, "How is that possible? You must have remembered wrongly." Medisha smiled. Yes, she nodded and smiled. Just like in the wild of the Four Realms, the reason why we haven't reached our destination is because we are walking too slowly. Alaz seemed to have been electrocuted. She turned around and stared at Medisha with wide eyes. How did you know? I also know that you were the youngest dragon on the battlefield of the War of the Holy Saints, Sister Alaz. In Moros, you snuck out on a date with Lord Flora, and were caught by the Wind Elf guards, and Lord Eloranta gave you a good scolding. Medisha whispered, "Do you remember what she said at the time? How can you get lost on a tryst? How can my subordinates be so much worse than Gretel and Saint Tossel? How embarrassing, get lost." The little fairy princess imitated the scene vividly. Alaz opened her mouth slightly, like a puppy showing her sharp fangs. Her face was like a ripe apple. "Impossible, how could anyone know about this? Who are you?" Medisha tilted her head, smiled and did not answer. "Ah!" Alaz suddenly screamed. She looked at her with some surprise. "I remember, it's you, little Princess Crescent. Why did you change your name to such a strange one?" "That's my surname, Sister Alaz." Medisha sighed. "My real name is Medisha." The little female dragon stuck out her tongue and replied with some annoyance, "You look different." Medisha touched her forehead. "Sister Alaz, I am a heroic spirit, my appearance will not change." "Is that so?" Alaz scratched her round cheeks. "Then I probably remembered wrongly." "So let me lead the way," Medisha replied, "just like when we worked together before, okay?" But Alaz did not answer. Instead, she raised a finger and pressed it against Medissa's lips. "Shoo," she said. "Do you hear something?" Medissa was shocked and quickly took a small step back, glaring at her. "It's true, there's a sound." The little female dragon quickly replied. "Really?" The silver elf princess raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that the five senses of the golden race were much more sensitive than other races, but suddenly, her pointed ears twitched. Both of them turned their heads in a certain direction at the same time. Over there was a crossroad in the long corridor, and a battered figure was limping slowly from there. After a while, Alaz and Medisha emerged from the invisibility spell. "That guy looks familiar." The little female dragon bared her teeth, suspicious. "It's Duke Erek," Medisha replied. She and Alaz looked at each other. The white beam of light pierced through heaven and earth. Maynard and the others turned their heads and stared in that direction from afar. The second time, Veronica looked angrily at Ko Hua as another image in front of her was drowned in the white light. Levas, the border city of Cruz, had been reduced to ashes. She was so angry that she almost crushed the hilt of her sword, but Brando held on tightly to the female army commander, afraid that she would lose her mind. The three of them had launched many attacks on Ko Hua, but they had all failed. The divine barrier was like a wall of despair, lying between the mortals and the gods. There was no way to break through. Ko Hua turned her gaze to the next image, Oskin, a city of wind elves. Brando looked nervously at the rapidly changing images. There were still two more images, and below them was the beautiful castle by Lake Kirkle. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. How could there be such a battle? I have to think of a way. At this time, Ko Hua suddenly looked up, as if looking at something. Her voice echoed on the platform again. "Sister, you're here." Brando was slightly startled. He turned around and saw the figures of the young prince and Prince Lenoret appear on the cliff. "Teacher. Lady Veronica." His and Shido's voices were the first to be heard, and then Brando saw another Ko Hua appear behind them. In the middle of the hall, Ko Hua's dark side frowned, while the kind Ko Hua just nodded gently. Could the key to the battle be the kind Ko Hua? This thought flashed through Brando's mind. She is? Mephistopheles asked. That is also Ko-Hua, and the one controlling Milos is her dark soul. Two sides of one? Brando nodded. Something like that. Ah, wait. He was surprised to see that Veronica had already charged in that direction. Obviously, this female army commander had thought of the same thing, but the problem was that Veronica was much more decisive than he was. But by the time he reacted, the tip of Veronica's sword was almost in front of Ko-Hua. The kind Ko-Hua was almost stunned. Her eyes widened, and she just stood there in a daze, not understanding why this human woman attacked her indiscriminately as soon as she saw her. Of course, even if she was not stunned, she might not be able to dodge Veronica's sword. After all, one was a spellcaster, and the other was a warrior. In close combat, there was no comparison at all. Ko-Hua opened her mouth slightly, and just as Veronica's sword was about to pierce through her heart, Brando's anxious shout finally came. Haruz, stop her. Without hesitation, the young prince unsheathed his sword to block Veronica's attack. However, Veronica did not even spare him a glance. The gap between the two of them was simply not on the same level. Just as the young prince unsheathed his sword, he felt a gentle force on his hand. Before he could react, his sword flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ceiling of the cave. But it was only a slight delay, and the kind Korfa finally reacted. She let out a low cry, and fell on her but on the ground in fright. Veronica's cyan sword aura flew over Ko-Hua's head, only cutting off a few strands of hair. She frowned and prepared to attack again, but at this moment, Ko-Hua's dark attack finally arrived. How dare you! The dark Ko-Hua's voice rumbled, and a white electric whip lashed out at Veronica. Veronica did not dare to block it directly, so she could only lean to the side and let the electric whip hit the cliff, cutting off a table-sized fragment from the solid wall. And with this delay, Veronica finally lost the chance to continue attacking the kind Ko-Hua. She could not help but turn around and glare at Brando. But Brando only felt relieved. In fact, he had already thought it through. The key to this battle was definitely not Ko-Hua. Ko-Hua came to this platform because of him and the young prince. The key to this battle was definitely not a factor that could only appear on the battlefield. In other words, if Ko-Hua did not appear, there would be no way to fight this battle. This was obviously illogical. He hurriedly gestured to Veronica, indicating that he had something to explain. But at this moment, Brando saw the fragment that Ko-Hua's electric whip had swept down behind Veronica tumbling down. It hit one of the energy transmission pipes, and with a crack, the pipe caved in. The pipe immediately flashed, and the light on it was quickly extinguished. Seeing this, Brando's heart skipped a beat. I know, so it's here. He immediately looked up and shouted to Mephisto and Veronica, attack the platform. Attack those pipes. The Ash Sword Saint and Veronica were slightly stunned and looked at him with some confusion. Clearly, they did not understand for a moment. Brando was so anxious that he could not help but shout, Ko-Hua is just a false god. She has no divine power barrier at all. The absolute difference in her body comes from Milos. Her power comes from this platform. Right now, she has not completely merged with Milos' body. It will be fine as long as she is cut off from the platform. As soon as Brando's voice fell, Dark Ko-Hua, who was above the platform, changed her expression. Don't joke around, you guessed wrong, she hurriedly defended herself. Veronica and Mephisto looked at each other and immediately flew to the left and right sides of the energy transmission network scattered to the left and right sides of the platform. With a few flashes of sword light, dozens of energy transmission pipes were cut in the middle. The disordered magic flow formed a pulse like a nova explosion. In the blink of an eye, several huge holes were blasted in the dense network. Damn it! Ko-Hua screamed. She could no longer maintain her calm. She raised her hands and countless lightning bolts appeared out of thin air on the platform, like raindrops striking toward Brando, Mephisto, and Veronica. Mephisto and Veronica were fine. They could deal with these lightning attacks with a little distraction, but Brando was in a bit of trouble. It seemed that the other party was retaliating against him for finding out that weakness. Almost half of the lightning bolts were aimed at him. He only blocked 2 or 3 before the fourth hit him directly. His body went numb and he was immediately bathed in the lightning storm. If it were not for his ridiculously high will, he would probably have been sent to see Martha directly. But even so, the dense lightning bolts still took away almost 2/3 of his HP. More importantly, his clothes were now like that of a beggar's. Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this AoE attack should be shared by everyone in the party. But now, there were only 3 of them in the party, and Ko Hua saw him as the number 1 target. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. After the lightning storm, Veronica and Mephisto launched another attack. But this time, Ko Hua was smarter. She simply gave up on attacking altogether. Instead, she channeled all her energy into the ground and supported a strong protective shield over the pipes. In the beginning, Brando could cut through several pipes with a single slash. But after Ko Hua cast the shield, she might not be able to cut through even 1 pipe. He looked back and saw that the progress of Veronica and Mephisto had been greatly reduced. However, Brando felt that Ko Hua's brain was probably a little off. Although she did greatly slow them down, the problem was that if she did not attack, the pipes would be cut through one by one. Of course, Brando was happy to see the boss being stupid. No one would complain that their boss battle was too easy. Besides, he vaguely felt that the problem was not that simple. Please wait a moment. Scarlet heard the voice behind her and turned back. She glanced at the young man who had caught up from behind. She remembered that he seemed to have introduced himself as Babarn or something else. The name sounded a little strange to her. Erwin rarely had such a name, so she had a deeper impression of it. The young man ran, panting. He probably had something urgent to attend to. The Highlander girl stared at him blankly. After a while, she remembered that she should be the one asking the question. What is it? Beautiful lady, I still don't know your name. Scarlet frowned. What does my name have to do with you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to thank you. The young man replied breathlessly. He faintly felt the hostility of the other party. He was a little surprised, but immediately added. Thank me? Yes, thank you for saving us. I can't not repay you for saving my life. Scarlet thought for a moment. Babarn seemed a little nervous. He did not know why, but he always felt that he could not move freely in front of the other party. At first, he thought that it was because the other party was too much to his liking. But after spending some time together, he began to gradually feel that there seemed to be a strange temperament in the other party, faintly exuding a frightening aura. Of course, he did not know that the blood of the dragon and the thunder god flowed in Scarlet's body at the same time. He vaguely felt that the Countess's handmaiden was a little unusual. He suddenly felt a little nervous and began to regret that he should not have agreed to work with those guys. At this time, Scarlet finally recovered from her daze. She looked up at the surrounding cliffs and asked as if she was referring to something. You said that you want to thank me. Is this how you thank me? The young man was slightly stunned. But Scarlet had already picked up the halberd in her hand and pointed in all directions of the underground glacier. These rats hiding in the corner, are they your companions? Babarn's face changed. At the same time, the faces of the noble soldiers who were pointed out by the mountain girl did not look good. They awkwardly walked out from the shadows around them and looked at the girl with some surprise. Only the leader from before clapped and praised dryly. This is really beyond our expectations. I didn't expect the young lady to be a real master. Scarlet looked at these people quietly and frowned. But she was secretly prepared to be on guard. After all, she was a mercenary. Just by looking at the position of these people, she knew that they did not come with good intentions. Don't worry, the man continued. We do want to thank the young lady. We hope that the young lady will come with us to cruise as a guest. The Empire has always been hospitable. We will definitely treat you well. Babarn quickly nodded. Yes, we won't embarrass you. We just want to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes, beautiful lady. If you agree, I will personally ask His Majesty to restore your freedom. You will become a free citizen of Cruz. You will not have to bow down to anyone. Besides, with your ability, it is not impossible for you to become a noble of the empire. Babarn explained. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he had said something wrong. In fact, just as he finished saying that he would let her regain her freedom, he saw that the eyes of the seemingly innocent mountain girl had already revealed a ferocious glint like that of a wild beast. Chapter 826. Kirobo, the outskirts of Whitetown. Kirobo Church wasn't the most majestic church in the entire White City area. After the year of the wilderness, the year of the jade forest, and the year of the croaking frogs, the three cathedrals of Kirovi, Ajrian, and Babilissa were completed. It became even more obscure. But in terms of history, this church that sat on a mound and weathered by wind and rain was one of the oldest pilgrimages in the 10 cities area. Its priest, Father Salian, was one of Bishop Bylan's proudest disciples. However, this branch of the Mensa sect didn't pursue fame and fortune, so it was gradually forgotten. The outskirts of Whitetown were stormy. In the church, on the podium behind the altar, a dark-skinned priest who looked like an old farmer stared blankly at the holy water cup in front of him. The holy water chalice was a gift from Farnazane. The silver holy water chalice was filled with holy water that was filled with magic. It was said that the filthy could see their sins in the reflection of the water, the greedy could see their own ugly desires, the devout could see their firm hope, but only the pure could see the oracle from above the clouds. Although it was just a legend, the holy water cup was indeed the most sacred vessel in a pilgrimage place. It was also one of the fixed ritual props used in the most solemn ceremonies. The farmers and the poor would occasionally ask for some holy water from the church. It was said that it had healing properties, and Father Salian was willing to give it to them. But at this moment, the thunder rumbled, and the surface of the holy water cup rippled. A layer of black fog seemed to float on the surface of the water. One after another, golden words appeared in the black fog and gradually disappeared. This strange scene had lasted for a full quarter of an hour. Father Salian's forehead was full of cold sweat. He kept drawing sacred symbols on his chest and reciting hymns. However, the thunderstorm outside the window seemed to be even more violent. From time to time, the shouts of monks and apprentices could be heard from outside the church. Not long after, an ascetic drenched in water rushed in from the side door with a scripture wrapped in oiled leather. "Father, the scripture has been hidden in the cellar. This rain is strange. The demonic wave this time seems to be much bigger than the previous ones." He suddenly stopped talking when he saw Father Salian turn around with a pale face. "Father. Quick, go inform Bishop Gonzalez. Tell him to inform the Bugas." "Inform the Bugas? What happened, Sir Priest?" The cultivator's expression changed greatly. "Get the Bugas to shut down the monitoring station in the elemental frontier." Salian's hand trembled as if he was crazy, and his voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. "The constellation of Milos has been restored, a god has been resurrected in Wonde." A thunderclap fell. The buzzing sound echoed in the church for a long time. The ascetic stood dumbfounded in the middle of the aisle between the 3 rows of chairs, forgetting what he was supposed to do for a moment. Go quickly. I need to see the great sage." Sol Yen shivered and looked out of the window. The wind and rain continued to weave. Shallow Water Town. After the 8th month, the eastern part of Lantern Island finally showed signs of greenery. The forest was no longer lifeless with withered branches and withered leaves. Rustling sounds could be heard when the wind from Lake Kirkle swept through the forest. 2 young men were fishing on the pier by the lake, with a sand bucket by their feet. One of them was yelling as if he did not care that he had scared away his prey. "Hey, Lando, I'm sure I'll catch a pike today. Let's go make fun of John and the others." "Shut up, you're scaring the fish away." His companion reprimanded him impatiently. "Don't worry, now's not the time to take the bait. I'll be quiet later. But the wind today is a little too strong, it won't be easy to reel in the rod." The first young man held his head with both hands and leaned against the wooden pillar of the pier, muttering as he chewed on a blade of grass. "Can you just shut up?" Before the second young man could finish his sentence, the entire pier shook as if there was an earthquake. He bit his tongue and could not help but scream. The first young man jumped up and looked around in shock. Finally, his gaze fell on the surface of the lake. In his field of vision, a conspicuous ripple was spreading along the shore towards the center of the lake. That was definitely not a reverse wave. "Hey! What's going on? Did the ground move just now? Damn it. Ugh, my tongue. It hurts." The young man called Lando was hunched over on the pier. He was in so much pain that he looked like a cooked shrimp. The first young man stood up cautiously. He felt that something was wrong. He looked up. It was the forest. The forest had quieted down. Then, a buzzing sound came from the north. It sounded like the bees in old John's house, but he knew that it was not bees. There could not be so many of them. He looked up instinctively and saw a dark cloud coming from the direction of the Deathfrost forest. Something big happened. The young man immediately remembered the group of nobles who entered the forest half a month ago. Without a second thought, he grabbed his companion from the bridge and ran towards the lakeside. It was at that moment that the second shockwave arrived. From afar, the ground in the forest seemed to be rippling, and the soil that was pushed up by the shockwave swept across the entire northern shore of Lake Kirkle like a wave. The young man had just dragged his companion to the lakeside when he saw the shockwave. He could not help but cry out as he leaped from the bridge and landed firmly on the beach not far away. Behind him, the shockwave was like a whip, whipping the bridge. The bridge that had stood by the lake for 15 years in shallow water town trembled as if it was suffering from typhoid fever. In just a moment, it completely fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of broken wood floating on the surface of the water. The young man looked at the scene with his mouth agape. There was only one thought in his mind. What's going on? The White Gorge had disappeared. The glacial valleys were melting, and the accumulated snow was collapsing and collapsing. The mountain ranges were fragmented and shattered, and the mountain peaks sank into the ground, leaving behind terrifying cracks. The earth rumbled, and the trembling mountains sang a hymn. The ice layer collapsed layer by layer amidst the song, and a glacier half the size of a town tumbled into a bottomless abyss. It dismembered in the process, making thunderous sounds. The young knights of the Folded Sword Knight Regiment stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. The entire canyon had been flattened, and the glaciers on both sides were disappearing like sand in an hourglass. From time to time, someone would lose his footing in the falling snow. The people on both sides hurriedly grabbed him and dragged him up. Aaliyah was shaking off the snow in his hood. He looked up at the doomsday-like scene, and could not help but feel a little lost. Marcia above, what's going on, Brund? When did you blaspheme the gods, and now you're being punished by the heavens? Shut your stinking mouth. Brund coughed angrily on the stretcher. Maynard walked at the front of the team. She climbed up a cliff, then reached back and let little Pero grab her hand and climb up. Thank you. The latter shook the snow off his bearskin coat and thanked her. We can't go any further. What's wrong? Look ahead. Someone in the team suddenly shouted. Little Pero narrowed his eyes and looked ahead with his hand on his eyebrows. Straight ahead, the White Gorge had completely disappeared and was replaced by a deep valley. Below the deep valley, the pervasive ice fog was gradually dissipating, revealing an endless black complex of buildings behind. Right below their feet, it looked like stacked obsidian cubes, but each of them was more than tens of thousands of feet long. The mist shrouded these majestic cubes, and at a glance, it looked like the legendary Titan's Ark. At this moment, the glacier was disappearing downward, and these black buildings were slowly rising in the rumbling roar. Martha above, what the hell is this? Aaliyah's eyes widened as he looked at the slowly rising black wall. Maynard watched quietly, and those strange yet familiar memories seemed to emerge automatically in her mind. Little Perrault turned his head to look at her. "Madame Maynard?" "Retreat. The retreat has long been cut off." Little Perrault pointed to the high black wall and asked loudly, "Madame Maynard, do you know something?" Maynard turned back and stared at the short night of cruise with her dark eyes. She did not say a word, but it made the other party flinch. Little Perrault understood the danger and warning in her eyes, and he took a step back subconsciously. This move immediately made him blush. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Maynard. "You want to know what that is?" Without giving Little Perrault a chance to speak, Maynard opened her mouth and mouthed 3 words. "Milos." All the energy pipes had lit up, and the platform was slowly rising with a humming sound. The darkness faded like a layer of gauze, and light sprinkled down from above, gradually outlining the edge of the entire abyss. On the smooth broken wall, there were countless crystal lattices that transmitted energy. Some of them were in regular lines, and some were in beautiful circles. The entire wall was like an enormous machine. Every part of it was operating in an orderly manner. The platform slowly rose to the center of this space before it stopped with a buzzing sound. Ko Hua was in the center of the platform, and only then did she slowly raise her eyelids. At this moment, the black flames on her body had already scattered like falling leaves, revealing the platinum-colored body made of pure lightning below. She opened her eyes, and they were snow-white. Arcs of lightning jumped from her arched face and extended to her slender neck. Her hair was purely composed of lightning bundles bound together. "It feels good to be reborn." There seemed to be 2 voices echoing on the platform. One belonged to Ko Hua, and the other was rolling like thunder. The 2 voices gradually overlapped and merged into one. Just as Ko Hua opened her mouth, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, passed through her body, and hit the platform below. Countless ionized particles exploded on the obsidian-like platform like splashes of molten steel, and poured into the deep engravings on the platform. Streaks of platinum-colored light extended in all directions along the ancient patterns, and in an instant, the entire platform seemed to have come alive. The glowing energy pipes refracted beams of holographic projections into the air. In these projections, the ancient runes flashed: Flame, Im, Oss, Aaron. These runes flowed down like rain, forming beautiful data streams and light walls. Brando was almost shocked by this scene, until Ko Hua's voice sounded again. The dispute from thousands of years ago seems to still linger in the hall above the clouds. The sad gods have to admit their failure. They have planned a future that is almost certain to be destroyed for the world you call Woned. They are about to return fate to you lowly creatures. Thousands of years later, you've defeated the dusk, but chaos has taken root in your hearts. Greed, sin, slaughter, and endless conquest, you've turned yourselves into the apocalypse that you once saw in the prophecy. The classical order has become a thing of the past. Only entropy exists forever. Today, the gods have once again awakened you. Everything is back to square one. The world was born from chaos and was destroyed by chaos. Reality and prophecy are confirmed one by one. Humph. Mortals, this is your recompense. Then her voice seemed to be replaced by another emotion. You have chosen your fate again, mortals. We have personally handed the direction of fate back to you, but today, you have returned here again, as if only to prove Alphonse's prophecy. You have awakened us again, and we respect your choice. The gods will return to the earth, and we will rebuild the order of the next era. And your era is over. Brando stared at this scene, as if he was watching an animation in a game. After a long while, he looked up and blurted out, "Are you Ko Hua or Milos?" Ko Hua lowered her head and looked at Brando. 2 different emotions flashed in her silver-white eyes at the same time, but she finally fixed on one of them and said, "Of course I am Ko Hua. But I am also Milos." Another voice rumbled. She gently raised her arm, and in front of her, the space seemed to have been thrown with stones, rippling out in circles. After the ripples spread out, holographic projections appeared behind them. Kurlutz Zvales, Kronki at the border of the four territories, Toquinen of the golden mane lion mane beast men. He could even see the towering golden spires, White City, Thousand Sails Harbor, the rebuilt Cathedral of Ampere Seal, the Fortress of Krakor, the elven tip of Sonorso, the Ashen Fortress, and even the faraway Buffalo City that Brendel had only been to once in the Great Ice Age appeared in the countless images. Brendel could even see the towering golden spires, the White City, the Thousand Sails Harbor, the rebuilt Cathedral of Ampere Seal, the Fortress of Krakor, the elven tip of Sonorso, the Ashen Fortress, and even the faraway Buffalo City that Brendel had only been to once in the Great Ice Age. Brando's breathing became a little rapid. He stared at Ko Hua and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ko Hua looked at him proudly. "Guess?" A bolt of lightning passed through Brando's mind. "You can't do that," he shouted through gritted teeth. "Why not?" the girl's voice asked softly. Chapter 827. Kirkle Castle, 4 in the afternoon. Limo was jolted awake from the sofa. He looked at his coffee table, desk, and bookcase, which were shaking like they were possessed. They were moving in one direction in the room, and the teacups on the table were clinking non-stop. It's an earthquake. Just as this terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, a loud bang sounded. The walnut door was smashed open by the guards. The one who rushed in was his trusted aide, but his expression was no better than his own. "And my lord. You better come out and take a look. Where's the princess?" Limo jumped up from the sofa like a leopard, grabbing his aide by the collar and roaring, "Evacuate everyone." The aide shook his head desperately. At this moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Knight, let him go. Calm down." The voice seemed to stab Limo, causing him to let go of his aide. He looked up and saw the half-elf girl standing behind the swaying door. Behind her were a few knights. Duke Vero was beside her in his long robe. The princess's expression was normal, and the duke did not seem to be panicking. Dust fell from the ceiling like smoke from time to time, landing on the two of them, but no one cared. Limo's face reddened. He did not expect the princess to be here. He had been sleeping too soundly. "Your Highness, we have to leave the building quickly," he suggested. "No need. This is not an earthquake." Princess Griffin replied, "Mr. Knight, take your men and inform the wizards of the Tower of Stars and Moon to activate the city's magical defenses." Magical defenses? Limo was stunned. Could it be that they were attacked? He subconsciously looked at the others suspiciously. Griffin sighed, but only the aide approached him carefully and whispered in his ear, "My lord, you'll understand once you go out and take a look." Wallerstein, 3:55 p.m. The alarm bell on the Holy Cathedral tower rang, and the Griffin guards immediately rose into the sky and flew in all directions. In the outskirts of the town, the lush forest seemed to have been blown by a gust of wind. The emerald-green treetops rolled in waves, revealing the gray-white leaves below. The shock waves passed through the clouds in the sky and tore the cotton-like clouds into pieces. The monk soldiers came out in full force and walked up the city wall in a long line. In the four directions of the city center, the minarets were shining with strong magic light. In the blink of an eye, a light purple hemispherical screen of light appeared above the city, covering the entire area from Mandolin Market to the Water Gate. Looking down at the city from the sky, the panicked crowd was gathering along the streets towards the city center, as if some invisible fear was driving them forward. In the central plaza, Consul Kanan looked up with a pale face, as if he was facing the end of the world. "Martha above, please protect your people." Right behind him, the security chief's roar sounded like the roar of an angry dragon. "You damned idiots, what are you doing here? Go and inform the headquarters of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Get out. Tell them we're done for. All done for. Let them find out who did it. Who cast this spell. The patrolling cavalry scattered in all directions. Tokunen Fortress, 4:10 in the afternoon. In contrast to the tense atmosphere in Waller, the Golden Lion City seemed to have been cast into a spell of silence that enveloped the entire city. The whole city was still. Every street, every square, and even the entrances of the bazaars and shops, the lion men with long manes, the dwarves with axes, and the halflings in the grey wilderness were all like puppets under a spell. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze. In the sky, there were still dark clouds, but it was as if a circle of ripples was spreading out with the city as the center. All the dark clouds were instantly dispersed in all directions. The shockwaves spread out layer by layer, and the thick clouds were torn apart, and rolled. In the end, they turned into light clouds in the shape of fish scales and were still drifting into the distant sky. The sky behind the clouds was blue, and the sun shone down directly. It was as clear as the surface of a still lake, without a single blemish. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The golden steeple of the Asamoah Temple shone brightly under the sun. But no one cheered, no one praised such a miracle, and no one even dared to make a sound. The doors of the Golden Palace opened, and the elderly lion men priests walked out of the temple with the help of the accompanying monks. Their white robes were like waves. But everyone looked at the sky, and almost lost their souls as they knelt down and prayed for the forgiveness of the gods. In the dark blue sky, the white lines of the Tiamat magic array were as clear as a magic array diagram drawn on a blackboard with chalk, but the arcs of different thicknesses did not intersect with each other. Each of the arcs spanned half the sky and had a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. The lines were a little like white trails, coming out from the light clouds in the distance, crossing the top of the head, and then connecting to the other side of the sky. A few vertical lines connected to the center of the circle of the entire magic array. Such a spectacular scene could only be seen on the most sunny days. But today, such a scene only made the people who were watching it feel suffocated. The white magic array was overlapping, as if they were moving horizontally from the other half of the sky. Although there was no sound, it was as loud as rolling thunder in people's hearts. The magic array overlapped one another, and every time it moved, it swept across hundreds of miles of the sky. Finally, these rotating gears were aimed at the Tokunen Fortress. Heavy pressure descended from the sky. At that moment, everyone in the city involuntarily prostrated themselves. It was as if they were listening to the teachings of the gods. Maynard looked up. The buzzing sound was getting louder and louder, and the folded sword knights were slowly retreating, but it was at this moment that several people present felt an indescribable feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were witnessing some kind of indescribable majestic power breaking out of its cocoon. Maynard, Little Pero, and the others, who were the last to retreat, turned their heads in unison. As if all of a sudden, there was a slight flash of light, and everyone saw a circle of faint light gathering from all directions. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was very fast. Little Pero could tell at a glance that the light pattern started near Violet Castle in the west, and reached Kirkle in the east. It covered a range of hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. The light waves swept across their position with a buzzing sound, and gathered at the center of the black building complex. It was just a blink of an eye. The light pattern completely gathered together, forming a dazzling ball of light. Then, a beam of light rose straight from the center of the ball of light, and with a buzzing sound, it directly pierced through the clouds in the sky. The clouds were turbulent like waves, rippling layer by layer. Just the aftermath alone was enough to shock everyone to the core. This is, Kohua only touched it lightly with his hand. There was only pure white left in the image, and the white light spread out from the point where the beam of light fell like a tsunami, flooding the entire city. The towering towers, the city walls, the fortress, and the iconic golden minaret of Tokunen were all submerged in the dazzling light. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no sound of houses collapsing, no screams, no fire, only a flawless white light, just like the light that Martha descended when the world was born. After the light faded, Tokunen, the fortress that the lion folk were proud of, was completely erased from this world, and there was not a trace of its existence left. The 34,000 lion folk, dwarves, and halflings that lived in this city were all turned into ashes. In the grasslands of Toquinen, there was only a deep pit a few miles in diameter left. Smoke curled up from the pit, bearing witness to everything that happened just a moment ago. Brando stared at the scene with his mouth agape. Judgment of God, a 14-circle light elemental sorcery. Ko Hua did not even blink, and pointed his finger at another image, Waller's. You're crazy. Brando roared. He stared at the other two images in fear, Ampere Seal, Kirkle. Princess Griffin was still in Kirkle. Ko Hua turned around and looked at him with his silver-white eyes that had become emotionless, and asked, "Why do you say that, Mr. Human? Aren't you the ones who woke me up?" Her voice echoed in the hall, without a hint of guilt or excitement, as if that was all there was to it. The ones who woke you up were the believers of All for One. What does it have to do with us? Those people are innocent. The believers of All for One are the generation of Black Iron, and have the power to decide the fate of the world. They are a group of scum whose minds have been corrupted by dusk. So, you have turned yourselves into the messengers of destruction. Ko Hua smiled proudly. Damn it. Brando flew up and slashed his sword at Ko Hua above the platform, but when the blade was still 10 feet away from her, there was a buzz as if it had hit a wall of air. The space that was hit shook violently, and with the point of contact as the center, ripples of hexagonal light rippled out. Ko Hua glanced at him and moved her left hand in his direction. A circle of blazing white static electricity spread out with her as the center. Brando screamed and was directly bounced out, landing heavily on the ground. With just that, he lost a quarter of his life. He immediately gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, but it was at this time that a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Even Brando himself did not notice when Veronica and Mephisto had come up behind him. The two sword saints put Peya and Yeruda down. The two siblings had probably fainted again during the fall and had yet to wake up. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at Ko Hua in the center of the hall. Brando, what's going on? In the end, it was Veronica who asked first. Stop her, she's destroying the cities on the projection. She's now controlling Milo's body and can use Milo's divine power at will. Brando took a breath and immediately replied. Seeing Veronica and his teacher arrive, he was finally relieved. Now the strength of the three of them combined was not inferior to the entire team of around level 50 in the game. Veronica recognized Volez on the holographic projection at a glance. Her expression changed, and without any movement, the thin sword in the scabbard automatically came out of the scabbard and appeared in her hand. Brando glanced at the sword. It was not the Azure Firmament, but just a high-quality magic sword. Only then did he realize that the female commander's strength seemed to have grown a little. He did not know if it was the influence of the experience in the loop of trade winds or the great demonic wave. A complete true god? Mephisto frowned and asked. Hearing this question, Brando calmed down. No, from what Ko Hua said before, she should still be in the process of merging with Milo's body. In this state, she could at most be considered a false god. However, even if she was a fake god, there was still a qualitative difference between her and a mortal. The barrier of light around her was the legendary divine barrier. Attacks from the mortal world would never be able to penetrate this barrier. But damn it, how was this battle supposed to be fought? If even Ko Hua himself could not be attacked, then wouldn't it be a one-sided slaughter? Impossible. If Ko Hua was really the legendary hidden boss, the awakening god Surash, then there must be a flaw. Brando narrowed his eyes. He had already seen Veronica rushing toward Ko Hua. Her speed was astonishing. Like a green shadow, she circled behind Ko Hua in the blink of an eye. She stopped there, raised her long sword, and crossed it in front of her. A green dragon flew out of the blade and went straight for Ko Hua. However, just like Brando's previous attack, the moment the green dragon hit the light screen, a hexagonal grid appeared in layers. The dragon instantly disintegrated, and then a ring of static energy bounced off the light screen. But this ring of static energy was cut in half by the green sword saint's sword before it could get close to Veronica. It did not affect her at all. In a breath's time, Veronica had finished her attack and counterattack. She landed lightly beside Brando, frowning deeply. Absolute difference? She looked at Brando. Brando nodded. Absolute difference was the natural chasm between all mortal power and divine power. This was the core law of the Tiamat law, divine power, also known as the absolute law. The power of existence took precedence over all laws and order. Only the power of existence could affect the gods. The power of mortals was like a bubble at this level. No matter how brilliant it was meaningless. She's not a true god. How can there be an absolute difference between us? Veronica almost gritted her teeth as she asked this question. Brando shook his head blankly. Indeed, Ko Hua was not a true god. How could there be an absolute difference? But that divine barrier was clearly a type of absolute difference. Moreover, if there was such a thing as an absolute difference, how could this battle be fought? He felt that there must be a problem somewhere. A battle of this level would not be prepared for players. He looked around, trying to find the hidden flaw. But at this moment, he had a vague idea in his mind. This was a world quest. The world line in the game was split into two. The players in the past had chosen the former path, but he had accidentally chosen the latter. The future line had been completely changed. But whether it was good or bad was unknown. Chapter 828. In the underground of the abyss, after the ice layer fell off, the dark artificial buildings around gradually became clear. On the smooth obsidian wall, a platinum light was extending along the notches, and soon the entire corridor was lit up. Alaz and Medisha walked curiously along the corridor, but the two had been lost for a long time. We seem to have been walking in circles, Sister Alaz. The little female dragon's face turned red, but she held the star-shaped stone with one hand and waved her claws. Showing her little fangs, she replied, "How is that possible? You must have remembered wrongly." Medisha smiled. Yes, she nodded and smiled, just like in the wild of the Four Realms. The reason why we haven't reached our destination yet is because we are walking too slowly. Alaz seemed to have been electrocuted. She turned around and stared at Medisha with wide eyes. You, how did you know? I also know that you were the youngest dragon on the battlefield of the War of the Holy Saints, Sister Alaz. In Moros, you snuck out on a date with Lord Flora, and were caught by the Wind Elf guards, and Lord Eloranta gave you a good scolding. Medisha whispered, "Do you remember what she said at the time? How can you get lost on a tryst? How can my subordinates be so much worse than Gretel and Saint Ossol? How embarrassing, get lost." The little fairy princess imitated the scene vividly. Alaz opened her mouth slightly, like a puppy, showing her sharp fangs. Her face was like a ripe apple. Impossible, how could anyone know about this? You, who are you? Medisha tilted her head, smiled and did not answer. Ah! Alaz suddenly screamed. She looked at her with some surprise. I remember, it's you, Princess Crescent. Why did you change your name to such a strange one? That's my surname, Sister Alaz. Medisha sighed, my real name is Medisha. The little female dragon stuck out her tongue, and replied with some annoyance, you've changed. Medisha touched her forehead, Sister Alaz, I am a heroic spirit, my appearance will not change. Is that so? Alaz scratched her round cheeks, then I probably remembered wrongly. So let me lead the way, Medisha replied, just like when we worked together before, okay? But Alaz did not answer. Instead, she raised a finger and pressed it against Medusa's lips. Shoo, she said. Do you hear something? Medusa was shocked and quickly took a small step back, glaring at her. Really, there. The little female dragon quickly replied. Really? The silver elf princess raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that the 5 senses of the golden race were much more sensitive than other races, but suddenly, her pointed ears twitched. Both of them turned their heads in a certain direction at the same time. There was a crossroad in the long corridor, and a battered figure was limping slowly from there. After a while, Alaz and Medisha revealed themselves from the invisibility spell. That guy looks familiar. The little female dragon showed her teeth, suspicious. It's Duke Arek. Medisha replied. She and Alaz looked at each other. The white beam of light pierced through heaven and earth. Maynard and the others turned their heads and stared in that direction from afar. The second time, Veronica looked angrily at Ko Hua as another image in front of her was drowned in the white light. Levas, the border city of Cruz, had been reduced to ashes. She was so angry that she almost crushed the hilt of her sword, but Brando held on tightly to the female commander, afraid that she would lose her mind. The three of them had launched many attacks on Ko Hua, but they had all returned without success. The divine barrier was like a wall of despair, lying between mortals and gods. There was no way to break through. Ko Hua turned her gaze to the next image, Oscan, a city of wind elves. Brando looked nervously at the rapidly changing images. There were still two more images, the beautiful castle on the shore of Lake Kirkle. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. How could there be such a battle? He had to think of a way. At this time, Ko Hua suddenly looked up, as if looking at something. Her voice once again echoed on the platform. Sister, you're here. Brando was slightly startled. He turned his head and saw the figures of the young prince and Prince Lenoret appear on the cliff. Teacher. Lady Veronica. His and Shido's voices were the first to reach him, and then Brando saw another Ko Hua appear behind them. The dark side of Ko Hua in the middle of the hall frowned, while the kind Ko Hua just nodded gently. Could the key to the battle be the kind Ko Hua? This thought flashed through Brando's mind. She is? Mephistopheles asked. That is also Ko Hua, the one controlling Milos is her dark soul. 1 and 2. Brando nodded. Something like that. Ah, wait. He was surprised to see that Veronica had already charged in that direction. Obviously, this female army commander had thought of the same thing, but the problem was that Veronica was much more decisive than him. But by the time he reacted, the tip of Veronica's sword was almost in front of Ko Hua's face. The kind Ko Hua was almost stunned. Her eyes widened, and she just stood there in a daze, not understanding why this human woman attacked her indiscriminately as soon as she saw her. Of course, even if she was not stunned, she might not be able to dodge Veronica's sword. After all, one was a spellcaster, and the other was a warrior. In close combat, there was no comparison at all. Ko Hua opened her mouth slightly, and just as Veronica's sword was about to pierce through her heart, Brando's anxious shout finally came. Haruz, stop her. Without thinking, the young prince pulled out his sword to stop her, but Veronica did not even look at him. The difference between the two was not on the same level. The young prince had just pulled out his sword when he felt a gentle force on his hand. Before he could react, the long sword had already flown out of his hand, and with a clang, it stabbed into the ceiling of the cave. But it was only a slight delay, and the kind Korfa finally reacted. She let out a low cry of, ah, and fell back onto the ground in fright. Veronica's cyan sword aura flew over Ko Hua's head, only cutting off a few strands of hair. She frowned and prepared to attack again, but at this moment, Ko Hua's dark attack finally arrived. How dare you! The dark Ko Hua's voice rumbled, and a white electric whip lashed out at Veronica. Veronica did not dare to block it directly, so she could only lean to the side and let the electric whip hit the cliff, cutting off a table-sized fragment from the solid wall. And with this delay, Veronica finally lost the chance to continue attacking the kind Ko Hua. She could not help but turn around and glare at Brando. But Brando only felt relieved. In fact, he had already thought it through. The key to this battle was definitely not Ko Hua. Ko Hua came to this platform because of him and the young prince. The key to this battle was definitely not a factor that could only appear on the battlefield. In other words, if Ko Hua did not appear, this battle could not be fought? This was obviously illogical. He hurriedly gestured to Veronica, indicating that he had something to explain. But at this moment, Brando saw the fragment that Ko Hua's electric whip had swept down behind Veronica tumbling down. It hit one of the energy transmission pipes, and with a crack, it caved in. The pipe suddenly flashed, and the light on it was quickly extinguished. Seeing this, Brando's heart skipped a beat. I know, so it's here. He immediately looked up and shouted to Mephisto and Veronica, attack the platform. Attack those pipes. The Ash Sword Saint and Veronica were slightly startled and looked at him with some confusion. Clearly, they did not understand for a moment. Brando was so anxious that he could not help but shout, Ko Hua is just a false god. She has no divine barrier at all. The absolute difference in her body comes from Milo's. Her power comes from this platform. Right now, she has not completely merged with Milo's body. It will be fine as long as she is cut off from the platform. As soon as Brando's voice fell, Dark Ko Hua, who was above the platform, changed her expression. Don't joke around, you guessed wrong, she hurriedly defended herself. Veronica and Mephisto looked at each other and immediately flew to the left and right sides of the energy transmission network, scattered to the left and right sides of the platform. With a few flashes of sword light, dozens of energy transmission pipes were cut in the middle. The disordered magic flow formed a pulse like a nova explosion. In the blink of an eye, several huge holes were blasted in the dense network. Damn it! Ko Hua screamed. She could no longer maintain her calm. She raised her hands and countless lightning bolts appeared out of thin air on the platform, like raindrops striking toward Brando, Mephisto, and Veronica. Mephisto and Veronica were fine. They could deal with these lightning attacks with a little distraction, but Brando was in a bit of trouble. It seemed that the other party was retaliating against him for finding out that weakness. Almost half of the lightning bolts were aimed at him. He only blocked 2 or 3 before the fourth hit him directly. His body went numb and he was immediately bathed in the lightning storm. If it were not for his ridiculously high will, he would probably be sent to see Martha directly. But even so, the dense lightning bolts still took away almost 2/3 of his HP. More importantly, his clothes were now like that of a beggar's. Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this AoE attack should be shared by everyone in the party. But now, there were only 3 of them in the party, and Ko Hua saw him as the number 1 target. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. After the lightning storm, Veronica and Mephisto launched another attack. But this time, Ko Hua was smarter. She simply gave up on attacking altogether. Instead, she channeled all her energy into the ground and supported a strong protective shield over the pipes. In the beginning, Brando could cut through several pipes with a single slash. But after Ko Hua cast the shield, she might not be able to cut through even 1 pipe. He looked back and saw that the progress of Veronica and Mephisto had been greatly reduced. However, Brando felt that Ko Hua's brain was probably a little off. Although she did greatly slow them down, the problem was that if she did not attack, the pipes would be cut through one by one. Of course, Brando was happy to see the boss being stupid. No one would complain that their boss battle was too easy. Besides, he vaguely felt that the problem was not so simple. Please wait a moment. Scarlet heard the voice behind her and turned back. She glanced at the young man who had caught up from behind. She remembered that he seemed to have introduced himself as Babarn or something else. The name sounded a little strange to her. Erwin rarely had such a name, so she had a deeper impression of it. The young man ran, panting. He probably had something urgent to attend to. The Highlander girl stared at him blankly. After a while, she remembered that she should be the one asking the question. What's the matter? Beautiful lady, I still don't know your name. Scarlet frowned. What does my name have to do with you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just wanted to thank you. The young man replied breathlessly. He faintly felt the hostility of the other party. He was a little surprised, but immediately added. Thank me? Yes, thank you for saving us. I can't not repay you for saving my life. Scarlet thought for a moment. Barnes seemed a little nervous. He did not know why, but he always felt that he could not move freely in front of the other party. At first, he thought that it was because the other party was too much to his liking. But after spending some time together, he began to gradually feel that there seemed to be a strange temperament in the other party, faintly exuding a frightening aura. Of course, he did not know that the blood of the dragon and the thunder god flowed in Scarlet's body at the same time. He vaguely felt that the Countess's handmaiden was a little unusual. He suddenly felt a little nervous and began to regret that he should not have agreed to work with those guys. At this time, Scarlet finally recovered from her daze. She looked up at the surrounding cliffs and asked as if she was referring to something. You said that you want to thank me. Is this how you thank me? The young man was slightly stunned. But Scarlet had already picked up the halberd in her hand and pointed in all directions of the underground glacier. These rats hiding in the corner, are they your companions? Barnes' face changed. At the same time, the faces of the noble soldiers who were pointed out by the mountain girl did not look good. They awkwardly walked out from the shadows and looked at the girl with some surprise. Only the leader of the group applauded and praised dryly. This is really beyond our expectations. I didn't expect the young lady to be a real master. Scarlet looked at these people quietly and frowned. But she was secretly prepared to be on guard. After all, she was a mercenary. Just by looking at the position of these people, she knew that they were not friendly. Don't worry, the man continued. We do want to thank the young lady. We hope that the young lady will come with us to cruise as a guest. The Empire has always been hospitable. We will definitely treat you well. Barnes quickly nodded. Yes, we won't embarrass you. We just want to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes, beautiful lady. If you agree, I will personally ask His Majesty to restore your freedom. You will become a free citizen of Cruz. You will not have to bow to anyone. Besides, with your ability, it is not impossible for you to become a noble of the Empire. Barnes explained. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he had said something wrong. In fact, just as he finished saying that he would let her regain her freedom, he saw that the eyes of the seemingly innocent mountain girl were already glinting with the ferocity of a wild beast. P.S. Today is 10/7, 3 chapters updated, a total of 13,000 words. After today, the stable updates will be restored. But I will consider adding more on weekends and Sundays. Also, I am looking for monthly votes. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.